Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Wednesday morning, August 14th. I'm Gina Francine, here with you for the next few hours to give you all of those breaking news alerts, top stories, and live events of your Wednesday morning. We do begin this morning with a breaking news alert as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. Learning from our content partners over at the Associated Press, international mediators are hoping to kickstart stalled ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas with a new round of talks meant to finally clinch a deal between the sides. But the chances of a breakthrough appear slim at this hour. The new talks are set to begin this morning, but Israel and Hamas have been mulling an internationally backed proposal for more than 2 months that would wind down the 10-month-long war and free the roughly 110 hostages still held in Gaza. Meanwhile, the fighting in Gaza rages on. The hostages continue to languish in captivity, and fears of an all-out regional war involving Iran and one of its regional proxies, Hezbollah, has surged. Well, joining us live this morning to further discuss this breaking news alert is the Deputy Director of the National Council of Resistance of Iran and U.S. Representative Office, Alireza Jafarzadeh. Good morning to you, Alireza. Always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning to you, Janae. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So a lot to discuss this morning as relates to this breaking news alert. If we can first discuss the conflict with Iran out in the Middle East, if you could catch us up, please.
Well, you know, the whole world is trying to prevent, you know, a further advancement of a crisis there. But we must keep in mind that the Iranian regime has been at the center of the crisis for over 4 decades. They are the main instigator of all of these crises, whether it's a nuclear issue or terrorism or regional conflict. The head of the stake of war and terror lies in Tehran. And that's why you can do whatever you want to do. You can bring in all the parties. You can talk about negotiations. At the end of the day, the single most destructive party that wants to sabotage peace in the Middle East, wants to keep terrorism alive and continuing, and wants to suppress the people of Iran is actually those ruling in Tehran, the mullahs ruling in Tehran. And therefore, the solution, the long-term, long-lasting peace in the Middle East will never come so long as the mullahs are in power. The solution lies in in crushing the head of the snake, which is basically the responsibility of the people of Iran. That's what's really happening on the ground in Iran, and that's something that everyone has to understand and make that the focal point, standing on the side of the people of Iran to bring about change that would affect the whole region.
Absolutely. And as we discuss the current threat of Iran, Alireza, we must discuss that nuclear program and the timing. I know on this day back in 2002 that a nuclear program was exposed. You were actually very pivotal in exposing that program. If we fast forward to today, that threat is still there of nuclear power. What needs to happen so this threat no longer exists?
Well, you know, first of all, now the world knows that the nuclear program of the Iran regime has always been about nuclear weapons. It was never a civilian, peaceful program. Second, as you mentioned, the Iranian resistance played a huge role in exposing something that, you know, no one knew in the world about it. And when we exposed the nuclear site in Natanz, which is a uranium enrichment facility, and the site in Iraq, which is a heavy water facility, on this day in Washington, D.C., that triggered the inspections of Iranian nuclear sites by the UN nuclear watchdog known as the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. And then since then, those inspections have continued. And then, you know, gradually, you know, every few weeks we had another press conference exposing another aspect of the nuclear weapons program of the Iran regime. Within 2 or 3 years, we had presented a complete picture of the nuclear weapons program, both in terms of the fissile material, which is the core that is needed to build a bomb, but also about the weaponization part of it, turning that into a nuclear warhead, and also the delivery system. All of that was available to the world. Instead, the international community chose to get into negotiations with Tehran, giving them concessions. Basically, at the end of the day, they legitimized the nuclear weapons program of the Iranian regime. And that's why 22 years later, how would the world think about this situation today? That not only that program that we exposed, and it was in the initial stages, has now developed into a full-scale program, but also the world has legitimized it. They had the UN Security Council resolutions, all of them lifted, and that's a major crisis that we're facing. Honestly speaking, I can't see any other pathway to ending the nuclear threat of the Iran regime so long as the mullahs are in power. So the solution on that end also lies in a free and democratic Republic Iran.
Ali Reza, I think you sum it up perfectly, and it's pretty sad if we're being candid. 22 years later, as you so eloquently put it, we're still dealing with this nuclear weapons threat. And putting it into perspective, Israel currently bracing for a retaliatory threat from Iran from those recent attacks. So people wanting to know if you have any inside information. We keep hearing the term, well, within the next 24 hours it can happen, and that's been said for the past few days. What is going on currently with Israel and Iran?
Well, the Iranian regime is in a dilemma. It's a very awkward situation for them. On the one hand, Tehran has been receiving a lot of blows over the past few years, starting with the Qasem Soleimani, the terror master, taken out by the United States in January of 2020, and then they had the crash of the helicopter of their repressive president Ebrahim Raisi a couple months ago, and on top of all of those things is a very discontent population who want change in Iran. So the Iran regime has to somehow project power, and that aura of invincibility and power has been badly shattered, both by the blows outside, but by the uprisings in all 31 provinces of Iran inside the country. So they need to do something that would be face-saving, but something that they wouldn't have to pay the consequences. That's a sort of an impossible situation to pull, and that's what they're stuck at. But I think in the midst of all of these things, the reality that the world has to see is that the Iran regime is weak, is vulnerable. They're not 10 feet tall the way they want to project it, even though they're spending billions of dollars funding these terror groups in the region, funding their nuclear weapons program, which, by the way, over the past 3-4 decades has cost the Iran regime $2 trillion of the resources of the country that should have been used for the people, for improving the economy. To the contrary, 80% of the people in Iran live below the poverty line, a very oil-rich country of Iran. So that's why this is the regime that you're facing, a vulnerable, a weak regime. And that's why no matter what people will do today, tomorrow, or next week, we need to think about a long-lasting and overall policy regarding Iran, a brand new approach towards Iran that would see the realities, on the one side, the weakness of the regime, and on the other side, recognizing the legitimate right of the people of Iran to bring about change in Iran that would impact everything. It would dry out the sources of terrorism in the region, dry out the nuclear threat, the missile threat, and the drone threat, and would see a free and prosperous Iran.
I'm so glad you mentioned the threats in the region. As we discuss, those ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas, hopefully getting underway again today. We know they were stalled for some time. Do you think that's why it's taking so long? Because there are so many threats out there in the Middle East, it's kind of hard to hone in on one specific one.
Well, Gina, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the epicenter of all the crises and the threats actually lies in Iran. Back in 1993, there was a peace agreement signed between the Palestinians, the Israelis, and the United States. You know, the people of Iran endorsed it, supported that. But the single most destructive party that has always wanted to sabotage peace in the Middle East has been the Iran regime. The way they have created these groups, they've funded and trained these groups. You know, Hezbollah in Lebanon is basically running and operating entirely on the funding and training and the resources and the backing of the Iranian regime. The same situation exists in Syria and Iraq. So you look at the whole region, as you suggested, you see the footstep of the Iranian regime behind it. And that's why, you know, you see the dragging. You see that things are not going really, at the end of the day, they're not going anywhere. And the source of crisis and instability is not being eliminated. And that's why, you know, I'm not surprised to see nothing being resolved 10 months after October 7th. And that's why I'm getting back to the key point that we need to see, we need to turn around the whole situation. And it's possible, it's doable. The Iran regime wants the whole world to think that the Middle East has always been like this, it will always be like this, and you got better learn how to live with it. No, that's not the case. You know, the Iranian people are the best proof. 85 million population of Iran have rejected this regime. A vast majority of the people are opposed to it. And this is the same signal to all the nations, all the countries in the region, that it's the people power that is stronger than everything else, including the Iranian regime. It will prevail. We need to understand that reality. US, Europe, and other players in the region must understand and accept the reality on the ground that the people of Iran have the right to overturn the situation. You know, there are resistance units in Iran, the young girls and boys who are on a day-to-day basis, they are confronting the Iran regime in Iran. They're, you know, burning pictures of Khamenei and other regime leaders. They're targeting the Revolutionary Guards. Their fight, their resistance should be recognized.
Ali Reza, I thoroughly appreciate your candidness and your expertise on this topic. It just further shows that the Iran regime, these other organizations out in the Middle East, they are in fact not doing it for the people, taking money and resources needed for food and basic necessities to fund these nuclear weapons programs and other things that they are doing. Just tragic that this is still going on despite you and others exposing the nuclear threat several years ago. Truly a pleasure speaking with you bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything we need to be keeping a watchful eye for on the next few days or even hours at this point?
Well, I think today is a reminder to the world about the power of the people, because the nuclear weapons program of the regime that was kept secret, and no one in the world, despite all of the intelligence agencies, satellite, everything, no one knew a thing about this program, yet it was exposed by the organized resistance in Iran, the National Council of Resistance of Iran, and all the other ensuing things that triggered all of the inspections and put the regime in big trouble. These revelations led to 6 UN Security Council resolutions. And the regime became so hostile against this movement, trying to eliminate them, killing their members inside the country, targeting and trying to assassinate their leaders. Why? Because of the power of this movement that has shown the world that even the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, with all the money and resources that they're confiscating from the people in Iran, even they cannot confront the will and the power of the people. This movement has women in the leadership. Mrs. Mariam Rajavi is the leader of this movement, as opposed to the mullahs whose ideology is built on misogyny. This movement has introduced a 10-point plan for the future of Iran that, that says the legitimacy comes from the vote, the ballot box. It believes in separation of religion and state, gender equality, religious tolerance, market economy, peace in Middle East, rehabilitating the environment, and a non-nuclear Iran, Republic Iran. That's why we have seen a lot of support for the movement. There are over 4,000 parliamentarians around the world, including the majority of the U.S. House and a good number of those in the Senate, who have supported this. So I think the solution is before us. The world has to embrace this as a solution and do everything possible to help empower the movement and weaken the regime. And now is the time. And instead of kicking down the count down the road, they need to embrace this solution and end the source of instability and terrorism once and for all.
Ali Reza Jafarzadeh, truly a pleasure. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Appreciate that.
Thank you as well. Giving you a live look now at the Israel-Lebanon border. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with Fox News national correspondent Jeff Paul, who's in Tel Aviv this morning, as, again, Iran could launch its promised attack on Israel within, quote, the next 24 hours. We have the details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. U.S. officials telling Fox that Iran could launch its promised attack on Israel, quote, within the next 24 hours. The Islamic Republic is said to be positioning missiles and drones for a potential strike. Meanwhile, Israel is bracing for the assault, and the U.S. has moved more firepower into the region. Fox News national correspondent Jeff Paul is in Tel Aviv this morning to explain.
It's a nearly daily occurrence along the Israel-Lebanon border. A barrage of drones launched at northern Israel, with the Iron Dome intercepting most that pose a threat. The constant exchange of fire between Hezbollah and Israeli forces only adding to the growing tension in the Middle East.
We are closely following what is happening also in Beirut, in Tehran, and in additional places.
Facing pressure from major world powers, Iran's foreign ministry said on Tuesday that calls for restraint against Israel, quote, lack political logic and contradict principles of international law. What's reportedly now holding Tehran back, a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas.
I really can't speak for what Iran's endgame is, but I can tell you what ours is, and that is to prevent a wider regional war from spreading out within the Middle East.
As Israeli forces continue to operate in and strike Gaza, talks are set to resume Thursday.
Everyone in the region should understand that further attacks only perpetuate conflict, instability, and insecurity for everyone.
The U.S. is adding to its Navy assets in the region 14 warships plus 1 guided missile submarine equipped with over 150 Tomahawk cruise missiles in the anticipation of an attack this week.
The bottom line is, I'm not going to speculate or try to guess when they might attack, other than to say we need to take it seriously, and we are doing that. And so we will be prepared and are prepared.
Tomorrow marks 2 weeks since Iran started threatening Israel with a major attack. And while there is a level of anxiety amongst folks here in Israel, they continue to go about their daily lives as the military stands at peak readiness. In Tel Aviv, Israel, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you so much. And as we get more information into our Live Now from Fox Studios, you'll be the first to know. Now it's 6:18 here on the East Coast, giving you another live look at the Israel-Lebanon border. We're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with the U.S. envoy, as before we came on the air this morning, he met with Lebanese officials as a part of his diplomatic efforts to de-escalate tension in the region. Again, he did hold a brief press conference. I'm going to play those remarks for you when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we further discuss conflict in the Middle East, giving you another live look at the Israel-Lebanon border here at 6:20 on the East Coast. And about an hour and a half ago, before we came on the air, a press conference was held out in Beirut, Lebanon. This after the U.S. envoy met with Lebanese officials as a part of diplomatic efforts to de-escalate tension in the region. I want to play out those remarks for you now.
Just give me 1 minute, all right? Okay, thanks. I can start? Everybody's still yelling, I don't know. Good morning, everyone. When I was last in Lebanon, which was in June, I stood here and I told everyone that I believe that the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel has gone on for long enough. and that diplomatic resolution was both achievable and it was urgent. I think that was true in June, and sadly, it is still very true today. We continue to believe that a diplomatic resolution is achievable because we continue to believe that no one truly wants a full-scale war between Lebanon and Israel, especially not the Lebanese people and the Israeli people. We know it's urgent because the hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel have only escalated since I was here last. Speaker Berry and I had a good conversation about the situation in Lebanon and the need to escalate tensions across the blue line and across the region. President Biden has been working tirelessly to do exactly that, including through an immediate ceasefire and hostage release deal. And he's asked me to come back to Lebanon ahead of the renewed talks this week. Speaker Berry and I also talked about the framework agreement that's on the table for a Gaza ceasefire, and he and I agreed there's no more time to waste, and there's no more valid excuses from any party for any further delay. The deal would also help enable a diplomatic resolution here in Lebanon, and that would prevent an outbreak of a wider war and create the conditions for the displaced Lebanese people to return to their homes in the south and the displaced Israeli residents to return to their homes in their north. Both should be able to do that with safety and security. We have to take advantage of this window for diplomatic action and diplomatic solutions. That time is now. Thank you. I can't hear you. But the message is, my message to the Lebanese people is very simple. I think the United States agrees with the Lebanese people who want to live their lives, to resume their lives with peace and security and prosperity, and not have to live under the constant threat of conflict and war. That is the message that we want for everyone. This region has now suffered enough, and the more time goes by of escalated tensions, the more time goes by of daily conflict, the more the odds and the chances go up for accidents, for mistakes, for inadvertent targets to be hit that could easily cause escalation that gets out of control. And that is why the time is now to get us into a better direction. And for the Lebanese people, my message is clear. What President Biden has said publicly over the last several days, and the message that he has sent in his joint statement together with the leaders of Qatar and Egypt to return to talks with urgency on a ceasefire in Gaza that releases the hostages and sets the conditions to end this war. And here in Lebanon, we believe we can get to end of the conflict now, today. But we recognize that that there are those who want to tie it to other conflicts. That is not our position. We can reach an end to the conflict now, but we understand that we also need to work to get to an end of the conflict in Gaza. I hope so, and I believe so.
So brief comments there from the U.S. envoy in answering one media question. He's out there to meet with Lebanese officials to discuss de-escalating tension in the Middle East. Let's go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Staying on top of your international headlines at this hour, but transitioning to the very latest of the Russia-Ukraine war. We're learning this morning the Ukrainian military forces, they're bolstering their offensive across the border in Russia's Kursk region. The uptick in activity sending shockwaves to residents, with many more evacuating at this hour. Fox News' Gary Baumgarten giving us a closer look at the response as the more than 2-year-long war rages on.
After more than a week of Ukraine's incursion into Russian territory, military officials are informing President Volodymyr Zelensky that they continue making gains across the border in Russia's Kursk region.
74 settlements are under our control. Fights are ongoing along the entire front line. The situation, despite the high intensity of combat, is under control. We continue to conduct the operation.
This campaign is the largest attack in the war since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. Anti-tank systems, called Dragon Teeth, can be seen along the border as Moscow forces fight back. But the encroaching conflict is forcing more Russian residents to evacuate their homes.
Helicopters and planes fly over the yard, and shells were flying. What could we do? We left everything behind.
Thousands who fled now line up to get clothes and food at aid centers as many wait out the barrage in temporary shelters oceans away. President Joe Biden says he's maintaining close contact with the Ukrainians.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for
President Zelensky telling his people they can't let up their momentum.
Ukrainians are capable of achieving our goals in any situation, capable of defending our interests and our independence.
This, as Ukraine's foreign ministry says, they have no intent of occupying any Russian territory. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much. And as we get updates this morning related to the Russia-Ukraine war, also related to conflicts in the Middle East, you'll be the first to know. We continue to check in with our content partners over at Reuters and the Associated Press, also Fox News Channel for those updates. The time now 6:31 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to Geneva, Switzerland, I'm noticing a live event underway. The details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look this morning out in Geneva, Switzerland. You're taking a live look inside the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. They're reviewing the UK with a special session. They're expected to discuss recent events in which right-wing agitators fueled a week of anti-immigrant violence by circulating misinformation about the identity of a suspect from a knife attack. We're told that knife attack involved the killing of 3 young girls in the English seaside town of Southport back on July 29th. So let's listen in to this conversation that is ongoing now at 6:34 here on the East Coast. And of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
The first Mr. Cook's question to my colleagues, as that's not for me. Yes, but I think is my answer to Mr. Stavronaki, if I can put it like that. The idea of the Sentencing Council is that it does produce these guidelines that they can't constitute positive action because each case needs to be adjudicated on its merits. It needs to be assessed fairly. We can't treat a like case differently from a similar case based purely on the ethnicity of the defendant. I think the answer in part here, of course, particularly where there are inherent biases in the judicial decision-making, is, of course, to have a more diverse judiciary. And that is one of the things that still is very much a priority that is left over from the work on the Lamy Review. It's something that is a priority for my new minister in particular. I will note, of course, the first minority ethnic person to hold the role of Lord Chancellor in the United Kingdom as well. And so, therefore, by having a more diverse judiciary, you also, therefore, have a judiciary that better represents the population and is better sensitised to these issues. So it's not about interfering with individual cases, it's about looking at the corpus of decision-making as a whole. I think I'm passing to Lizzie now.
Thank you, Rob. To address Mr. Cook's question about whether there is a definition of Islamophobia in law, there is not. Anti-Muslim hatred is part of the same legislative framework as for all hate crimes regarding religion and any intersection between religion and race. The previous government had been considering a cross-party definition but did not adopt it, and we don't yet have a position on it. The new UK government does not yet have a position on it. Thank you. May I now invite my colleagues from Northern Ireland to comment on various matters.
Thank you. Mr. Cook mentioned it, but it's important to say that it's relevant context to say that it was indeed following criticism and in response to the review of the police response to the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 that in Northern Ireland the police service set up the strategic community engagement team. The Police Service of Northern Ireland hosts regular reference engagement and listening events with communities from across Northern Ireland. The most recent event with stakeholders from ethnic minority communities took place in March 2024 and included a discussion on the PSNI's Race Action Plan currently being developed, which is key to ensuring that the ethnic minority community have an opportunity to feed into its development so that it's fit for purpose when complete. The notes from all of these events are publicly available on the PSNI website. In reference to the use of stop and search powers, these are examined on a regular basis, and use of force and stop and search powers are reviewed on a regular basis by the Police Service for Northern Ireland. The PSNI holds service accountability panel meetings which provide community-focused scrutiny regarding the use of policing powers. And the PSNI frequently tasks in-depth research to be carried out regarding the use of police powers on particular sections of the Northern Ireland community. And when complete, these are presented to a service accountability panel. The PSNI indeed has recently completed a number of studies relating to the use of stop and search powers on members of the Irish traveller community. All stop and search counters must be recorded on body-worn video footage when such a device is worn by the searching officer. Under guidance issued last year, police supervisors are also review a sample of stop and search body-worn footage. This includes reviewing a sample of footage for use of force, traffic stops, stop and search and domestic incidents, and the guidance for that is kept under constant review. At the Service Accountability Panel meeting in June 2024, it was noted that during 2023-24, the average monthly usage of body-worn video had been 92%, and that the trend for usage over the period had been steady, and it increased 3 percentage points on the same period the previous year. Reflecting on protests, I mean, all significant policing activity in Northern Ireland, should that be the policing of events, protests, and indeed search activity, is routinely accompanied by a detailed community impact assessment. This allows for a careful consideration of the potential impact of the police activity and how it can be managed and mitigated. We have particular arrangements around accountability for the Police Service of Northern Ireland. We have the Northern Ireland Policing Board, the Office of the Police Ombudsman, and policing and community safety partnerships at a local level that provide scrutiny of the Police Service's actions. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to the questions on the Scottish Government and the next steps that we are taking in relation to the race equality framework and the strategy, we are considering what this should be and look to engage with a range of stakeholders next month so that we can begin co-producing a shared strategic vision to build a fairer Scotland. We have, however, are in the position of having a short-term anti-racism interim governance group which was set up to develop anti-racism infrastructure, and this was established in April 2022 and made recommendations on the establishment of the Anti-Racism Observatory. This is a significant step forward in how the Scottish Government is tackling structural racism. Although its functions are yet to be finalised, it is anticipated that they will include community and co-production, skills building, accountability, a repository of anti-racism related policies and initiatives, data and research, partnerships, public narrative and cultural engagement, and advocacy to advocate for power redistribution on decision making and to be a champion for competent education and understanding of anti-racism. Once implemented, it is anticipated that the Observatory will focus on developing strategic partnerships across all sectors to collaboratively embed anti-racism change. And this includes working collectively with third sector organisations to ensure lived experience and co-production are at the heart of driving meaningful change for diverse communities across Scotland. We do recognise that to effectively address racial inequality and racism, it is crucial that we have robust accountability mechanisms and oversight in place, and that we measure and evidence outcomes and progress. In relation to Gypsy Travellers, I'll pick up on 2 points. One, which was is a question about what practical steps we're taking with this group, and the second being the evidence in relation to police and prisoners. So, the Scottish Government published a Gypsy Traveller Action Plan in October 2019, which set out concrete steps for improving outcomes for Gypsy travellers, which consisted of 33 actions across areas such as accommodation, health, education and non-discrimination, and the plan expired in 2023. Our initial findings show that good progress has been made in most areas. We then undertook a listening exercise with Gypsy travellers to understand what their priorities are in order to develop the next phase of this, and we aim to publish the new action plan at the end of summer 2024 with new targeted, specific and measurable actions. So data is not currently published on the number of Gypsy travellers and Roma people in the criminal justice system, but a review of data on ethnicity in the justice system in Scotland, published in 2023, suggested that, in general, the number of people from minority ethnic groups is broadly representative of the wider population. And a final note on policing. Police Scotland is delivering a substantial programme of work aimed at transforming its culture, enhancing recruitment, leadership and training to develop a culture which reflects its values of integrity, fairness, respect and commitment to upholding human rights. And as a result of the review, which was referenced earlier, the Chief Constable established a standing independent review group to provide critical oversight of equality matters. This review group will deliver its final report to the Scottish Police Authority by the end of this month, and following from that, further actions will be taken. And in relation to AI and policing, on live facial recognition, the Police Scotland and the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner are undertaking a public consultation of its use in coming year to make sure if it is adopted in Scotland, then its use is proportionate and ethical. And I will pass to my colleagues in the Welsh Government.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Riaz Hassan from Welsh Government. I'll be coming to answer two questions from Mr. Coote with regards to the updated information on the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan, and then I'll be covering the representation. With regards to the latest information, we have published the plan, as you know, in June 2022. We then published the first annual report last December, shows the impact of the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan. The Senate Equality in Social Justice Inquiry undertaken to check the implementation of our plan and provided 10 recommendations, which we are currently considering. We are embedding the last 2 years' learning and undertaking a review of the plan, so there will be refreshed goals and actions, which we will be publishing in this autumn. We are also undertaking a governance structure review, which will be completed the same time. With regards to our external accountability group, they have asked all our policies area to prioritize implication of their specific policies area on themes such as leadership, data, Gypsy Roma traveler, intersectionality, positive action in how we can strengthen the complaint system. We are also establishing 4 regional forums to directly engage our ethnic minority peoples and to be accountable to them to check if they see a visible and tangible difference in their lived experiences. In terms of the monitoring and the impact of the plan, there is Disparity Evidence Unit. They're developing the impact framework, which will ensure the measurement and the impact of the plan, not just inside the Welsh Government, but is for the wider public sector. They will be publishing this impact framework in autumn. In terms of the representation, the Welsh Government co-fund with the National Lottery the Equal Power, Equal Voice mentoring program, and that is specifically to increase the diversity of representation in public and political life in Wales. The program is available to any person who's age 18 or over living in Wales who identify as Black, Asian and ethnic minority person. The initiative been very, very successful. I'll be more than happy to share some data on this, but this initiative increased the people who participated, their confidence from 20% to 81%. And there are other initiatives in terms of board representation, but I'm conscious of the time. Thank you.
I thank the delegation for their replies. I will now open the floor for brief follow-up questions by country rapporteurs and other members of the committee, as well as replies from the delegation. We can allocate 2 minutes for each question, and this phase will take 35 minutes overall. I first give the floor to the rapporteurs, and the list of speakers is open. I have Mr. Amir, Mr. Yuen, Ms. Shepherd on my list, and Mr. Diaby. The list and Ms. Lakula. List is open. Mr. Coote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all the extra information that was provided by the members of the delegation. I'm going to raise one issue that I had in my list, but didn't have time last time. The Windrush scandal. The Windrush generation, those who arrived in the UK from Caribbean countries between 1948 and 73, they were British subjects, free to permanently live and work in the UK. They were affected by the government's hostile environment legislation in 2012, which tasked landlords, banks, employers, and many others with enforcing immigration control, especially for undocumented migrants. In 2017, it appeared that hundreds of Commonwealth citizens, mostly of Black Caribbean heritage, including many from the Windrush generation, had been systematically wrongly detained, denied legal rights, including the right to work and access NHS healthcare services, and in many cases deported. In 2020, an independent report, the Windrush Lessons Learned Review, was published with 30 recommendations. But the recommendations from the review, it appears, have only been partially implemented by the UK government. Now, apparently, according to the information that we receive, there is a general agreement that it was something that should never have happened. So nobody contests that. The problem is, there are information that people continue to face serious difficulties accessing the complex and inaccessible Windrush compensation scheme meant to remedy losses and negative impacts on people's lives with legal aid unavailable to claimants. What is the latest situation on that? What are the plans to redress the wrongs that everybody agrees were committed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kut. Ms. Stavrinaki, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to raise another issue that was also discussed in the report by the working group of experts on people of African descent. Because on the one hand, we discussed these guidelines on sentencing, and on the other hand, we have information on the outcome of joint enterprise prosecutions and the disproportionate impact on young male people of persons of African descent, and the new figures show that black people, I quote, are 16 times more likely to be prosecuted under these laws. So we understand that this is exactly what the problem of the outcome of these practices can be, the breach of racial discrimination, because it perpetuates, it establishes like a channel where people are introduced and then they cannot, they cannot leave this problematic, path that leads them to criminal justice system. And so guidelines for judiciary cannot combat this issue. Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you very much for your answers so far and for this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stavrinaki. We'll now proceed to brief questions from other members of the committee. First speaker is Mr. Amir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me 2 minutes. For talking again on a subject which is, in my view, in the view also of history, that England must recognize the crime which has been done in 1947 when not recognizing in conformity of the Council of Tutelle of the United Nations at the time. And it happened here, in the place we are meeting today, where our committee is meeting. It happened here. What happened? The Council of Tutelle decided to organize, to tell England to organize a council, to organize a right for the domination and perhaps get to independence. It happened that Sykes-Picot talks, which were confidential, which happened in Paris after the fall of the empire of Muslims in the Middle East. What happened? It happened that the independence or right of self-determination has not been offered to the Palestinian people. All of the countries, Arab countries, have been got independence, but Palestine. So what happened? It happened that until today, the Palestinians have no people, no land, nothing. Just people getting around the world without any spirit to come back somehow, someday, to their country. So, what I'm asking, Mr. Chair, is that England must accept to repair the fault which has been done at that time and see an issue which will give honor and dignity to Palestinians. So here we are. We have been talking about terrorism.
Yes, Mr. Amir, but we need to move forward.
I'm finishing. Okay, you are right, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Amir. Please note we are discussing the implementation of the convention in the United Kingdom contemporarily. And we take interest in your, of course, in your responses. Mr. Yuen, your next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my address will concern the issues of the Chagosian. So paragraph 22 of the list of themes requests the State Party to inform this committee on the measures adopted by the State Party to withdraw all discriminatory restrictions on the Chagosians from entering Diego Garcia and other islands in the Chagos, and to hold full and meaningful consultations to facilitate their return to their islands and to provide them with an effective remedy, including compensation. In February 2019, the ICJ found that the excision of the Chagos from the territory of Mauritius shortly before the latter was granted its independence was illegal, and that the Chagosian who had been removed therefrom to make place for a military base had the right to return. In May 2019, the UN General Assembly welcomed that judgment and granted the delay of some months for UK to implement the decision. Neither the UK nor the US seems to have made any significant move to comply with their international obligations. The response of the State Party at paragraphs 262 to 265 of the present report is unsatisfactory. While expressing its regret at the way the Chagosians have been treated in relation to their removal from the Chagos, there is no proposal for any measure of reparation. In 2022, UK passed a law whereby it offered British passports and citizenship to the Chagosians living in Mauritius. A few Chagosians flew to Crawley, United Kingdom, hoping they would have a better life. And of the latest influx of some 77 Chagosians who arrived at Gatwick Airport in June this year, only 40 were provided with accommodation. The remaining 37 who did not qualify had to be sheltered in a rest center. Another group was reported to be living in tents pitched on a former car park. Questioned by the media, a representative of the Chagosians stated that given the option, the Chagosians would choose going back to live in the Chagos. So could the delegation inform if the UK intends to comply with the recommendations of the committee regarding the right of return of the Chagosians to their homes in the Chagos, which comprises some 60 islands? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Yuen. The next speaker is Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and may I welcome back the delegation, the head of delegation, and all in attendance today. So my first question also relates to the theme for today that speaks to the Windrush issue. Of course, it's of much concern still, and I know the concerns about violations have been already outlined by the country rapporteur. But I observe that paragraphs 3 and 4 of the State Party report mention the Williams Review of 2020, led by Wendy Williams, which the State Party indicates has been crucial in implementing evidence-based measures to improve outcomes for ethnic minorities. However, the recent High Court judicial review in July 2024 found that the Home Office had indirectly discriminated against Windrush victims in violation of Article 14 of the European Convention on Human Rights due to its decision to abandon plans for migrants commissioner. In response to this finding, what steps will the state party take, or what steps are being taken to address this issue? And will the state party consider establishing a commissioner specifically focused on the Windrush scandal and the shortcomings of the compensation scheme? And my second question, Chair, I place under special measures, list of themes, paragraph 11, as the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent was designed to encourage special measures to improve the conditions of people of African descent in the state, in various states parties, in all our states parties actually. So in regard to one of the standard paragraphs of the committee, which we stated in the last concluding observations relating to the UN International Decade for People of African Descent, which ends at the end of this year, by the way, did the state party launch the decade officially as encouraged by the program of activities? What were some of the unrealized aspects of the program of activities for the international decade, in your view? Would the state party be willing to support the implementation of a second decade as that's being called for now? And what would you regard as your main priority for that second decade? I'm speaking it into being, so I'm saying when it is declared. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. And the next speaker on my list is Ms. Lakula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the delegation. Welcome back, and to everyone in the room. And I will be raising my questions as the follow-up rapporteur to engage the state party on the recommendations that the committee made in the follow-up paragraphs, and also in the paragraphs dealing with issues of particular importance. I'll start with counter-terrorism measures. And the recommendation that the committee made was that the state party should review the anti-terrorism legislation and its counter-terrorism strategy and their impact on ethnic and ethno-religious groups protected by the convention. And in the current report, you have stated that the review of the strategy took place in 2018. Can you please provide us with update on the implementation of the recommendations that were made by the review panel? Ms. Shepherd has raised issues regarding the International Decade of People of African Descent, but I have a specific question, and the question in this regard, following up on the recommendations that the committee made, is whether the Inclusive Britain Action Plan and the racial equality strategy in Northern Ireland and the anti-racist Wales action plan, do these action plans specifically deal with discrimination against people of African descent? The other questions, I think the last one, Chair, that I have is on the Gypsies, Romas and Travelers. And as far as England is concerned, in the responses given by the state party, we are provided with information on travel sites for the travelers, no information on provision of housing for the Romas and the Gypsies in England. And in Northern Ireland, the Irish Travellers Accommodation Strategy 2021 and 2020 to 2026 is now halfway. And what I want to find out is whether you have done a mid-term evaluation of the strategy, and if you did so, what are the results of that evaluation? Also, we have not been provided with any information regarding the provision of health or discrimination in health and employment against the Gypsies, Roma and Travelers in the report. I will appreciate if this information can be provided to us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Kula. The next speaker will be Mr. Sibande. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I hope I manage within 2 minutes. Being my first time to speak to the delegation, I would like also to welcome the delegation to this interactive dialogue. My first question refers to some of the responses yesterday. A couple of times the delegation referred to the point that there's a new government in UK. I just want the delegation to clarify that point, because when there was a response to do with sports, the response was that we are not sure if this new government would want to legislate in that area. However, looking at the convention, this convention is supposed to stand whether there is a new government or no new government. So when the responses are saying there's a new government, it makes the committee a bit worried that whether there'll be a commitment. So I just want a clarification from the delegation with this reference to the new government. The second issue is that I want the delegation, or the committee would want the delegation, to give a little bit more update on how the UK government has been making sure that the convention is being implemented and supported in areas supported by the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. I understand that the British government provides support to many countries in the area of human rights, but we would want the committee to be updated on how the UK government has made sure that problems of discrimination among ethnic groups in different countries that are being supported by the British are being addressed. It's at the same point that I would want the delegation to reflect on the position of the UK government when it relates to Commonwealth. It says that according to the British government, on the information that it has published, the UK government works with the Commonwealth Secretariat to ensure that the Commonwealth is able to promote democratic principles and human rights. I would want the delegation to update the committee on the initiatives and programs that have been led by the UK government to make sure that issues of discrimination against ethnic groups in different Commonwealth countries have been addressed. On the same point, I would want the delegation to speak more, because under the paragraph 93 of the State Party report, not much information has been given on the British overseas territories. So when we look at the information that is available, say that the UK government retains responsibility on defense, foreign relations, internal security, and the ultimate responsibility of good governance. Therefore, the delegation should update the committee on the programs that have been initiated in these British overseas territories, making sure that the convention is implemented and then issues of discrimination are being addressed, especially by ethnic minorities in those British overseas territories. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sibande. Now Mr. Diaby, then Mr. Bia. Mr. Diaby.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the delegation for their replies so far. Two small, short questions, Chair. Would the delegation mind providing additional information on the measures that they have taken or plan on taking to commemorate the Decade of People of African Descent? Thinking about measures for reparative justice over everything that could have happened. Additionally, second point, would the delegation mind providing more information on measures seeking to redress the forced assimilation of Sigana, the travelers, in Scottish society, and to ensure that the victims and the families are part of all initiatives seeking to provide a solution to the situation? Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to extend a warm welcome to the delegation, since this is the first time that I am taking the floor. I have one or two questions on racial discrimination in the workplace. And you notice perhaps that I hesitated to raise my hand because I'm not sure if it's at this point that I may be able to raise that question. If it's not, then I will ask the question later on.
Mr. Guisset, a very short question, yes, referring to this segment. Please, Mr. Guisset.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is about this, but as you know, things are moving fast. Well, first, I would like to thank the delegation. This is also the first time that I'm taking the floor. I wanted to speak earlier, but I believe the Chair didn't see my nameplate. And I wanted to thank you for this very dynamic dialogue. And also thank civil society for their significant participation, always clarifying and edifying. A comment about a question I had the day before yesterday when we met with civil society. Overall, we can note in the United Kingdom some trends. The regularization of xenophobia, some hate speech with consequences that we all know, and also what I might call the liberalization of racist remarks. But what is concerning is that we might say that the UK is perceived as a model for inclusiveness when compared to other Republican models. There's a greater level of pluralism, and that is quite visible. And if we look at the current situation, because it is relevant to look at the previous situation to know where we are coming from. And I was saying the day before yesterday that Brexit was seen by some as an issue. And after Brexit in 2022, we could see that there were some laws about minorities. And we know where that led to with the deportation of several or many migrants. So given that we have an opportunity to have political representatives here, what exactly is the responsibility of public actors? I'm speaking here about men and women who are in charge, and also the media. What are the responsibilities of the political leaders? Because we do see these trends trying to regularize xenophobia and hate speech at the political level. So what are some preventive actions that are being taken? Especially that I'm interested in knowing. What preventive actions are being taken to avoid that situation from arising? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Guisset. Well, let's add a bit of additional time to the delegation so that they could have 20 minutes, please, in total. My second remark is that some questions referred to the next segment, and we will deal with economic, social, cultural rights in the context of ethnic minorities after the short break. So if the delegation thinks they could provide answers to these questions later, that's all right. So please provide replies that are possible to provide in 20 minutes. And if something requires additional feedback or retrieve data, just as previously, we may also receive information in writing. Without further delay.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. We are live in Geneva, Switzerland. The UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, they were reviewing a recent UK riots and anti-immigrant violence that's been going on out in that area. That video on the right side of your screen putting that recent violence and riot into perspective. Now at 7:12 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the 7 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning, now at 7:14 on the East Coast. We want to hit some of your breaking news headlines this morning, transitioning to a topic many of you all are discussing this morning as it relates to Tropical Storm Ernesto. We're learning that Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, they are bracing for possible flash flooding from Tropical Storm Ernesto. I want to give you some of the latest video we have into our Live Now from Fox Studios, putting this storm into perspective. Forecasters warning this morning that the storm could cause heavy damage to the region. Fox weather correspondent Nicole Valdez joining us now with the latest details.
Tropical Storm Ernesto continues gaining strength in the Caribbean. Forecasters predicting the storm will reach hurricane strength in the next 24 hours. Several islands now on hurricane watch, including Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
The biggest thing that concerns us about this system first is the large amount of rain that may be falling in between 2 to 3 days. We're talking between 6 to 8 inches.
Concerns over flooding and blackouts led officials to activate the National Guard in Puerto Rico. The start of classes also canceled in public schools, and more than 300 shelters were opened to help anyone impacted by the storm.
It is a given fact that 50-mile-per-hour winds are going to cause a high level of disruption in certain areas.
Authorities now urging residents across the region to be on guard. Heavy rains could trigger landslides and flash flooding. A potentially life-threatening storm surge is also expected. In St. Thomas, one charter boat company says they've already begun bracing for the storm early.
So we've spent, the last 24 hours kind of getting ready, preparing all the boats. So now what I do basically is I'll check on them throughout the day today, this evening and then tomorrow morning as well.
And we're expecting to start to feel the impacts of Ernesto here in Puerto Rico and on the U.S. Virgin Islands late Tuesday into early Wednesday. In San Juan, Puerto Rico, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Nicole, thank you so much for that update and giving you a live look at our XRAD system so you can see the current track of Tropical Storm Ernesto. The National Hurricane Center holding their latest briefing. I want to play that for you now.
Still 60 miles per hour, so still a decent tropical storm. Pressure's down a little bit, 1,001 millibars, moving off to the west-northwest, 18 miles per hour. Millibars moving off to the west-northwest, 18 miles per hour. But more importantly than this is going to be the hazards that are going to unfold over the next couple hours and that have been unfolding over the Leeward Islands here in the form of wind. These wind squalls are coming through, producing very heavy winds and rain. So conditions are improving in Guadeloupe as Ernesto moves away and will soon start improving in Antigua and Barbuda. But for those of you in the British and U.S. Virgin Islands, conditions are going to go downhill rapidly over the next several hours. And certainly by sunset, conditions are going to be pretty rough in the Virgin Islands. And then for Puerto Rico, now at first glance of this cone, it looks like, and you're going to want to think, well, it's going to pass off to the north, and I've dodged a bullet in Puerto Rico. But that's not the case, because you're still going to have tropical storm force winds in these outer rain bands wrapping around. And speaking of these outer rain bands, the potential for significant heavy rain falling even well outside the cone exists, and that's why we have a flood watch in effect for Puerto Rico. Now, what does a flood watch mean? That doesn't mean that the flooding has yet started, but conditions are conducive for flooding to happen in Puerto Rico tonight. So, bottom line, if you're listening to us from Puerto Rico, not a good night to be driving. So let's go home and stay put the rest of the night and avoid these treacherous driving conditions. One more water-based hazard to talk about: rip currents. Rip currents are going to be one of the big stories of this storm, not only for the main area being impacted here in Puerto Rico, where you can see rip current risk is high, but also even along the east coast of the United States. Now, why is that going to be the case? Because as Ernesto pulls out into the open waters of the western Atlantic, it will strengthen significantly, potentially becoming a powerful hurricane. And what you see here behind me is the wave field, the waves, the ocean waves that will be generated by those strong winds. These brighter colors here indicate ocean waves of over 40 feet in height. All of this energy will start to propagate towards the east coast of the United States later in the work week and especially on the weekend, which is going to greatly enhance the risk of rip currents for the weekend. So if you're headed to the beach this weekend along the east coast of the United States, please make sure to check the beach conditions. If you don't know, ask a lifeguard. Always swim near a lifeguard if possible. That's it for us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with more updates, and as always, you can get the latest information from hurricanes.gov.
And we appreciate the National Hurricane Center for that detailed report. And I want to put the latest of Tropical Storm Ernesto into perspective for you. Now it's 7:20 here on the East Coast. You're getting a live look at the U.S. Virgin Islands, and you can see overcast skies, very cloudy, also rain already in the forecast. You can see some water droplets there on the camera lens. So we'll continue to update you on Tropical Storm Ernesto as we get more details into our Live Now from Fox Studio. Also, there is the threat that it could gain strength and form into a hurricane. So just a lot of moving parts with this storm. Again, you can get the latest details right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 7:21 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to the very latest as relates to conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look at this hour at the Israel-Lebanon border. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Mediators are hoping to kickstart stalled ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas with a new round of talks meant to finally clinch a deal between the sides. But the chances of a breakthrough appear slim at this hour. The new talks are set to begin this morning, but Israel and Hamas have been mulling an internationally backed proposal for more than 2 months that would wind down the 10-month-long war and free the roughly 110 hostages still held in Gaza. Meanwhile, the fighting in Gaza rages on. The hostages continue to languish in captivity, and fears of an all-out regional war involving Iran and one of its regional proxies, Hezbollah, has surged. Well, joining us live this morning to further discuss this breaking news alert is the Deputy Director of the National Council of Resistance of Iran and U.S. Representative Office, Alireza Jafarzadeh. Good morning to you, Alireza. Always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning to you, Janae. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So a lot to discuss this morning as relates to this breaking news alert. If we can first discuss the conflict with Iran out in the Middle East, if you could catch us up, please.
Well, you know, the whole world is trying to prevent, you know, a further advancement of a crisis there. But we must keep in mind that the Iranian regime has been at the center of the crisis for over 4 decades. They are the main instigator of all of these crises, whether it's a nuclear issue or terrorism or regional conflict. The head of the stake of war and terror lies in Tehran. And that's why you can do whatever you want to do. You can bring in all the parties. You can talk about negotiations. At the end of the day, the single most destructive party that wants to sabotage peace in the Middle East, wants to keep terrorism alive and continuing, and wants to suppress the people of Iran is actually those ruling in Tehran, the mullahs ruling in Tehran. And therefore, the solution, the long-term, long-lasting peace in the Middle East will never come so long as the mullahs are in power. The solution lies in in crushing the head of the snake, which is basically the responsibility of the people of Iran. That's what's really happening on the ground in Iran, and that's something that everyone has to understand and make that the focal point, standing on the side of the people of Iran to bring about change that would affect the whole region.
Absolutely. And as we discuss the current threat of Iran, Alireza, we must discuss that nuclear program and the timing. I know on this day back in 2002 that a nuclear program was exposed. You were actually very pivotal in exposing that program. If we fast forward to today, that threat is still there of nuclear power. What needs to happen so this threat no longer exists?
Well, you know, first of all, now the world knows that the nuclear program of the Iran regime has always been about nuclear weapons. It was never a civilian, peaceful program. Second, as you mentioned, the Iranian resistance played a huge role in exposing something that, you know, no one knew in the world about it. And when we exposed the nuclear site in Natanz, which is a uranium enrichment facility, and the site in Iraq, which is a heavy water facility, on this day in Washington, D.C., that triggered the inspections of Iranian nuclear sites by the UN nuclear watchdog known as the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. And then since then, those inspections have continued. And then, you know, gradually, you know, every few weeks we had another press conference exposing another aspect of the nuclear weapons program of the Iran regime. Within 2 or 3 years, we had presented a complete picture of the nuclear weapons program, both in terms of the fissile material, which is the core that is needed to build a bomb, but also about the weaponization part of it, turning that into a nuclear warhead, and also the delivery system. All of that was available to the world. Instead, the international community chose to get into negotiations with Tehran, you know, giving them concessions. Basically, at the end of the day, they legitimized the nuclear weapons program of the Iranian regime. And that's why 22 years later, you know, how would the world think about this situation today? That not only that program that we exposed, it was in the initial stages, has now developed into a full-scale program, but also the world has legitimized it. They had the UN Security Council resolutions, all of them lifted. And that's a major crisis that we're facing. Honestly speaking, I can't see any other pathway to ending the nuclear threat of the Iran regime so long as the mullahs are in power. So the solution on that end also lies in a free and democratic Republic Iran.
Ali Reza, I think you sum it up perfectly, and it's pretty sad if we're being candid. 22 years later, as you so eloquently put it, we're still dealing with this nuclear weapons threat. And putting it into perspective, you know, Israel currently bracing for a retaliatory threat from Iran from those recent attacks. So people wanting to know if you have any inside information. We keep hearing the term, well, within the next 24 hours it can happen, and that's been said for the past few days. What is going on currently with Israel and Iran?
Well, you know, the Iranian regime is in a dilemma. It's a very awkward situation for them. On the one hand, Tehran has been receiving a lot of blows over the past few years, starting with the, Qasem Soleimani, the terror master, taken out by the United States in January of 2020. And then they had the crash of the helicopter of their repressive president Ibrahim Raisi a couple months ago, and on top of all of those things is a very discontent population who want change in Iran. So the Iran regime has to somehow project power, and that aura of invincibility and power has been badly shattered, both by the blows outside, but by the uprisings in all 31 provinces of Iran inside the country. So they need to do something that would be face-saving, but something that they wouldn't have to pay the consequences. That's a sort of an impossible situation to pull, and that's what they're stuck at. But I think in the midst of all of these things, the reality that the world has to see is that the Iran regime is weak, is vulnerable. They're not 10 feet tall the way they want to project it, even though they're spending billions of dollars funding these terror groups in the region, funding their nuclear weapons program, which, by the way, over the past 3-4 decades has cost the Iran regime $2 trillion of the resources of the country that should have been used for the people, for improving the economy. To the contrary, 80% of the people in Iran live below the poverty line, a very oil-rich country of Iran. So that's why this is the regime that you're facing, a vulnerable, a weak regime. And that's why no matter what people will do today, tomorrow, or next week, we need to think about a long-lasting and overall policy regarding Iran, a brand new approach towards Iran that would see the realities, on the one side, the weakness of the regime, and on the other side, recognizing the legitimate right of the people of Iran to bring about change in Iran that would impact everything. It would dry out the sources of terrorism in the region, dry out the nuclear threat, the missile threat, and the drone threat, and would see a free and prosperous Iran.
I'm so glad you mentioned the threats in the region. As we discuss, those ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas, hopefully getting underway again today. We know they were stalled for some time. Do you think that's why it's taking so long? Because there are so many threats out there in the Middle East, it's kind of hard to hone in on one specific one.
Well, Gina, as I mentioned earlier, the epicenter of all the crises and the threats actually lies in Tehran. Back in 1993, there was a peace agreement signed between the Palestinians, the Israelis, and the United States. The people of Iran endorsed it, supported that. But the single most destructive party that has always wanted to sabotage peace in the Middle East has been the Iran regime. The way they have created these groups, they've funded and trained these groups. Hezbollah in Lebanon is basically running and operating entirely on the funding and training and the resources and the backing of the Iran regime. The same situation exists in Syria and Iraq. So you look at the whole region, as you suggested, You see the footstep of the Iranian regime behind it. And that's why, you see the dragging. You see that things are not going really, at the end of the day, they're not going anywhere. And the source of crisis and instability is not being eliminated. And that's why, I'm not surprised to see nothing being resolved 10 months after October 7th. And that's why I'm getting back to the key point that we need to see, we need to turn around the whole situation. And it's possible, it's doable. The Iran regime wants the whole world to think that the Middle East has always been like this, it will always be like this, and you better learn how to live with it. No, that's not the case. The Iranian people are the best proof. 85 million population of Iran have rejected this regime. A vast majority of the people are opposed to it. And this is the same signal to all the nations, all the countries in the region, that it's the people power that is stronger than everything else, including the Iran regime. It will prevail. We need to understand that reality. US, Europe, and other players in the region must understand and accept the reality on the ground that the people of Iran have the right to overturn the situation. There are resistance units in Iran, the young girls and boys who are on a day-to-day basis, they are confronting the Iran regime in Iran. They're, burning pictures of Khamenei and other regime leaders. They're targeting the Revolutionary Guards. Their fight, their resistance should be recognized.
Ali Reza, I thoroughly appreciate your candidness and your expertise on this topic. It just further shows that the Iran regime, these other organizations out in the Middle East, they are in fact not doing it for the people, taking money and resources needed for food and basic necessities to fund these nuclear weapons programs and other things that they are doing. Just tragic that this is still going on despite you and others exposing the nuclear threat several years ago. Truly a pleasure speaking with you bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything we need to be keeping a watchful eye for on the next few days or even hours at this point?
Well, I think today is a reminder to the world about the power of the people, because the nuclear weapons program of the regime that was kept secret, and no one in the world, despite all of the intelligence agencies, satellite, everything, no one knew a thing about this program, yet it was exposed by the organized resistance in Iran, the National Council of Resistance of Iran, and all the other ensuing things that triggered all of the inspections and put the regime in big trouble. These revelations led to 6 UN Security Council resolutions. And the regime became so hostile against this movement, trying to eliminate them, killing their members inside the country, targeting and trying to assassinate their leaders. Why? Because of the power of this movement that has shown the world that even the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, with all the money and resources that they're confiscating from the people in Iran, even they cannot confront the will and the power of the people. This movement has women in the leadership. Mrs. Mariam Rajavi is the leader of this movement, as opposed to the mullahs whose ideology is built on misogyny. This movement has introduced a 10-point plan for the future of Iran that, that says the legitimacy comes from the vote, the ballot box. It believes in separation of religion and state, gender equality, religious tolerance, market economy, peace in Middle East, rehabilitating the environment, and a non-nuclear Iran, Republic Iran. That's why we have seen a lot of support for the movement. There are over 4,000 parliamentarians around the world, including the majority of the U.S. House and a good number of those in the Senate, who have supported this. So I think the solution is before us. The world has to embrace this as a solution and do everything possible to help empower the movement and weaken the regime. And now is the time. And instead of kicking down the count down the road, they need to embrace this solution and end the source of instability and terrorism once and for all.
Ali Reza Jafarzadeh, truly a pleasure. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Appreciate that.
And as we further discuss breaking news headlines related to conflict in the Middle East this morning, U.S. officials are warning that Iran and its allied groups may be planning a significant assault on Israel at any moment. Mike Emanuel joining us from Washington this morning to explain.
The Islamic Republic is said to be positioning missiles and drones for a potential strike. The United States is moving more firepower into the region as Israel braces for the assault. It happens almost every day along the Israel-Lebanon border, a barrage of drones targeting northern Israel, with the Iron Dome intercepting most. Tensions are heightened in the Middle East as the U.S. prepares for what's to come.
We've, of course, seen the public messaging that has come out, whether it be from Hezbollah or from Iran. And that's why the secretary made the decision that he did to bolster our force posture in the region.
Under pressure from global powers, Iran's foreign ministry criticized calls for restraint as, quote, lacking logic and contradicting international law. A complication for Tehran is a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. focus is clear.
I really can't speak for what Iran's endgame is, but I can tell you what ours is, and that is to prevent a wider regional war from spreading out within the Middle East.
Talks are scheduled to resume on Thursday, but if Iran attacks, it could derail the conversation.
Everyone in the region should understand that further attacks only perpetuate conflict, instability, and insecurity for everyone.
The United States ramping up its naval presence in the region with 14 warships and a guided missile submarine carrying more than 150 Tomahawk missiles. Today marks 2 weeks since Iran and its proxies started threatening Israel with a major attack. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much for that detailed report. Now at 7:40 on the East Coast, giving you a live look at the Israel-Lebanon border. And we know early this morning, we got to check in with the U.S. envoy who's out there in Lebanon discussing de-escalation tactics for a conflict with the Middle East. I want to play those brief comments for you now.
Just give me 1 minute, all right? Okay, I can start? Everybody's still yelling, I don't know. Good morning, everyone. When I was last in Lebanon, which was in June, I stood here and I told everyone that I believe that the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel has gone on for long enough, and that diplomatic resolution was both achievable and it was urgent. I think that was true in June, and sadly, it is still very true today. We continue to believe that a diplomatic resolution is achievable because we continue to believe that no one truly wants a full-scale war between Lebanon and Israel, especially not the Lebanese people and the Israeli people. We know it's urgent because the hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel have only escalated since I was here last. Speaker Berry and I had a good conversation about the situation in Lebanon and the need to escalate tensions across the blue line and across the region. President Biden has been working tirelessly to do exactly that, including through an immediate ceasefire and hostage release deal. And he's asked me to come back to Lebanon ahead of the renewed talks this week. Speaker Berry and I also talked about the framework agreement that's on the table for a Gaza ceasefire, and he and I agreed there is no more time to waste, and there's no more valid excuses from any party for any further delay. The deal would also help enable a diplomatic resolution here in Lebanon, and that would prevent an outbreak of a wider war and create the conditions for the displaced Lebanese people to return to their homes in the south and the displaced Israeli residents to return to their homes in their north. Both should be able to do that with safety and security. We have to take advantage of this window for diplomatic action and diplomatic solutions. That time is now. Thank you. I can't hear you. But the messages, my message to the Lebanese people is very simple. I think the United States agrees with the Lebanese people who want to live their lives, to resume their lives with peace and security and prosperity, and not have to live under the constant threat of conflict and war. That is the message that we want for everyone. This region has now suffered enough, and the more time goes by of escalated tensions, the more time goes by of daily conflict, the more the odds and the chances go up for accidents, for mistakes, for inadvertent targets to be hit that could easily cause escalation that gets out of control. And that is why the time is now to get us into a better direction. And for the Lebanese people, my message is clear. What President Biden has said publicly over the last several days, and the message that he has sent in his joint statement together with the leaders of Qatar and Egypt to return to talks with urgency on a ceasefire in Gaza that releases the hostages and sets the conditions to end this war. And here in Lebanon, we believe we can get to end of the conflict now, today. We recognize that that there are those who want to tie it to other conflicts. That is not our position. We can reach an end to the conflict now, but we understand that we also need to work to get to an end of the conflict in Gaza. I hope so, and I believe so.
So that brief press conference out in Beirut, Lebanon this morning, where the U.S. envoy met with Lebanese officials to discuss de-escalation tactics amidst tension in the Middle East. Now giving you a live look at the Israel-Lebanon border at 7:46 here on the East Coast. We're going to get to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning as we do have some breaking news updates as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine war. Those details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Staying on top of international topics, but transitioning to discuss the Russia-Ukraine war. We're learning this morning Ukrainian military forces are bolstering their offensive across the border in Russia's Kursk region. The uptick in activity sending shockwaves to residents, while many more continue to evacuate. Fox News' Gary Baumgarten giving us a closer look this morning at the response as the more than 2-year-long war rages on.
After more than a week of Ukraine's incursion into Russian territory, military officials are informing President Volodymyr Zelensky that they continue making gains across the border in Russia's Kursk region.
74 settlements are under our control. Fights are ongoing along the entire front line. The situation, despite the high intensity of combat, is under control. We continue to conduct the operation.
This campaign is the largest attack in the war since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. Anti-tank systems, called Dragon Teeth, can be seen along the border as Moscow forces fight back. But the encroaching conflict is forcing more Russian residents to evacuate their homes.
Helicopters and planes fly over the yard, and shells were flying. What could we do? We left everything behind.
Thousands who fled now line up to get clothes and food at aid centers as many wait out the barrage in temporary shelters oceans away. President Joe Biden says he's maintaining close contact with the Ukrainians.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin.
President Zelensky telling his people they can't let up their momentum.
Ukrainians are capable of achieving our goals in any situation, capable of defending our interests and our independence.
This, as Ukraine's foreign ministry says, they have no intent of occupying any Russian territory. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much for that detailed report. Now it's 7:51 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to discuss the very latest on the race to the White House, giving you a live look at the White House there in Washington, D.C. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 7:53 on the East Coast, giving you a live look at the White House. Transitioning now to your top political headlines. The race to the White House is on. And we want to check in now with Fox News Channel. They had an interview with Nikki Haley, who is backing the Trump Vance ticket. I'm going to play her comments for you now.
Biden is not going to be the nominee, I would make any bets about that. The party that gets rid of their 80-year-old candidate is the party that's going to win.
Who do you think will be the Democratic nominee?
Well, I've said there's going to be a female president of the United States. It will either be me or it will be Kamala Harris. And if Donald Trump is the nominee, mark my words, we will see a President Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him.
Well, there was a change. Joining us tonight to talk about the presidential campaign, the situation in the Middle East, former presidential candidate, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Governor, thanks for being here.
No, it's great to be with you.
You know, when you talk to somebody about that evolution, obviously you're running for president in one and you're endorsing the former president at the RNC in another. How do you explain that, and where do you see it right now?
Well, if I thought Donald Trump and Joe Biden were the best candidates, I wouldn't have run. I ran because I thought I could do a better job. I ran because I really cared about the next generation, what was going to happen, and all of the issues that I talked about on the campaign trail. But we are where we are. I am a voter, too. I have to make a choice. And when I look at the issues and I look at the differences between the two candidates we've been given, there's no question that I want to see Donald Trump win this election, because we can't have a Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I mean, all you have to do is look at what Kamala Harris has said. She doesn't think illegal immigrants are illegal. She thinks that we should give them free education, free place to live, free health care. Tim Walz thinks socialism is neighborly, and he's gone a step further and thinks we should give them free tuition. They want to raise taxes. You look at everything that's happened with our economy already. We can't afford that. More than anything, from a national security perspective, you can't go to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have not had the foreign policy experience, and the experience they do have is that they want to expand the Iran deal and give more money to a terrorist organization that says death to America. There's a lot of differences there. We are where we are. And right now, for me, for my family, for those that I love, and as a voter, I think we need to hope that Donald Trump wins this election.
Yeah, a couple of recent polls have shown this bump, that this enthusiasm that this new ticket has received. Reuters has registered voters at 49-47, with Harris leading, and among young voters, a big shift going that way. NPR, PBS, Marist has it 51-48, and with suburban women, Harris leading significantly. Will you go out and campaign for the former president?
Well, I think the first thing you need to ask is, you know, I said that early on, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris. I was always running against Kamala Harris. Republicans should not be surprised that we are now running against Kamala Harris. It was her all the time. There was no way Joe Biden, in the condition that we saw him, could take on the stresses of a presidential election. So, you know, that was something I believed in then. It's why I constantly referred back to her, because I knew that Kamala Harris was the person that we had. And look, what I'll say is it's not an issue of whether I go out and campaign for Donald Trump. He's decided the way he wants to do this. What I will tell you is the Republican Party needs to make a serious shift here. And the first thing is the Republican Party, Donald Trump, people here at Fox, quit complaining that she's not giving an interview. You don't need an interview from Kamala Harris. I take her at her word. I take her at her word that she wants to raise taxes for households over $100,000, that she wants to add a pharmaceutical tax and a health care tax. I take her at her word that she thinks that illegal immigrants should be able to vote and be given driver's licenses. I take her at her word that she wants to ban fracking and kill a bunch of U.S. jobs. Take her at her word.
Despite the fact that the campaign has pushed back and put out statements and saying that her positions have changed.
She has said this. Now, what Donald Trump needs to do is go out there and campaign every single day, telling the American people exactly what Kamala Harris has said. We are 80-plus days out. We need him to win. But you got to go out and do the work. And the one thing Republicans have to stop doing, quit whining about her. We knew it was going to be her. She's not going to give an interview. They're going to hold out as long as they can. That's their right. They can do it. That doesn't mean we can't talk about what she believes in, and we should be getting out there and doing that. And more than anything, This is not an election for just the MAGA vote. Trust me, Donald Trump has that. Republicans need to be fighting for suburban women, for college-educated, for independents, for moderate Republicans and conservative Democrats. They want to be asked for that. The Republican Party needs to go out for them. Talk to them. Talk to them about the fact that Americans, the average American homeowner is now 49 years old.
And do you think that's not happening now? Do you think that this campaign is floundering on that point?
I want this campaign to win. But the campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb. It's not. You can't win on those things. The American people are smart. Treat them like they're smart.
Do you think the campaign is missing the mark on those things?
I think the campaign needs to focus. That's the main thing. Look, this is a winnable election, but you need to focus. Who is your target market? Your target market is suburban women, college-educated, independents, and conservative Democrats. That's your target market. The target issues are the economy, the fact that Kamala wants to raise taxes, the fact that she's taken money from those that didn't go to college and has given it to those that did, the fact that when Afghanistan fell, the fact that when they lifted sanctions on Iran, the fact that when they, actually said that they would help Israel and then pulled back. Where was Kamala when that happened? She was sitting right next to Joe Biden in the Situation Room. This administration is Kamala Harris's administration. Everything that has happened is hers. So define her on that way. Talk about those issues. Talk about how dangerous it is to expand the Iran deal and get back in it. Talk about how dangerous it would be to do an arms embargo on Israel. Talk about how dangerous it was that Afghanistan fell. And talk about how dangerous it is that you have a presidential candidate and a vice presidential candidate that have never dealt with foreign policy, and their way of dealing with it is we shouldn't treat Russia and China as adversaries. That's what they said.
You were very prescient, as you talked about facing Kamala Harris, and that she eventually would be the nominee. Do you think that it was designed that way? Do you think that the early debate and the whole, they knew, do you think they knew that this was not going to be their nominee? I
don't know, and I don't think it matters. We're in a knife fight right now. Right now, we need to be focused on who we need to be.
But here's why it matters.
Not so much how we got to this point. I always knew it was going to be Kamala. I was prepared for Kamala. The Republican Party, I think, should have been prepared for Kamala, and I think they are.
But here's why it matters.
The key is talk about it.
New York Times op-ed, there is still a Biden scandal. The people who readily signed up for another 4 years of a 10-4 presidency are still running the government around him. Certainly, it's better for Kamala Harris not to be asked questions, assuming that she ever deigns to be interviewed about whether she participated in that cover-up or was taken in by it. Indeed, it's better for Harris not to have her boss in the political conversation at all. The better to separate her own identity from his presidency's unpopularity. But to the point of this, President Biden is still the president. And there are real questions about, on at least the Republican side, about his capacity to be president. Do you have those same questions about him as president right now?
From the very beginning. It's the reason why I said we should have mental competency tests. That wasn't just a campaign slogan or a joke. I was very serious about the fact that we needed mental competency tests for anyone over the age of 75. I think we could do them for anybody over 50. But we have these issues. When you've got the leader of the most important country in the world, and you saw the press conferences, and you saw the shuffling, and you saw his inability to keep on a conversation, we knew that she was going to step in. It wasn't if, it was when. Now we're at the when. So now we're 80-plus days to make sure that there is not a President Kamala Harris. And the way to do that is let's focus, let's get to work, and they need to be out there talking about the issues that 20% care about.
If former President Trump follows your advice and really hits those different demographics and wins this election, and he asks you to serve in his administration, will you?
Well, I genuinely hope he does that, and I genuinely hope he wins. But no, I'm not interested in serving in the administration. I said that on the campaign. This was never about a position for me. This was never about something else. I ran because I love this country so much. My husband's a combat veteran. I'm the daughter of legal immigrants. I have kids that I worry about as they grow up. It was really in that vein that I ran. But now it's in that vein as a voter that I want to see Donald Trump win, because we can't afford to have a President Kamala Harris. It's so much more progressive than Joe Biden has ever been.
Do you think that the first woman president title carries with it a number of votes that people say, you know what, I'm not sure where she stands on these issues, but she would be the first woman president?
I think women and I think Americans are smarter than that. I think what they want is someone who's going to care about them. They want someone who's focused. They want someone who's going to talk about the status of education right now in this country and that our kids are getting dumber, not smarter. They want someone to talk about home ownership and how hard it is to own a home. They want someone to talk about the fact that prices have gone up 19%. And they can't do anything about it. They want someone to talk about how we're going to prevent war.
Is Donald Trump that someone?
He can be. And I want him to be.
He's not now.
You don't need to be talking about crowd sizes. You don't need to be going on rants about her not doing an interview. You don't need to talk about, things that don't matter. It's not about her. It's about the American people. Talk to them and let them know you need their vote. Don't assume people are going to bend a knee. That is not that 20%. Their ideas are still out. What they like about Kamala is that she's being hopeful. She's talking about freedom. She's talking about a way forward. They don't want a former president talking about the past. Trump knows how to win. He just needs to do it now. He has the ability to do it.
Governor, there's someone inside the Trump campaign, and maybe the former president himself, who's watching this interview saying, wow, she's really good. Why can't we use her in suburban wherever? If he called and said, could you go here to campaign for me, would you do it?
I mean, he's welcome to call. I have talked to him. He's welcome to do that. They are doing what they think is best, and that is his right to run the campaign he wants to run. He's chosen that. All I'm saying is I want to see them focus, and I want to see them win. We have too much at stake. We have to win this election. And I genuinely hope that he will go out to the 20% of people that are going to decide this election and say, you know what, I need your vote, and I'm going to fight hard to do it, and these are the issues I'm going to fight on.
Governor.
All right, that was Nikki Haley, former presidential candidate there, speaking on behalf of the Trump-Vance ticket. Of course, asked there if she would accept a cabinet position, saying that is not why she is doing any of this, but obviously said that she will talk to the former president if he does give her a call. Want to get back into the latest out of the Middle East right now? You're taking a live look over at the Israel-Lebanon border as the U.S. Special Envoy Amos Hochstein visiting the Lebanese capital of Beirut today, warning the window is closing for a ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. Hochstein saying he spoke with Lebanon's parliament speaker and they agree, quote, there is no more time to waste and there's no more valid excuses from any party for any further delay, and a deal, quote, would prevent an outbreak of a wider war. We know that talks are expected to resume tomorrow. However, Hamas has indicated that it will not send a representative for the final round of negotiations, which would obviously make it difficult for a deal to actually be reached. Iran has also claimed that it will wait to attack Israel in case a ceasefire deal is reached, but again, Hamas not sending a representative. Do want to talk more about all of this and the latest developments here, so let's bring in Mark Chandler. He is a friend of the show here, Director of Government Relations and Professor of Practice at Coastal Carolina University, also a former senior defense intelligence official. Thank you so much, Mark, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
You're welcome, Josh. Good morning. I'm glad I can make it.
Good morning. Well, first off, I do want to talk about that whole situation there, because you have Hamas saying that they are not going to send a representative there for the peace talks, but then you also have Iran saying that they're going to wait to see if a ceasefire happens. What do you make of all of that? Because it almost sounds like it would be impossible for a ceasefire deal to be reached if Hamas isn't actually sending anyone.
Well, I think that last part of your question there, Josh, is absolutely true. If Hamas doesn't send anybody, there's really not going to be a negotiation because the other side won't be there, if you will. I think Iran using that excuse of not attacking if there is a ceasefire deal is just another delay tactic in Iran's measure. But what you're seeing here is the complexity of Middle Eastern relations between Arabs. You mix Sunni and Shia Islam inside of that enigma that you have created there, and a lot of confusion of really how to approach solving this problem that Hamas originally started back in October. So the way forward is very cloudy. And even today, Hamas reiterated in Lebanon with their representatives in Lebanon, they will not attend the talks beginning tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of questions here about how exactly that's going to play out. And I do want to ask you, because we know that Hamas has actually admitted to firing rockets at Tel Aviv. So my question for you, can Israel's aerial defense system, the Iron Dome there, really handle those rockets? Or could the rockets actually strike Tel Aviv? And then even further, what would be the implications of that? Because we're talking about rockets hitting a major city there in Israel.
Well, actually, the rockets that Hamas fired were called M90 rockets. They don't have a large warhead, but if you hit a building, you land on people, you're going to create damage or casualties. So that is an aspect of it. They were at the outer range of those M90 rockets to reach Tel Aviv from Gaza, but they could reach Tel Aviv. Now, the Iron Dome is just one aspect of the Israeli air defense system, and it can handle the number of rockets that would likely come from Hamas. Hamas has actually fired several times in the last couple of weeks. The Iron Dome's taken them, and then there's been failures. As a matter of fact, one of these rockets splashed in the Mediterranean, and the other kind of failed after launch out there. So the Iron Dome is set up to defend against that. But when you look at an overall large-scale rocket attack like we had back in April from Iran, rockets and missiles and UAVs, that's where it gets complicated because you have to deal with the U.S. Patriot system, a longer-range system, the Israeli Arrow and David Sling issue, and then the Iron Dome for closer in. They can all work together to try to take out targets and missiles coming in from longer ranges, but they can be overwhelmed. One thing I want to point out that's a little disconcerting is the use of UAVs by Lebanese Hezbollah. They've increased those, so I think there's a learning curve where Hezbollah has actually realized, along with Iran, that Israel's one weakness is the defense against UAVs, attack UAVs, explosive-laden UAVs. So to answer your question directly, yes, they can defend against it, but they can easily be saturated if we see a massive, large-scale rocket and missile attack.
And I do want to pop this up for you right here. This is from Jonathan Kornreikis, who actually used to be a representative there, a spokesperson for the Israel Defense Forces. He says that Hezbollah has enough Iranian and self-manufactured rockets and missiles to fire 4,500 rockets per day at Israeli cities. If they do, the Israeli response will have to be absolutely devastating. I hope we don't get there. So again, that is a statement here that is just coming in from Jonathan Kornreikis, so I did want to pop that up for you here. Now, Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant saying that Israel is closely tracking its enemies as they are preparing for this attack from Iran and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is, of course, a proxy of Iran. So is it possible that the two really do come together and actually have an attack that happens where they're both involved?
Yeah, it absolutely is possible. And that's one of the worst case courses of action that I believe Israeli defense is preparing for. So Gallant's statement, if I can just back up just a second, that's rooted in excellent intelligence work. Right now, the intelligence apparatus of Israel and the United States actually are working overtime to anticipate and warn against an Iranian and Hezbollah attack, not to mention Houthis as well as Iranian-backed Shia militia in Syria and Iraq. So that is what Golan is talking about, preparing for that attack and giving them enough warning. If Hezbollah were to launch, and that was an excellent quote you just put up there, because Hezbollah has over 100,000 rockets. If they were to launch that simultaneous with Iran, then you could see that overwhelming saturation of the Israeli air defense. And I think Israel's going to have to immediately go on the offensive while fighting a defensive campaign and go attack the Hezbollah launch sites and command and control facilities. So that is a bad course of action for Israel should they both launch at the same time.
And I do want to put up another post that is coming in here. Take a look at your screen. This is from the Israel War Room, and they say, following the siren that sounded at about 10:54 in northern Israel, several projectiles were identified crossing from Lebanon, which fell in an open area. No injuries reported. Now, what's interesting is a lot of people don't necessarily realize that Hezbollah has been launching these projectiles, rockets, missiles over at northern Israel really since the day after October 7th.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. This is something that hasn't stopped. It's been tit for tat for the entire time since the start of the Hamas war. When Hamas invaded, Hezbollah's been attacking. You know, they would go up to 70 projectiles a day, including rockets and UAVs. So this is something that's going to be consistent, and the attacks are just going to continue. This is nowhere near the capability that Hezbollah could reach should they decide to launch an all-out attack.
And I do want to pull up this shot once again. This is the Israel-Lebanon border. You can see it off to the left-hand side of your screen. Now, one more question here before I let you go. Mohammed Deif, we know that the killing of him, the assassination, was a big deal for the IDF. And then eventually you saw the head of Hamas actually assassinated, as well as the second in command of Hezbollah. We did learn from Hamas fighters, there are reports circulating from U.S. officials there and Israeli officials, that it was actually a Hamas fighter who gave away Mohammed's location. Does that indicate to you that some of those Hamas fighters are actually turning against the terror group altogether?
Well, what I see in this reporting, Josh, is that this is old school intelligence work. You know, every intelligence agency in the world tries to go in there in their opposition, in their adversaries, and try to find somebody that they can, as we say in intelligence, turn against them, start to feed them information. So this is plausible. You have to realize that, one, Hamas is not popular overall with the Palestinian population. You know, Hamas started this war. Hamas has created the situation where you've seen all this destruction take place. And so they don't have the greatest popularity. So it's natural that you would find people within the Hamas organization that want to stop the fighting and want to facilitate Israel coming out and being able to take actions that can actually cease the fighting in a positive manner. Not maybe in Israel's favor, but to stop the fighting. So yeah, this is very plausible. You could see this action. There's likely some others that are feeding Israeli information. They're excellent at this. And so when you look at that, that's possibility. One thing I want to throw out, this could be great disinformation. You're starting to see, and I think you're seeing it with what's happening in the inability to come up with a position for the negotiations, dissension within Hamas, dissension within the hierarchy. Sinwar was appointed leader of Hamas. And so you now have to look at how can they communicate. If I don't trust everyone within there, within my organization, that they're not feeding the information to my enemy, then you're going to start to see that dissension take place and grow and fester.
All right, Mark Chandler there, former senior defense intelligence official, also over at Coastal Carolina University. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, Josh, just a couple of things, if I may. You know, people are wondering when Iran is going to attack. They waited 13 days in April to do their counterattack. We're just now past that 13 days. So I think why they haven't attacked, well, I think you see a lot of buildup. They're doing some significant planning out there, both defensive and offensive. They know Israel will counterattack, so they want to set up their defenses before they attack. They want to be successful. They were not successful launching 300 plus munitions against Israel in April. So they want to ensure some sort of success this time. But when you drag this out, the one thing the Israeli population, they know an attack is coming. They are waiting. It's kind of a psychological torture, psychological pressure on the Israeli citizens and the government for when this might happen. I believe they're going to attack, but the timing is purely set by Iran in this case. So that's one thing to keep in mind. It could be tonight. It could be a week from today when Iran unleashes what they hope to be a successful attack.
All right, Mark, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and break it all down.
You're welcome, Josh. Good luck covering it. It's very complicated.
I'm sure I'll have you back very soon to help break it down. Thanks again.
You're welcome.
And I do want to take you back out to this live image that we do have showing the Israel-Lebanon border, as we're actually getting another update as well. Iran reportedly advancing its secret nuclear weapons program, getting closer to having the capability of creating a nuclear bomb. The information from a report by Iran International that's been released, citing multiple Iranian officials with knowledge of that situation. If we do get more details on that, we will make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but on the other side, a lot more news to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:22 on the East Coast and 5:22 on the West Coast. Do want to get to some of the other headlines that we are following here on Live Now. And Monday night, we saw on Twitter as Elon Musk interviewed former President Donald Trump, and there were a few technical issues, but there was a lot discussed between the two. Brian Yennis with Fox News breaks it down.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech.
Like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation.
Just hours after former President Trump and Elon Musk praised one another for protecting free speech in a live-streamed conversation on X, the United Auto Workers Union, which endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, filed federal labor charges against the two. The union claiming Musk and Trump advocated for the illegal firing of striking workers.
You're the greatest cutter. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone.
During the 2-hour chat, President Trump also laid out some policy proposals, including his desire to end the education department.
I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states.
The interview started more than 40 minutes late because of technical difficulties, which Musk claims were a result of a DDoS or distributed denial of service cyber attack. But critics are skeptical, pointing to the fact that the rest of X was working and last year's glitchy streamed conversation with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, which Trump called, quote, a disaster at the time. 1.3 million people were simultaneously watching the Trump-Musk conversation at one point as Trump criticized several Harris policies, including her recent messaging on the border crisis.
She's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now.
The Harris campaign firing back, quote, Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024. Musk says that live conversation with Trump reached 1 billion impressions on the X platform. Musk, who endorsed Trump, says he was a moderate Democrat and he is encouraging other moderates to vote for Trump. He says Vice President Kamala Harris is too far left. He's invited Harris to have a similar live conversation on X soon. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Brian, thank you so much for that report. Now, we do know that next week will be the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and police there have held multiple briefings over the last month or so as they break down those final preparations. Our Fox 32 Chicago team has more for us.
We have eyes and ears on everything that we possibly can in that location.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling joined leaders of OEMC and the Secret Service, saying they've been working on the DNC security plan for more than a year.
Nothing gives me a pause. I think just like we were in Milwaukee, we'll be very successful in Chicago. We have the greatest partners you could ask for.
The first and perhaps biggest security challenge will come Monday, when as many as 25,000 pro-Palestinian protesters are expected to gather in Union Park, a designated protest zone, and then march on a court-approved route within sight and sound of the United Center. Snelling says they believe protesters will stick to the plan.
We want people to exercise their First Amendment rights. We will protect them while they're doing that, but we will not guarantee someone that we're not going to make arrests if they start to act violently or commit crimes.
While people living around the UC will certainly be impacted by the security presence, they say all Chicagoans should be prepared for disruptions.
Before heading out, please remember to plan ahead, allow extra travel time, consider alternate routes, and use public transportation when possible.
Superintendent Snelling also sought to reassure Chicagoans that with all the manpower headed towards the convention, the neighborhoods will not be ignored.
I want to reassure everyone that we will have resources in every single neighborhood, so that it's not forgotten that we have a city to protect.
A city looking to make a good impression on the world.
We are here to show off our city. We are here in this moment to show that Chicago can shine. We are here to demonstrate that in this moment that we can host the most democratic of activities.
At OEMC, Dane Placco, Fox 32 Chicago.
And we will be checking in with our Fox 32 Chicago team all throughout this week as we preview the Democratic National Convention. And next week, we will have live coverage of all of the speeches and all the activities right here on Live Now from Fox. 8:27 over on the East Coast and 5:27 on the West Coast. Going to head to a quick break, but on the other side, we do have some new developments coming in out of Israel as the war between Israel and Hamas is now past 10 months. All of that coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Israel-Lebanon border. It's an image that you've seen a lot over the past several months, as we know that Israel is continuing preparations ahead of an imminent major attack from Iran, but also from the Hezbollah terror group. Do want to bring in Fox's Mike Emanuel, joining us live with the latest developments. Good morning, Mike. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Josh, good morning to you. Intelligence suggests Iran appears to be positioning missiles and drones for a possible strike. The U.S. is moving more firepower into the region as Israel braces for the assault. It happens almost every day along the Israel-Lebanon border. A barrage of drones targeting northern Israel, with the Iron Dome intercepting most. Tensions are heightened in the Middle East as the U.S. prepares for what's to come.
We've, of course, seen the public messaging that has come out, whether it be from Hezbollah or from Iran. And that's why the secretary made the decision that he did to bolster our force posture in the region.
Under pressure from global powers, Iran's foreign ministry criticized calls for restraint as, quote, lacking logic and contradicting international law. A complication for Tehran is a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. focus is clear.
I really can't speak for what Iran's endgame is, but I can tell you what ours is, and that is to prevent a wider regional war from spreading out within the Middle East.
Talks are scheduled to resume on Thursday, but if Iran attacks, it could derail the conversation.
Everyone in the region should understand that further attacks only perpetuate conflict, instability, and insecurity for everyone.
The United States ramping up its naval presence in the region with 14 warships and a guided missile submarine carrying more than 150 Tomahawk missiles. Stress is building for policymakers here in Washington and obviously for the Israeli people and Israeli leaders. Today marks 2 weeks since Iran and its proxies started threatening Israel with a major attack. Josh.
And Mike, I know that we did have Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who was expected to head over to that region, and then I believe the trip was canceled. Do we know what the basis of all of that was?
Well, he put the trip on hold. We know he's been working the phone, encouraging all parties involved to get to the negotiating table in Qatar tomorrow, trying to hammer out that ceasefire deal that the Biden administration has wanted for quite a long time. So perhaps he decided he could work the phones from here without going to the region, but he clearly wants those talks to proceed and try to thwart a potential attack from the Iranians.
All right, Mike Emanuel, thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, I do want to talk about some of the other foreign news that we are covering right now as Ukrainian military forces are bolstering their offensive across the border in Russia's region there. The uptick in activity sending shockwaves to residents, with many more evacuating. Fox's Gary Baumgarten takes a closer look at the response as the more than 2-year-long war does continue.
After more than a week of Ukraine's incursion into Russian territory, military officials are informing President Volodymyr Zelensky that they continue making gains across the border in Russia's Kursk region.
74 settlements are under our control. Fights are ongoing along the entire front line. The situation, despite the high intensity of combat, is under control. We continue to conduct the operation.
This campaign is the largest attack in the war since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. Anti-tank systems, called Dragon Teeth, can be seen along the border as Moscow forces fight back. But the encroaching conflict is forcing more Russian residents to evacuate their homes.
Helicopters and planes fly over the yard, and shells were flying. What could we do? We left everything behind.
Thousands who fled now line up to get clothes and food at aid centers as many wait out the barrage in temporary shelters oceans away. President Joe Biden says he's maintaining close contact with the Ukrainians.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin.
President Zelensky telling his people they can't let up their momentum.
Ukrainians are capable of achieving our goals in any situation, capable of defending our interests and our independence.
This, as Ukraine's foreign ministry says, they have no intent of occupying any Russian territory. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much for that report. We are staying with international news now as we head over to London. That is where former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss left the stage after a banner came down during her chat there. Do want to play this for you here. It's only about a minute in length, but you can watch from some of the video taken by someone in the audience as she just kind of leaves.
Well, I support Trump and I want him to win.
What?
I'm coming to the next question. But and I think it's what I was saying a bit about incumbents. I think the average American is not doing well, and people do vote on. I think it was Bill Clinton's advisor who said it's the economy's stupid. So I think that he will probably win.
On that.
I've got a load of Trump questions, by the way. But what?
No idea where that's come
All right, former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss not happy about that, not amused. As you saw that banner that came down behind her, did say, "I crashed the economy," and had a shot of lettuce there. You might remember back in the day when she did serve, there was a head of lettuce that folks out there were saying could actually survive her UK Prime Minister role there. And the lettuce lasted longer than she served as UK Prime Minister, so she did not find that to be amusing. 8:36 over on the East Coast and 5:36 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have a lot more live coverage coming up in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have so many different cameras that are all over the country and all over the world, so I did want to pull this up as this is coming in from our Minneapolis station. That is a beautiful shot of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. You can see the sun is shining. I don't know what the temperature is there. Normally it's kind of cold, but it's summertime, so hopefully warm enough that you can go out on the boat there. Also do have this live image that does show the White House over in D.C. as we will continue to follow all of your political news. And don't forget, We are going to have extensive coverage of the Democratic National Convention all throughout the week next week, but also a lot of preview coverage taking place throughout this week. I do want to get back into the headlines right now. Take a look at some of this video. You've probably seen it a lot over the past several days as we are following the latest coming in. A recent survey there of the land over in California showing the wildfires are kind of raging out of control at this point. Do want to send it over to Marianne Rafferty. She has more on what folks in California are left dealing with.
Firefighters are racing to put out hundreds of small, slow-burning fires in Greece. A break in windy weather giving them a shot at full containment on a massive wildfire that sparked Sunday near Athens.
There was no time to even grab any clothes. All I have is what I'm wearing.
The fire burned dozens of homes and businesses in the city's northern suburbs. It's also left at least one person dead, a woman who died inside a local business.
She was a colleague, a friend, a good person. Dignified and hardworking.
While residents begin the cleanup process, firefighters from neighboring countries like Romania are arriving to help. Along with crews, several countries are also sending trucks and water-dropping planes. But this isn't the only blaze burning in the Balkans. At least 11 fires are burning in remote mountain areas of Albania. Bosnia is also struggling to contain flames spreading at a national park.
We have information that helicopters of the National Rescue Center of Serbia are at our disposal. We expect also other countries from the region to send help.
Meanwhile, here at home, several western wildfires are still raging. One of the biggest, the Park Fire in California, is now at 39% containment, with more than 400,000 acres burned. The California National Guard has been helping on the front lines.
We have just under 300 total service members who've been activated for the Park Fire as well as for the Borough Fire.
Low winds also appear to be helping with fire suppression in the Park Fire. Cal Fire says the blaze was subdued overnight due to higher humidity. In Los Angeles, Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you so much. And a recent Pew Research Center study found 72% of high school and 33% of middle school teachers believe cell phone distractions are a huge problem, but combating usage in schools can be fairly difficult, with some students often able to hide their phones. Some districts, meanwhile, don't have tight policies that they strictly enforce, but with a new school year ramping up, several states are trying to better manage smartphone devices and create more conducive environments for learning. Fox's Sean Langell takes a closer look.
Back to school season is kicking into gear, and efforts are growing across multiple states to help students focus by tackling cell phone use in classrooms.
I had very difficult interactions with students who answered phones in the middle of class, who didn't want to put them away.
While California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a law back in 2019 allowing districts to regulate phones during academic hours, on Tuesday he took it a step further, sending letters to schools statewide urging them to restrict usage of the devices on campus.
I think legislation banning the use of cell phones during the school day is fair. I think there's very clear evidence that cell phones don't have a great positive effect on our mental health.
Meanwhile, in South Carolina, the State Board of Education is crafting a proposal for its districts to ban phones during class time. A final vote is expected next month.
We still allow a cell phone to be on campus. It just has to be turned off and put away. The reason we're not banning a cell phone is because we know that many students need to communicate with their families after school hours for rides.
But while phones can be on their way out, another form of technology could be infiltrating more districts. Some experts say artificial intelligence can help students increase learning, especially kids with reading difficulties or those who need help taking notes.
If you have a hidden disability and you don't want to be open about the fact that you're suffering from dyslexia or something else, you can use an AI reading assistant to actually help you read. So you can actually record a lecture and use the AI to automatically transcribe what's going on with it too.
Sean Langell, Fox News.
Sean, thank you so much. And I do want to get to a weather alert now as you are taking a live look at Tropical Storm Ernesto. Thankfully, you can see from the path that for the most part, it is missing Florida as well as other states along the East Coast. Unfortunately, though, it is striking Puerto Rico. You can see it looks like for the most part, it is kind of over San Juan. I do want to head live over to San Juan. That is where we have Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez joining us live. And I'm used to seeing rain pummeling her, but But as of right now, I said that and then the rain started falling. Nicole, what are you seeing out there?
Josh, good morning. We definitely have had quite continuous rain throughout the morning today, and we're expecting to see a lot more as the day goes on, despite the fact that the majority of Tropical Storm Ernesto has moved further north of the U.S. territory. Still, we are expecting some rain to continue to impact portions of the island. In fact, flash flood warnings are in effect for several regions across the northern and eastern tier of the island. Those are areas where we've already seen flooding after maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain overnight, and those numbers continue to rise. But numbers that are also going up quite rapidly are power outages. Right now, we're looking at more than 400,000 customers across the island that are in the dark. There were some that actually were without power long before Tropical Storm Ernesto started to impact Puerto Rico, and now we're seeing many more. So to sort of discern who already was without power and which power outages are related to this storm is something that officials are going to be working to figure out. Where we are right now here in San Juan has actually become sort of a temporary command post for city leaders, officials, police officers who are here trying to assess the situation, discuss their response efforts, and get really updated information on the situation. And as I see a lot of people move in and out of this building, I sort of sense that there's a bit of a sigh of relief. There was a lot of fear surrounding this storm, as there typically is when any tropical system makes its way towards this U.S. territory, and a lot of fear about the potential impacts here. Conversations about, of course, the impacts of storm surge, significant flooding, and dramatic winds. However, I think there's some people who truly believe that things could have been worse, that we're not seeing as widespread of impacts as maybe initially thought. So that is sort of the silver lining here, as again, we're standing here in San Juan. It may be tough for you to hear, but there is the sound of some buzzing and some humming behind me, and that's actually from generators that are powering some of the buildings around us, because again, we do have a significant amount of people who are without power at this point now, resorting to use their generators and their supplies to get through not only today but the next several days, possibly weeks, until the local energy company can get things back up and running. Unfortunately, Puerto Rico's energy grid has constantly been fragile, and it's been an issue in past hurricanes. Just 2 years ago, during Hurricane Fiona, we had nearly 1 million people without power for several months, and this continues to be a recurring problem, Josh. So I think right now there is the sense that the worst is not over yet, the threat is not over yet. People are still trying to make sure they take this seriously and stay indoors until the threat of the storm really moves over, and then we'll start to get a better sense of the impacts here across the island.
And this is a question I always ask you as you are out and about here during the storms, bringing that important information to the viewers out there. Are you seeing people that are kind of ignoring the warnings and they're still going about their day as if nothing is happening?
You know, in Puerto Rico, I think things are a bit different. No one on this island takes any tropical system lightly. Unfortunately, they have faced far too many of these and recognize that it doesn't matter the designation or the strength of a storm, it can still have major impacts. So Puerto Ricans had been preparing for this storm for days, and most people here are actually taking it seriously. If you hear some talk behind me, again, those are officials here who are doing their jobs, chatting with emergency responders out here, sort of ready to respond if needed. Of course, the National Guard is out. They've got shelters open for people if they need a place to go. But overall, I mean, a majority of businesses are closed. Most people are not out driving right now. On this island, any situation like this is taken very seriously. So I will say, I think the good news here, Josh, is that we are not seeing that happen, at least this morning.
Good. I love when people are actually heeding the warnings. Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather, thank you so much as always for taking the time to join us and provide that vital information to people out there. We appreciate it. Please, please stay safe.
Thanks, Josh.
And I do want to take you to some of the video that we do have coming in right now of Ernesto. You can see this is over in St. Martin. This is from Tuesday, courtesy Ryan O'Brien, and it came in from Storyful, but you can see the winds are blowing there as this is still a tropical storm at this hour. Now, we do expect that the storm will kind of get picked up and move out of the way, but again, you can see the winds blowing there over in St. Martin, and you're about to see some of the other video that's coming in from several other locations here. But if you are just joining us, want to go over a little bit more about what to expect as tropical storm warnings do remain in effect for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Tropical storm Ernesto does continue to slam the islands with that flooding rain and damaging wind gusts, and forecasters do warn the storm is expected to become a hurricane at some point today. The tropics have become more active over the past few weeks with the development of Hurricane Debby, which did make its first U.S. landfall in Florida, then kind of moved out to the ocean there and made a second U.S. landfall in South Carolina, still though as a very powerful tropical storm. You can see right here, this is from Antigua, but then we're back to that St. Martin video as well. Hot on its heels was Invest 98L and then potential tropical cyclone 5, which began to organize as it moved over the warm waters there of the tropical Atlantic Ocean and eventually became what is now Tropical Storm Ernesto, again expected to strengthen into a hurricane at some point today. We will keep an eye on the storm and bring you all of those details as we get them. Also want to remind you that you can stream Fox Weather everywhere that you stream Live Now from Fox. It's always on, always free at foxweather.tv. And don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Just head to the App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather and hit the download button. It'll send alerts right to your phone if there is a watch, a warning, or really any kind of alert for your specific area. The time now 8:51 on the East Coast and 5:51 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to here in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:53 over on the East Coast and 5:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and breaking news from across the country and the world. I do want to take you over to a news conference out of Minneapolis. That is where the fire department does confirm that overnight 4 people were hospitalized, injured there in an apartment fire. The news conference was fairly brief, but I want to pop up the audio here and listen in, courtesy our Fox Minneapolis team.
This is a 4-story, including the garden level apartment unit. Upon arrival, firefighters found fire showing from the 3rd floor front of the apartment building. Fire crews laid lines to go interior for interior fire attack. There was reports of people that were possibly trapped. Our firefighters had to lay 40-foot ground ladders in the side of the building here and then some in the rear to rescue some residents out of the upper levels. I do not have an exact number of how many residents that were rescued via the ground ladders, and then they evacuated all other residents out of the building. Currently, it's reported that there are 4 injuries, 3 burn-related injuries that were transported to the local hospital, as well as 1 that for smoke inhalation, smoke in their lungs, that was also transported. I don't know the degree or the extent of their injuries at this time, but they were transported to the hospital. 2 firefighters were seen and evaluated on scene for overexertion, but they were released and back with their companies and back on duty working at this time. We are currently in a defensive fire attack because of the fire extension that has extended to the roof of the building. So we have 2 aerial ladders that are up, aerial ladder water towers going right now. So we all are exterior right now fighting that fire that has extended through the roof, as you can see behind me.
Any difficulties with the fire like this one?
Because of the building, there was no standpipes in the building and having to go up, lay lines up to the 3rd floor. So that is a difficulty when a building is not standpiped. So standpipes help us get water directly from the standpipe system, the fire suppression system. So we did have to lay lines all the way up to the 3rd floor, through the rear and also through the front.
In a building this size with a fire that sounded pretty intense, you went to 2nd, 3rd alarm pretty quick?
Correct. We are currently at a 3rd alarm. We'll be 2nd right away. Because of the rescues, we usually will upgrade because we have to rescue people out. And then right now we're at a 3rd alarm, so that's approximately about 45 firefighters on scene right now.
What's that process when you get on scene and you have an apartment building that may be full of people, but you can't just run in, right?
Well, we do if, we risk a lot to save a lot, so we will go in for save lives. And because of the fire was showing up on arrival on the 3rd level, firefighters did make that initial interior attack just to start evacuating and seeing if there's rescues. And then we also normally do a 360 if possible to go around the building to see if there's any fires showing in different areas of the building, or if that's when they also seen that there were people on the 3rd floor that were like outside of the windows asking for rescue. So then we will immediately put up those ladders and try to rescue from the interior on those sides of the building, on the exterior.
Were you able to go through the whole building as best of your knowledge?
So, they believe they evacuated and did searches of all the floors, and then what they do is they go back in and do a secondary search. So they were able to do, I believe, immediate search, and then all residents were stated to be, accounted for. We didn't hear anyone saying that they were missing anyone in the building at this time. So we will go back in and do a secondary search once we get the fire a little bit more under control.
Is the process now just to put as much water on it?
Yes. So the process now is to put as much water on it as possible because it's venting through the roof, and there's possible means of roof collapse, and that's a safety concern. So, and with the fire spread, and there's a lot of void spaces that we will have to worry about. So we will, try to knock down as much fire as possible, and then go in with lines and do, more overhaul and opening up those void spaces within the buildings and putting more water on to get the complete fire out.
Last time you had a 3rd alarm?
I do not know, but it is rare when we have a 3rd alarm. That's usually, and again, immediate second alarm if there's a lot of injuries or if there's, a lot of people to be rescued. That's going to take away from that fire attack, and we, want to make sure that we rescue and get everyone out, to safety. So that will more personnel and also equipment on scene helps with that. No, there was not any concerns for the exposure. It seemed because of the fire was more on the north side and the rear of the building, so there was at the initial time there was not any concerns for exposures, but we do note and make sure that we see that there is another home close by. But because of the fire was on the north side of the building, there was no exposure concerns at that time.
Did you say people were outside hanging out the window asking for help?
Yes, there were reports of people that were, had their windows open and were leaning out of the window because there's a lot of smoke, with fires. There's more so than the fire is the smoke that is concerning, what they cause concern for people.
And that was a news conference from overnight there at Minneapolis, Minnesota. As you heard, that apartment fire, you saw the flames in the video there. 4 people injured, and there's still a lot left to figure out here. We'll make sure to bring you updates via our Fox Minneapolis team as we do get them. In the meantime, do want to head international right now. You are taking a live look over the Israel-Lebanon border as we get to the latest, as we know that Israelis are essentially waiting for a quote-unquote imminent attack by Iran and possibly there by Hezbollah as well. Mike Emanuel with Fox News following all of the latest for us.
The Islamic Republic is said to be positioning missiles and drones for a potential strike. The United States is moving more firepower into the region as Israel braces for the assault. It happens almost every day along the Israel-Lebanon border. A barrage of drones targeting northern Israel, with the Iron Dome intercepting most. Tensions are heightened in the Middle East as the U.S. prepares for what's to come.
We've, of course, seen the public messaging that has come out, whether it be from Hezbollah or from Iran. And that's why the secretary made the decision that he did to bolster our force posture in the region.
Under pressure from global powers, Iran's foreign ministry criticized calls for restraint as, quote, lacking logic and contradicting international law. A complication for Tehran is a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. focus is clear.
I really can't speak for what Iran's endgame is, but I can tell you what ours is, and that is to prevent a wider regional war from spreading out within the Middle East.
Talks are scheduled to resume on Thursday, but if Iran attacks, it could derail the conversation.
Everyone in the region should understand that further attacks only perpetuate conflict, instability, and insecurity for everyone.
The United States ramping up its naval presence in the region with 14 warships and a guided missile submarine carrying more than 150 Tomahawk missiles. Today marks 2 weeks since Iran and its proxies started threatening Israel with a major attack. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for that report. Again, you are taking a live look over at the Israel-Lebanon border. It's a shot that you've seen quite a bit over the past several months. Now, it is important to note here that folks in Israel are waiting for that imminent attack from both Iran and from Hezbollah. Now, we have mentioned this a few times, but there are peace talks, ceasefire and hostage release deal discussions that are expected to continue tomorrow. However, Hamas has said they are not going to be there, meaning it would be very difficult for a decision to be released. What you are looking at right now is a post on Twitter or X coming in from Eylon Levy, who is the former Israeli government spokesperson. He says simultaneously Hamas is refusing to attend ceasefire talks and Iran is threatening to attack Israel if there is no ceasefire. They are trying to blackmail Israel. I do actually want to bring on in Eylon right here. He is live for us over in Tel Aviv. Eylon, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
And I do want to talk a little bit about that post on Twitter or X, as you mentioned there, that you have kind of what appears to be something that's impossible, because you have Hamas saying that they want to release a ceasefire deal of some kind, come up with a ceasefire and hostage release deal, but they're not going to be there at the actual discussions there in Qatar. And then you also have Iran saying if a deal is reached, they won't attack. So what do you make of all of that? It seems basically impossible.
You're right. It's clear that Israel's enemies do not want a deal that will release the hostages and keep Israel safe and secure. Hamas may want a ceasefire, but it only wants a ceasefire until it is ready to attack Israel. Because the first thing it did after the October 7th massacre was to say that it will do it again and again and again until Israel is destroyed. And so now we find ourselves in this bizarre position where on the one hand, Hamas is refusing to come to the ceasefire talks in Cairo, and also Iran is threatening that it will attack Israel unless there is a ceasefire. And to me, it looks like they are working to pressure Israel, blackmail Israel to capitulate, not to reach a deal that will take account of Israel's security interests, but trying to force Israel to withdraw under pressure of an Iranian missile attack. And that's why it's so important that Israel sees it has the support of the free world, a very important statement by the US, the UK, Germany, France, and Italy, saying that they support Israel's defense against Iranian aggression and against attacks by Iran's proxy armies, recognizing that this would be an unprovoked act of aggression by Iran and demanding that Hamas come to the table for talks to free those hostages. But, you know, here in Israel, people are getting on with their lives. We've been on high alert for a possible Iranian attack for over a week now. There's no panicking. There's no rioting. That speaks to the resilience of the Israeli people. The cafes are full. The bars are full. The beaches are full. People are getting on with their lives, knowing that if Iran launches a full-scale attack, we'll have to run for shelter. But until then, we're going to keep living our lives and keep advocating for the release of the hostages.
And we know that today the family members of those hostages that are held by Hamas at this point for more than 10 months, we're talking 313 days, were at the Knesset. What is the message that they're trying to get across to the Israeli government? And is the Israeli government doing enough, in your opinion, to bring the remaining hostages home?
The families want to bring their loved ones home immediately. And I think if you had a relative held hostage in the terror dungeons, you would tell your government, look, take me, pay any price. I think there are disagreements among the families. Many of them would want the government to sign a deal, any deal, just get this out of the way in order to get hostages home. Some hostage families want to see more military pressure because they want to get a better deal. Let's remember, the first stage of the deal would bring back people in the humanitarian category, the 2 children who are still held there, including a baby, the women, the elderly, the extremely sick. But then there are families of the male hostages, especially of the soldiers who were abducted on October 7th, who will be saying, wait, hang on, what about my loved ones? How do I have a guarantee that they are going to come home and they're not going to be abandoned when Hamas decides that it doesn't want to release all the hostages in the end and they want to see more pressure? There are also families that are demanding pressure not only on the Israeli government, but on foreign governments as well, to put more pressure on Hamas to let them go. And there is so much that the US can still be doing in order to pressure Hamas to release the hostages. That's why Rachel Goldberg, the mother of Hirsch Goldberg-Polin, whose left arm was blown off from the elbow down when he was abducted on October 7th, is urging people to write to their members of Congress in the United States to keep that in the public mind as well, and to put more pressure on Hamas through terrorism laws, financing laws, in order to force them to release the hostages. What I would say is this. Look, Israel obviously wants to get the hostages home, but Israel faces impossible dilemmas. There are no easy choices because we want to get the hostages home, but we want to get the hostages home in a way that ensures that Hamas is not free to take more hostages again. And that the hostages who were taken from their homes along the border can go back to their homes without fearing that they will be taken hostage again. And that's why Israel is demanding certain things in the talks, such as control of the Gaza-Egypt border, so Hamas cannot smuggle more missiles, such as control to make sure that Hamas terrorists cannot cross back into northern Gaza. because Israel says, look, we have to get the hostages home, but we can't bring the hostages home in a way that leaves Hamas free and emboldened to do more October 7th again and again, as it is threatening to do. I really do not envy Israel's decision makers who have to make impossible moral dilemmas under immense humanitarian pressure to release those hostages who are still being abused in Hamas's terror dungeons.
I want to get your take as a former Israeli government spokesperson, because we've seen circulating on social media a lot of the controversy that is surrounding Ben-Gvir's visit over to Temple Mount. Can you explain for folks watching who have seen those posts what the controversy actually is there?
Sure. The Temple Mount is the holiest site in Judaism. It is the site of the two ancient temples. The Western Wall, which many people will think of as the holy site, is one of the retaining walls of this complex. Now, for centuries, since the Islamic conquest, there has been a mosque and an Islamic shrine on top of the Temple Mount. Israel captured this territory from Jordan in 1967, and Israel agreed to what is now called the status quo. Namely that Jews are allowed to visit the Temple Mount, but they're not allowed to pray there. Only Muslim prayer is allowed. Israel allows freedom of religion for everyone, except for Jews when it comes to the Temple Mount. And Israel has placed restrictions on Jewish prayer on the Temple Mount out of an understanding that this is an explosive issue in the Muslim world, and that changes to the so-called status quo, the ban on Jewish prayer, could inflame tensions around the Muslim world and inspire attacks against Jews and against Israel. So Israel has placed restrictions and said Jews aren't allowed to pray there. Israel's public security minister, a religious nationalist, Itamar Ben-Gvir, wants to change that and thinks that Jews do have a right to pray at their holiest site. For now, the prime minister is saying there are no changes to the status quo, the prayer ban relating only to Jews on the Temple Mount, and there will be no changes. That is an important element as well of the peace agreement between Israel and Jordan. Israel fears that if there were changes there, it could inspire religious violence from Palestinians and put pressure on Jordan in terms of its diplomatic ties with Israel. And that's why this deeply problematic arrangement, and we have to be honest, it is a deeply problematic arrangement that Jews are not allowed to pray at their holy site, is a price that Israel is willing to pay at the moment.
And Elon, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about this other report that is circulating. And I always say the name of this this news publication incorrectly, but it's Haaretz, and they're reporting here that IDF soldiers using Palestinian civilians as human shields, sending them into homes and tunnels where there could be explosives or booby traps. And the IDF responded saying the conduct like that is quote unquote prohibited, and it will investigate any of those types of allegations, even if they don't necessarily believe they are true. They still do want to investigate. This is, of course, what Israel has said Hamas is doing. So I would imagine that Netanyahu and other Israeli officials would severely punish any IDF soldiers that are found to be doing this, again, if these reports do turn out to be true.
Yeah, these reports are deeply disturbing. This behavior is not allowed. The army has said it is prohibited. It said it will investigate. And I can only say that as a citizen, I hope the army investigates and punishes anyone found breaking the code of conduct. But this is not the same pattern as Hamas's use of civilians as human shields. Hamas has deliberately embedded its military assets inside and underneath civilian buildings. It builds its military headquarters inside schools and homes and hospitals. It's built a network of tunnels longer than the New York subway underneath civilian areas, with tunnel shafts poking out from under schools and under children's beds. Hamas prevents civilians at gunpoint from leaving, and when they evacuate because Israel tells them to move to safety, Hamas gunmen move along with them. Just yesterday, we had an attempted missile attack on Tel Aviv. It fell in the sea. But that rocket was fired from inside a refugee tent, inside a humanitarian zone, because Hamas wants to try to make it impossible for Israel to defend itself. Because if Israel defends itself and civilians get hurt, then the world will blame Israel. Hamas's leaders are on record as saying they see dead civilians as martyrs. Ismail Haniyeh, who was eliminated in Tehran, said in a really disgusting quote, "We need the blood of the children and the women and the elderly to awaken within us a revolutionary spirit." They see these civilians not only as human shields, but human sacrifices. It is not an aberration, something that is prohibited and will be punished if found. It is a systematic part of Hamas's strategy, because its only way to survive this war that it started on October 7th is to generate enough humanitarian suffering that the world pressures Israel to leave Hamas on its feet and let it survive the war that it started, able to regroup, to rearm, and still holding hostages. So definitely very disturbing allegations about behavior by IDF soldiers. I hope they are investigated and punished, but very different from Hamas's strategy.
All right, Eylon Levy there, former government spokesperson for Israel. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
You know, I will say in Israel, we have been waiting for a while for a direct Iranian attack, and it is crazy that we are waiting for an Iranian attack. We appreciate support from around the world, people making clear that Iran cannot just attack Israel and get away with it, that Israel has a right to defend itself, that they will also come to Israel's defense. And I would just say this: Israel has been under attack by the Iranian regime and its proxy armies on 7 fronts since October 7th. This isn't just a war with a Palestinian terrorist group in Gaza. The following day, Hezbollah joined in the north. We're not waiting for Hezbollah attack. It has been raining rockets and drones on Israel every single day. 7,000 rockets. 60,000 Israelis are displaced from their homes and cannot go home because Hezbollah is bombing their homes. The Houthi pirates in Yemen, attacks from the West Bank, from Syria, from Iraq, and we had a direct ballistic missile and drone attack from Iran itself in April. This is not a small war with a Palestinian terrorist group. Iran is not trying to prevent a regional war. It is already fighting a regional war against Israel, using its proxy armies on 7 fronts. And the whole free world, for its own security, needs to stand firmly with Israel in repelling Iran's attacks and thinking seriously how they contain the Islamic Republic's aggression and attempts to export terrorism throughout the Middle East.
All right, Eylon Levy, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break all that down. We appreciate it. And I do want to take you out to this live image once again that we do have over the Israel-Lebanon border as we get to the latest out of that region. We know that the U.S. Special Envoy Amos Hochstein visited the Lebanese capital of Beirut today, warning the window is closing for a ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. Hochstein saying he spoke with Lebanon's parliament speaker and they agree, quote, "There is no more time to waste and there's no more valid excuses from any party for any further delay," adding that a deal would, quote, "prevent an outbreak of a wider war." Talks, as we mentioned, expected to resume tomorrow. However, Hamas has indicated it will not send a representative for the final round of negotiations, and that would obviously make it difficult for a deal to be reached. I do want to bring you some of the comments there by the special envoy, Amos Hochstein, who spoke this morning, only about 5 minutes in length. But again, I do want to play those comments for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. When I was last in Lebanon, which was in June, I stood here and I told everyone that I believe that the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel has gone on for long enough, and that diplomatic resolution was both achievable and it was urgent. I think that was true in June, and sadly, it is still very true today. We continue to believe that a diplomatic resolution is achievable because we continue to believe that no one truly wants a full-scale war between Lebanon and Israel, especially not the Lebanese people and the Israeli people. We know it's urgent because the hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel have only escalated since I was here last. Speaker Berry and I had a good conversation about the situation in Lebanon and the need to escalate tensions across the blue line and across the region. President Biden has been working tirelessly to do exactly that. including through an immediate ceasefire and hostage release deal. And he's asked me to come back to Lebanon ahead of the renewed talks this week. Speaker Barry and I also talked about the framework agreement that's on the table for a Gaza ceasefire, and he and I agreed there is no more time to waste, and there's no more valid excuses from any party for any further delay. The deal would also help enable a diplomatic resolution here in Lebanon, and that would prevent an outbreak of a wider war and create the conditions for the displaced Lebanese people to return to their homes in the south and the displaced Israeli residents to return to their homes in their north. Both should be able to do that with safety and security. We have to take advantage of this window for diplomatic action and diplomatic solutions. That time is now. Thank you. Hold on a second. I can't hear you.
What are the messages you're bringing with you from the U.S. for the Lebanese leaders?
Look, the messages, my message to the Lebanese people is very simple. I think the United States agrees with the Lebanese people who want to live their lives, to resume their lives with peace and security and prosperity, and not have to live under the constant threat of conflict and war. That is the message that we want for everyone. This region has now suffered enough, and the more time goes by of escalated tensions, the more time goes by of daily conflict, the more the odds and the chances go up for accidents, for mistakes, for inadvertent targets to be hit that could easily cause escalation that gets out of control. And that is why the time is now to get us into a better direction. And for the Lebanese people, my message is clear. What President Biden has said publicly over the last several days, and the message that he has sent in his joint statement together with the leaders of Qatar and Egypt, to return to talks with urgency on a ceasefire in Gaza that releases the hostages and sets the conditions to end this war. And here in Lebanon, we believe we can get to end of the conflict now, today. We just need, but we recognize that that there are those who want to tie it to other conflicts. That is not our position. We can reach an end to the conflict now, but we understand that we also need to work to get to an end of the conflict in Gaza.
We are waiting for one answer. If there is any chance to avoid a war between Israel and Hezbollah.
I hope so, and I believe so. Thank you.
All right, that was Amos Hochstein there, the U.S. Special Envoy, as he is today over in Beirut in Lebanon, speaking about the talks there. We do know that we have the hostage release and ceasefire talks that are expected to resume tomorrow. So he is speaking with Lebanese leaders today. We also know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken was expected to head over to the Middle East this week. However, that trip has been canceled or possibly postponed and could be rescheduled. The time now 9:22 over on the East Coast and 6:22 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Again, do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have coming in. We have so many of them, so I want to pull them up for you right here. This is White Bear Lake over in Minnesota. And as always, we do have this image there over of the White House in D.C. If you look closely, normally you can see folks, mainly Secret Service agents, that are out there in front. Looks like there is just one of them there in view because, of course, the White House surrounded by a lot of bushes and trees there. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 925 on the East Coast and 625 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Now, here at Live Now, we are a culmination of all of our different Fox affiliates across the country, and we do have a lot of them. We like to check in for their top stories, and right now our Fox 32 Chicago team is, of course, discussing the Democratic National Convention, which will take place next week. But they're also covering a story that they've been watching very closely involving the migrant shelters there in Chicago. Do want to pop up the audio to listen to their report as they break down the latest details.
Good morning. We are now hearing that city officials who were recently anticipating several thousand migrants next week are not expecting a significant number any longer. But that doesn't mean they aren't still gearing up for it.
In the event of a migrant surge during the DNC, city officials say they will be ready. There are currently more than 5,000 available beds across citywide migrant shelters, but only time will tell if and when they will be filled. A city spokesperson tells us they have a strategic plan in place to prepare for any sudden increases in new arrivals. Writing, the city is maintaining sufficient bed capacity in our existing temporary shelters and preparing sites in the event that new temporary emergency shelters will need to be activated on short notice. Over the last several months, the city has closed many of its temporary shelters. Still, there are about 5,500 migrants living across 17 city-run locations. One of those shelters is at Walnut and Paulina. On Tuesday morning, near West Side residents and business owners called on Mayor Brandon Johnson to shut it down by the end of next month.
Every day there is chaos, crime, and danger.
They say there has been a spike in 911 calls due to increased drug activity, street fighting, and loitering.
Here in my hand is a list of 400 calls to 911.
The owners of Happy Tails and Trails and Cake Chicago say they are losing customers.
I have personally seen drug deals go down.
There's glass everywhere. Some of these kids are barefoot. They need better conditions because it's not fair to them as well as ourselves.
No official word yet on how much longer that shelter could remain open. We do know that the city has requested FEMA dollars to help cover the costs of a possible surge. We also reached out to Governor Abbott's office asking about that potential influx, but did not immediately hear back. Reporting from the United Center, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 32 Chicago team. We are going to be checking in with them all throughout this week, but also next week as we see the DNC get underway. Now, to talk a little bit more about all of this here, I do want to bring in Mike LaRosa, the former press secretary for First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and former special assistant to the president, currently a partner there at Ballard Partners. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break down more as we discuss the DNC.
Sure, thanks for having me.
All right, so first off, the big question here, I want to get right into it because we do know that President Biden is going to speak during the DNC. Now, just about maybe a month or so ago, he was going to be accepting the nomination. But now, how is that speech that he gives going to differ?
Well, a couple of ways. First of all, I think he'll be, cheered to a hero's welcome by the delegates, by the crowd. I think it's going to be quite a sight to see. I think it's going to be a moment. And I think, if you think about history, this isn't obviously completely parallel, but when Bobby Kennedy came out before the delegates in 1964 in Atlantic City, and he was welcomed to about, I think, 17 to 22 minutes of nonstop applause. It was a moment in history. I think this has the opportunity to be another major moment in political history and political events, because it's the end of a 5-decade career in public service. And, that's really what you're seeing is going to be history, because people in politicians, leaders don't give up power very easily or very often. And this is going to embody that, sort of the passing of the torch. I know that's been used a lot, that cliche, but he really is going into that first night as the bridge to the next generation of leaders of the Democratic Party. So he's going to contextualize what he inherited as president, how far we've come since the coronavirus, and about I think it was 500,000 people who had died by the time we took office in January of 2021. He's going to lay out and paint a picture about how dark things were, how bright things look going forward. One example you're seeing today is the announcement of the inflation coming down to, I think, the lowest it's been, under 3%. And with interest rates likely being cut in the future by the Fed, look, things are looking better. He's going to paint that picture and tell a story about where we were and where we are now.
What about Kamala Harris? Because, again, just about a month ago, she was not going to be accepting the nomination for president. So what should we expect from her speech? What should we be listening for?
Well, I think the first thing she has to do is, one of the things she will do is probably tell people who she is, reintroduce herself to the country, define herself as the nominee and then as the leader of the Democratic Party, but also paint a picture for the millions of Americans who are going to be watching and paying attention on TV or YouTube or streaming, or who will see versions of it in clips on social media, to talk about her life story, being the daughter of immigrants, and going to Howard University, and what that did for her and how it impacted her life, and really personalize her biography so that people can start to see her as, as the next president. But we need to be able to relate to our next president. Relatability is so desired by voters. And so she has an opportunity to really communicate her life experience and her life story in a way that voters can not only relate to, but understand, appreciate, and admire.
And you have a lot of experience, of course, with the Bidens. So I did want to get your take on this. Tim Walz as a vice presidential pick, is that what you would have been expecting? And what do you think overall with Kamala choosing him?
I got to say, we spent, and I say me, back when I was working for the Bidens between 2019 and 2022, we spent a lot of time in Minnesota, and we spent a lot of time with Tim Walz and his wife Gwen, and got to know them very well. And he's a lifelong educator, like the First Lady. So there was a lot, and he's in the Army National the Army National Guard, the Army National Reserve. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure. I forget how the correct title, like their son Bo. So there was a lot of overlap with the Walzes and the Bidens. So I never expected Walz to be on the short list, but I'm kind of excited about it because he's been electrifying in his auditioning for the vice president, but also in sort of helping the vice president bring sort of a united party together. But one thing I would say is that if you think about Walz's story and what I was just talking about in terms of relatability, he embodies relatability. He is a VP pick out of central casting that Republicans would have died to have had as a leader or on a ticket, a veteran, a educator, guy next door, look and sound quality to him. And a high school football coach. I mean, that is relatability in a package. He is the full package. So I think they did, in a short amount of time, I think they just did an incredible, probably a flawless execution of not only the vetting, but the rollout of Tim Walz and the selection itself.
My last question here before I let you go. It's a question that's been asked time and time again, and I don't know if you have any insight or anything of that nature, but what do you think is next for the Bidens?
Oh, God. Well, knowing my former boss, Dr. Biden, she has been a political spouse since she was a senior. Well, I guess she met with him when she was a senior in college. And they started dating when she was around 24. She has been at this as almost as long as him, in a different capacity, as a observer, but as his partner in life. I am guaranteeing you, I saw her on the beach, sitting on the beach the other day in Rehoboth. But they will actually now finally have time to enjoy that beach house because, they didn't, I don't think they acquired that or bought that home until after he was vice president. And then all of a sudden he started running for president again. So I think you're going to see them write books and probably tell the story of the last 4 unpredictably wild, fascinating, but rewarding years in books, and spend a lot of time at the beach with their grandkids. And their children and their grandkids.
All right, Michael LaRosa, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, I guess I would say I think, as now being an observer, it's been remarkable to see sort of the Democratic Party. The mission hasn't changed, but the messengers have changed. And I have to give the vice president and her team, her chief of staff, Lorraine Voles, her campaign chief of staff, Sheila Nix, and Jen O'Malley Dillon, those around her, have just executed such a enormous, monumental, unconventional task of making this transition so close to a convention, but uniting the party in a way that has really re-energized many people who may not have been feeling enthusiastic prior to this. The level of the events, the money, the energy that's been injected has just been remarkable and historic to see. And you have to give them some credit for being able to execute all this in such a short amount of time and do it, without a fractious or a fracture in the Democratic Party.
All right. Michael, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Anytime.
And don't forget, the DNC is going to be next week over in Chicago. You are taking a live look over at the skyline there. We're going to have extensive coverage leading up to it. And, of course, you can watch all the speeches in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We do have some breaking news coming in out of Hillsborough, North Carolina here, where the search is underway for a man convicted of murder. There's a news conference expected to begin, so we'll take you out there live on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to Orange County, North Carolina. They look like this news conference is already getting underway, so I don't want to talk too much, but this is all related to a convicted killer who is on the run. Police providing an update here. Let's pop up the audio.
In an effort to better manage the flow of information and incoming phone calls, we are providing a new phone number this morning for people calling in with information. That new number is 919-324-1082, 919-324-1082. Anyone with information about the whereabouts of Mr. Alston is encouraged to call that number, provide what they know, and that information may qualify them, may lead to a reward for them if that information leads to his capture. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kirby Saunders, the Director of Orange County Emergency Services. As I mentioned yesterday, we have been tasked to assist the local law enforcement, state and federal partners in the capture of Mr. Alston. Specifically, we're helping to coordinate both an intensive ground search effort as well as assisting in the investigative task that law enforcement is the mission that they are doing currently. As I mentioned yesterday, we searched approximately 580 acres yesterday, with an additional 100 acres or so over into the evening hours. Our focus intention yesterday was to really focus a lot of efforts in and around the hospital area where Mr. Alston escaped from, to really assure the community that he was not there. We did not find obviously did not find Mr. Alston, and we didn't have any additional sightings in that area. It's important to note that there are really two sides to this search effort. There's the ground search effort, which are clearing known areas, residences, ravines, creeks, and things, any places he may be, while simultaneously an exhaustive investigative search also happening in the rest of the world outside of that immediate vicinity. Yesterday, in the initial response, we involved both aerial assets, helicopters, canine resources, and ground searchers, law enforcement officers, specifically trained in searching for individuals who are fleeing capture. Those canine tracks led us north of the hospital area in some areas. We followed those until the canine scents ran cold. Today's effort is to search those areas along those canine tracks to look for any what we call clues. So any signs that Mr. Alston may have been there, any footprints, any discarded remains, handcuffs, a tie, or anything that we can find that would confirm a direction of travel and how he may have evaded capture. And that is our focus today. So our law enforcement resources and searchers will be focusing north of Hillsborough, north of the UNC Hospital Hillsborough campus on the ground today, as well as assisting law enforcement in investigative functions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Laura Levine here with WREL News. We know Alston has family and friends within this area. Have they been in communication with you all? Have you been communicating with them? Are they cooperating with this investigation?
So we have made contact with some family members, yes. Cooperation has been varied.
Anthony Wilson with ABC 11, any idea how he was able to get out of those leg restrictions?
There are a couple of theories. None have given us a concrete answer. We're interviewing the two transport officers in more detail about that, but right now we're not able to speculate exactly how they were able to be removed.
I'm Dina with CBS 17. Was his escape caught on hospital camera, and if so, will that be released?
So I spoke with Chief Kelly White of the hospital police yesterday, and he allowed me to look at that video. I understand that there has been a request of the media to the hospital for that, and I'm sure that will be provided. Doesn't show a whole lot because it happens so quickly. As most of you know, the technology behind those cameras is stopgap, so all of that information is not captured. There is a very, the door opens, his foot hits the ground, and then he's out of the frame. So he was moving quickly, more quickly than the camera could capture.
With the reward announced yesterday, have you all received an influx of information, calls? If so, do you have an estimate on how many tips?
I don't have an estimate. I can tell you that throughout the night, on up to 3 o'clock this morning, I was getting calls on my cell phone. None of them, to be honest with you, a lot of them were people that were just playing games with the phone numbers. And we expect that. We know that's going to happen. No concrete leads at this time. Again, $35,000 is a lot of money. Somebody knows out there that this was planned, and they know who's involved in it, and we hope that motivates them to do the right thing and let us know so that we can bring this to a successful conclusion and a just conclusion.
With that in mind, Sheriff, do you have any reason to believe that he may have changed his appearance or the clothing he was wearing in the last scene?
Anthony, that's quite possible. And I'm glad you brought that up because that's on my notes to address today. There have been some questions about what he looked like because there's so many different photographs of him. The reason there are a lot of photographs, and I understand that the Department of Corrections takes pictures of them frequently. I did not realize he had dreadlocks until yesterday when I saw that first picture. It's my understanding that when he ran, he was in dreadlocks and he had those tied back. It's quite likely and probable that he's cut those, but we don't know that. We can't say that with any degree of certainty. So I would ask the public to concentrate on the photograph of his face and all the iterations of his hair so that if they see him and it has changed, they'll know that it's him.
Any distinguishing marks, tattoos that might also look?
He has a very distinguishing mark tattoo on his chest, and it is the word flame, which is, I'm told, a nickname, and it's done in dots, and right in the center of that word flame is a star. Other than that, I think there's a tattoo on his right arm, niece, the word niece on his right arm. Other than that, I'm not familiar with any other tattoos, scars.
Senator Roberto with Spectrum News, are you able to give us a timeline of when they left the jail, when they made it to the hospital, and when he actually escaped, and when the actual...
So the timeline I can give you is that he arrived, or the escape happened at 7:01 a.m. As for when he left, we're going to be back here today at 4 for our next press briefing, and unless something happens before then, and I'll have a more detailed timeline by then about, and I just wasn't prepared for that question, I apologize, for when they left, when they arrived, so forth.
You said that you're talking to the two transport officers. Has anybody been put on suspension or any sort of...
No, ma'am. We're offering them support.
One more question, Sheriff. As you mentioned, the calls and tips that were coming in, obviously media getting them as well. We received a few that he possibly was spotted in the Timberlake area. Any belief or any substance to the fact that he could have been traveling in that direction?
So I'll say this. Since he left the hospital, everything indicates a northern push. We received a call last night that he was at Big Lots in Durham. We received another call that might suggest that he was in another area in Durham. There was some discussion about him being in another part of the state. I cannot put any degree of certainty with any of those. We do have a team that's going to some of these locations to look at cameras there, and I want to really emphasize cameras. Our neighborhoods are riddled with Ring cameras, and I just want to plead to the public, if you're in that area of interest, it's Hillsborough, especially around the hospital in these neighborhoods, please check your Ring cams. I got one. I don't look at it every day. It doesn't give me alerts every day, but if I take the time to go back and look at what happened on Thursday, maybe I could. So I would ask the public to please do that, whether it's a Ring cam or other kind of surveillance equipment that you might have, to please check that for us and let us know. And remind everyone about the $35,000 reward. And again, remind everyone of the 919-324-1082 1082 tip line for those calls.
All right, that was a news conference there out of Orange County, North Carolina, held just moments ago, as we did get an update on the search for escaped killer there. But we can tell you there isn't much of an update as the search does continue there. Again, this is a man convicted of murder who the Orange County Sheriff's Office said did escape from the Department of Correction custody while arriving to receive medical care at UNC Hospital in Hillsborough. His name is Ramon Alston. He is 30 years old, and at this point we know that he was serving a life sentence for murder in Orange County. As we get more updates, we will bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look at Tropical Storm Ernesto showing up right there on our XRAD radar system. To get a live look at everything going on, including the latest track, do want to bring in Jamie Rome, the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. Well, first off, can you break down the latest track for the storm, as we do know right now it's bringing some heavy rain over to Puerto Rico?
Yeah, the center of Ernesto is centered well to the north of Puerto Rico and pulling away. So the winds are starting to die down over Puerto Rico, but unfortunately the flood threat is materializing as we anticipated, where there are numerous flood warnings in effect, especially over the eastern half of the island, and that's going to spread and overtake almost the entire island as these rain bands continue to sit right on top of Puerto Rico.
And what sort of advice do you have for people who are watching right now? Because we know that people tend to experience these tropical storms, hurricanes, and they say, we know what we're dealing with. It's fine. It's not a big deal. What sort of advice do you have for them?
Well, this is the textbook case of why we plead with people not to focus on the Saffir-Simpson scale and not to focus on the center of the cone or where the center is moving, because look how far this system is removed from Puerto Rico, and it's only a tropical storm, as a lot of people like to call it, yet it is dumping torrential rains over the island and producing life-threatening conditions even that far away. We have to break people of this cycle of looking only at the Saffir-Simpson scale and saying this is no big deal.
And I have to agree, because I'm a Florida native, and I know growing up we'd say, just a tropical storm, no big deal. But people have to get out of that mindset if they are in the path of the storm. My last question here before I let you go, the continental U.S., any sort of threat to folks in Florida or along the East Coast?
This is another case of not focusing on the cone. So, Ernesto is going to pull out, continue to move to the north over the open waters of the western Atlantic, where it will intensify into a hurricane, potentially a powerful hurricane. And at first glance, this looks well to the east of the continental United States. But unfortunately, it's going to produce a large rip current risk for nearly all of us along the East Coast this weekend. And this will be a heavily beach weekend. A lot of people, this is basically the last weekend of summer, and I'm worried people are not going to know about that risk.
It's very true. All right, Jamie Rome there, Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. Thank you so much for taking the time to update us here and to update the viewers on the storm. I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you really in the coming days.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, do have to get to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 9:56 on the East Coast and 6:56 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:58 over on the East Coast and 6:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look at an image that we've seen a lot over the past several months right here. That is the Israel-Lebanon border as we get to the latest going on in the Middle East. Now, we know right now that the ceasefire talks are expected to continue in the Middle East tomorrow. However, Hamas has said that they are not going to attend, which, of course, would make it very difficult for a deal to be reached. We talked with Eylon Levy a bit earlier on this morning. He is a former Israeli government spokesperson. He actually posted this post here on X or Twitter saying, Hamas is refusing to attend ceasefire talks, Iran threatening to attack Israel if there is no ceasefire. So essentially concluding that they are trying to blackmail Israel. David Mencer, the current Israeli government spokesperson, just wrapping up a briefing here. Do want to bring you that raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom, I'm David Mencer, Israeli government spokesman. A quick update from me and then to your questions, which you should put in the chat, all of which we will answer this Wednesday, the 14th of August, day 313 of the October 7th war. For clarity, here are Israel's war aims: the return of all of our hostages, 115 people, dismantling of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities, and removing the terrorist threat to Israel. Yesterday was Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, the Hebrew month, the saddest day in the Jewish calendar, when Jewish people the world over remember their calamities that have befallen the Jewish people, not least the October 7th massacres and the destruction of the first and the second temples in Jerusalem. Hamas chose to attack Israel yesterday, launching rockets at us at 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon in yet another Hamas exploitation of humanitarian infrastructure in Gaza, firing from humanitarian tents themselves. Hamas launched rockets from the humanitarian tents inside Khan Yunis towards Tel Aviv. You know, Hamas hate Gazans. They trade in the lives of ordinary Gazans, deliberately embedding its military assets to carry out attacks against Israel next to humanitarian infrastructure and the civilian population inside Gaza. A double war crime. Hezbollah, attacking us from the north, do the same thing. Now to COGAT and an update on their work coordinating aid into Gaza. Aid continues to enter every day via all the crossings since the beginning of the war. More than 46,000 trucks have delivered 888,500 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. Monday saw 194 trucks carrying humanitarian goods enter Gaza. UN aid organizations did not collect any trucks from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom. Not one. All the while, 114 private sector and other international organization trucks were collected. 575 trucks are still awaiting collection from the useless and hopelessly inefficient United Nations, awaiting them to do their job. Yesterday, COGAT conducted an NGO conference with 30 aid organizations. Discussions focused on new and upgraded donation procedures, the polio response effort, essential coordination activities, and other logistics. We will continue to deepen our humanitarian mission with close cooperation with international NGOs working in Gaza for a humanitarian response for the Gazan civilian population. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now happily take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. First question here is from Leo Soroka from the Washington Post. According to Ynet, Leo asked, the families of the hostage female observers claim that only Mossad chief Dedi Barnea is expected to leave tomorrow for the summit in Doha without Ronen Bar or Nitzan Alon. Can you confirm who will be in the Israeli delegation? Thank you for that question, Lior. We're not discussing who we're sending, but I can update you on the latest on the hostage release negotiations. There have been a number of misunderstandings that have arisen. The charge that the Prime Minister added new conditions to the May 27th proposal is incorrect. The Prime Minister's July 27th letter did not introduce extra conditions and certainly does not contradict or undermine the May 27th proposal. In fact, it's Hamas that has demanded 29 changes, no less than 29 changes to the May 27th proposal, something the Prime Minister refused to do. So here are the facts. Firstly, on the Netzarim crossing, just a reminder that the Netzarim corridor, which crosses Gaza from east to west about a third of the way down Gaza, the May 27th proposal stipulates that only unarmed civilians will be permitted to cross the Netzarim corridor to northern Gaza. Now, the reason why this is so significant is because this is precisely the area closest to Israeli villages, kibbutzim, and towns like Sderot, where most Israelis in the area live. So we have a very strong imperative to ensure that weapons and gunmen and terrorists do not go back into that area. The July 27th letter stipulates that an agreed-upon mechanism should be established to assure this, something that was initially raised by the US mediator. So the letter does not only contradict the May 27th proposal, it facilitates it. Secondly, on the number of living hostages, I know, Lior, this wasn't precisely your question, but it gives me an opportunity to speak about the specifics of the deal, which is the first time we've done that during this briefing. So the second point I want to make to you is on the number of living hostages to be released. The May 27th proposal stipulates that a specific number of hostages will be released, living or dead. Now, Israel's position in the July 27th letter stipulates that all the living hostages in the relevant category should be released, again, fully conforming to the May 27th proposal. And the third point we'd make is that the way Palestinian prisoners will be released. The May 27th proposal stipulates that Israel will have a veto over a certain number of released prisoners and can designate that at least a certain number of prisoners will be released abroad, outside Israel and outside the Palestinian Authority and outside Gaza. The July 27th letter fully conforms with this condition as well. Thus, the July 27th letter does not introduce new terms. To the contrary, it includes essential clarifications to help implement the May 27th proposal. So Israel has welcomed the outline, which has been supported by President Biden and the mediating countries, and will enable the returning of the hostages while achieving our other war goals. Until now, Hamas has continued to set terms and refused to reach an agreement. Now, Israel will send the negotiations team on the agreed upon date, that's tomorrow, August 15th, in order to finalize the details of the implementation of the framework agreement. It is Hamas that continues to set additional terms and has refused to reach an agreement. Okay, next question here is from Wire's iPhone. Wira Davis. Two questions. Wira Davis from the BBC News. Two questions, please. Firstly, has Israel got any specifics to say about the reported strike in Gaza, which killed the Al-Qassam twins and their mother? Okay, let me... I haven't got any specifics of that on that question, Wira. I can share with you our findings from the attack which we undertook at the terrorist command and control center located inside a former school compound. I don't know if this is the same incident that you're referring to, but this former school, it's referred to in the international media as a school, it's a former school compound used as a civilian shelter. You know, if a school compound has been taken over by terrorists, it's no longer a school compound. The site that was attacked served as the Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terror organization as a shelter and as a command center from which various attacks were planned and advanced against IDF troops and Israelis. The elimination of 31 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists has been confirmed. Their pictures have been released, their jobs have been released, their affiliation to the terrorist organization, the crimes they committed have also been released. So this reflects a systematic pattern of exploiting the population and civilian infrastructure for terror purposes. The terrorist organizations have established in Gaza a vast network of tunnels which pass under homes, hospitals, mosques, and schools, and UN facilities, which are used for terrorist operations, storage of weaponry, and imprisoning Israeli hostages. Israel sees harm caused to civilians as a tragedy, while of course Hamas sees them harm to civilians as a strategy. Again and again and again, even though the BBC in particular, Wira, has got this wrong. For instance, the famous Al-Ali hospital, where the BBC claimed that hundreds of people were killed. That wasn't nowhere near the number. And secondly, it was, of course, an Islamic Jihad rocket. So the BBC has very often got these questions wrong. They've got their information wrong. So taking, all information which comes out of Gaza is released by Hamas. It has to clear Hamas. So we should all be completely aware of that. And Hamas are using Palestinian blood, Gazans' blood. They are trading in the lives of Gazans to be able to push forward their media strategy, because that's the only way they believe that they can win against us. It is Hamas that is responsible for any and all civilian deaths within Gaza, because they systematically violate international law, performing a war crime by using the civilian population as a human shield for its terror operations. Data published by Hamas officials cannot be trusted, Wira. Very, very important point. It cannot be trusted. You wouldn't even dream of using ISIS figures at the BBC. You wouldn't dream of quoting them. You'd be shouted down. But somehow, in this scenario, you happily quote them, even if you do say that they are Hamas figures. And it's been proven in previous incidents the number of casualties are exaggerated and very often inconsistent with the data which we hold here at the Israeli government and at the Israel Defense Forces. The precise weaponry used in the attack could not have caused the amount of damage and casualties that are being reported. Furthermore, no severe damage was caused to the compound, as can be seen in the photos taken after the strike of this Hamas and Islamic Jihad compound. Prior to the strike, numerous steps were taken to mitigate the risk of harming civilians, including the use of a small warhead, aerial surveillance, and intelligence information. The event at this, the Saturday morning event is still under IDF review. Let me just say further to that, Wira, that the BBC is being played. You are being played by the terrorists again and again and again. They embed themselves amongst where people live, where ordinary Gazans live. Yesterday's event of this rockets fired from inside a humanitarian tent. Hamas themselves released that footage. This is not Israeli footage. Hamas themselves released the footage of firing rockets at Israel from inside a humanitarian tent inside Khan Yunis because they want the response. They are using their own people as human shields. They want us to, and they want you to repeat, so they can repeat appalling images so that they can win this dastardly war against us. But it does not work. Hamas hate Gazans. They hate their own people. They are trading in Gazans' blood. And the BBC and you, where it should not fall for it. Okay, next question from next question from Wira Davis at the BBC. Do you expect tomorrow's talks to happen, and will Israel be sending a delegation to Qatar irrespective of Hamas's participation? Thanks. I think I did answer that question earlier, Wira. Yes, we are sending a delegation. We've made our position completely clear. We want these negotiations to succeed. It is an imperative that we get our hostages back. It's one of our key war aims. We are doing everything we can to get our people back, and Hamas, as usual, are dragging their feet and coming up with all sorts of stipulations which are unreasonable, and changing the documents and making amendments at the last moment, and all the sorts of most unpleasant aspects of negotiations in this part of the world. Okay, so that's that question. So yes, we are sending our delegation. I can confirm that, and the Prime Minister has confirmed that. Now you ask, thanks, I'm referring to a subsequent attack covered by many news outlets in which about the attack and whether children were harmed. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I say to you quite clearly, Wira, the BBC is being played, okay? And I don't say that there's an agreement between Hamas and the BBC. That's not what I'm saying, and other international media, not just the BBC. But it is a key part of Hamas's strategy for you to report these unbearable images. It is an absolutely key part. They wouldn't do it unless you reported it in the way that you report. And then you bring up, other experts talking about these events. None of these experts, even the ones in Gaza, never once blame the events on Hamas. Not once did they do that. And what does that tell you? That tells you that everything which comes out of Gaza, every bit of information is controlled by Hamas. The BBC is being played. It's very clear for all to see, and you should not fall for it. Of course you have a duty to report the facts. Of course you have a duty. I note that your correspondent who was in Gaza has moved to Istanbul. So you have a duty, of course, to report the facts, but you are, Gaza, Hamas relies on the BBC to produce these appalling images. That's the only reason that's the only way they think they can beat us. Next question is from Jim Williams at Zenga International News. Good afternoon, David. Defense Secretary Austin has sent 2 more warships and a submarine to the region. Also, the head of CENTCOM, General Kurilia, is in Israel to work with his Israeli counterparts. Do you think that this show of force and the linking of the US and Israel helps make Iran think twice about a large attack on Israel? Thank you very much for that question, Jim. Look, as the President of Israel made clear just this morning and echoed by the Prime Minister, and I think in common with everyone here in Israel, our security services remain on extremely high alert. The government expresses its full appreciation and thanks to our allies standing united with us in the face of the hate-filled threats of the Iranian regime and its terrorist proxies. And of course, in particular, we must thank the government of the US and the entire government here expresses its gratitude to all the allies as part of the coalition, to President Biden and to other leaders for this American leadership, for their steadfast commitment in words as well as deeds to the safety and security of Israel. As the President said this morning, our President said this morning, together we stand side by side in defense of the free world. The international community stands together to curb the dangerous ambitions of Iran, which states its intentions to destroy the state of Israel and threatens both regional stability and the free world. Prime Minister's made that clear, and the President have made that clear, and all of us here in the government are in agreement, and indeed people living here in Israel. And the second part of your question was whether we think this will make Iran think twice about an attack on Israel. Look, Iran, there's an axis of evil here, and they formed what they think is a stranglehold against Israel. And now I can't speak for the Iranians and how they think. I'm a representative of a democratic government fighting for its life, literally fighting for our life. This is an existential war against us. And Iran have arranged a ring of armed terror armies to surround us. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, the Houthis in Yemen, and other militias, and Iran itself. But I can't go into the head of the Iranian government, not the Iranian people, because the Iranian people hate Hamas as well, and they hate the regime of Iran as well. But Israel will exact a heavy price for any aggression against us. It's the last thing we want is another front or more attacks upon us, but we are strong and we are ready for an attack from any arena. Our long arm will reach anyone who causes harm to our civilians, And, you know, the elimination of the commanders of the military wings of both Hamas and Hezbollah should be understood as a very, very clear message to anyone who threatens this country. So against the background of these threats, the State of Israel is ready for any scenario, defensive or offensive. That said, there is currently no change to the defense instructions by the Home Front Command, but we encourage our country to remain informed and to follow any new guidance as instructed. We are strong and we are ready. Okay, any other, you want to scroll down, anything else? No, that was the last question. Okay, so thank you for joining us. There won't be a briefing tomorrow, so we are, the next briefing will be next week as things stand right now. In the meantime, do please stay safe, and we look forward to joining us next time at the next briefing. Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye.
And that was David Mencer there, the Israeli government spokesperson, as he was providing the latest update. Now, normally they do those updates Monday through Thursday, but you heard him say that they are not going to do a briefing tomorrow, so the next one will be next Monday. We'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as we do. All right, I do want to take you to one live image that just popped up on our screen here. It's a beautiful shot as we head into the break. This is actually coming in from White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Wanted to show it to you because, again, beautiful out there as it is summertime. So not really seeing a lot of folks out there, but hopefully they'll hit the water in the next little bit. If you look down, you can see a guy who looks like maybe he's taking some pictures out there. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:24 over on the East Coast and 7:24 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next 30 minutes or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. What you're looking at right there is a live image, our XRAD radar system, as we continue to track Tropical Storm Ernesto right now over Puerto Rico, dumping a lot of rain. A bit earlier on today, we spoke live with Nicole Valdez. She is with Fox Weather. She was live out there as the rain really started to come down and the winds were really picking up as well. I do actually want to head over to the Virgin Islands. That is where a news conference just wrapped up with officials there, very brief, as they provided an update on what they're seeing and what to expect.
A lot of branches in the road. There's a lot of water coming off the hills on all 3 islands, and there is sporadic flooding in areas when you're trying to traverse the streets. So especially if you have a low-lying car, your car is low to the ground, stay in the house. Don't drive through these waters, because you don't know what's under there. You don't know if it's a hole, if there's debris under there or whatnot, and we don't want to have to come out to come save you too. We have our own enough problems that we're dealing with. And since dawn this morning, it's been looking good, I could say, for the most part, but we're still in a weather event. There's still much flash flood warnings in effect, and we're still going through some tropical storm conditions here in the Virgin Islands. The one thing about this storm is that it's tremendous. It's huge. We've been getting since last night about 10 o'clock, and of course now that the winds have moved down, and you see me I'm looking out the window here at the Emergency Management Center. As the winds move out now, we're going to have this torrential rainfall. And you know how it gets in Puerto Rico. Once those clouds get over El Yunque and all the other mountains over there, it starts to produce more rainfalls in the Virgin Islands. So be like me, I got a nice cup of bush tea here, keeping me warm as I traverse some of the streets. But I'm going back to my house now and set up shop there, because there's no need for any of us to be on the streets right now. You know how WAPA is. They got to get their linemen out. Of course, we want to turn on the power, but we don't know where lines are down, so we can't just turn on the power willy-nilly. We got to make sure we don't electrify anybody as we electrify the grid. We don't want to electrocute anybody, either persons or their pets. And our crews, Public Works, is getting out there as the rain subsides to kind of clear the roads. Mostly branches, some trees down, major trees. I saw downtown Christiansted by the Scotia Bank with any tree fall over. We're really looking now to make those assessments to see whether we declare a national territorial state of emergency and seek a presidential declaration. And most of that is strictly because cleanup costs. We got to get those boats off of the waterfront and off of the other places that they may have washed up. We got to get the streets clear. And of course, eventually we're going to have some landslides without a doubt with all this rain we have, and especially people in St. John. Be safe over there. Stay off the roads. School will definitely be closed tomorrow. We'll let the teachers and other personnel know if and when they need to report. But for now, just bank on we're going to be in school, at least assessing, cleaning up, getting ready, so we can get the students back out there on Friday. It's a lot of tourists in town. The airport is opening back up, so that's good news as well. But there is a lot of weather in the area, and if you're visiting, you can't think of a better place to be stranded in the beautiful Virgin Islands. Stay another night, enjoy our weather here. The worst of the storm is over. Now we got to figure out how we wait out the rain, clean up, get the power back on, and get back to work. So we'll keep you updated as much as we know constantly. We're no major emergencies, so to speak, right now. Everything we're handling. We got some issues like the hospital feeder being down, but there are multiple ways to feed the hospital, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Other than that, all I have to say is stay safe, stay dry, love you, and have a fun time.
All right, that was an update there coming in out of the Virgin Islands, as they are expecting to see more of the effects there of Tropical Storm Ernesto, which our Fox Weather team does say they expect is going to become a hurricane later on today. We do have a shot coming in out of Nassau County, New York right now, where officials there are going to sign into law a first in the nation. This is a law banning mask wearing in public. You heard that right. A mask ban. We're going to make sure to bring that news conference to you as it does get underway in just a matter of minutes. Looks like the shot is freezing up, so we are hoping that that'll kind of fix itself, or our Fox 5 New York team will fix it for us. We'll be right back here. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute break at 10:29 on the East Coast and 7:29 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are waiting over in Nassau County, New York for this feed to get underway, but this is where officials are going to officially sign the nation's first mask ban. It looks like they are doing some mic checks. So again, once they get this underway, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to head over to some of your other top stories that are happening right now. Take a look at this video that you've probably seen quite a bit over the past several days, as we do know that efforts continue to put out a fast-moving wildfire that sparked over the weekend, flames being blamed for the destruction of homes, including the death of one person. This is actually over in Greece. Fox's Marianne Rafferty has that story.
Firefighters are racing to put out hundreds of small, slow-burning fires in Greece. A break in windy weather giving them a shot at full containment on a massive wildfire that sparked Sunday near Athens.
There was no time to even grab any clothes. All I have is what I'm wearing.
The fire burned dozens of homes and businesses in the city's northern suburbs. It's also left at least one person dead, a woman who died inside a local business.
She was a colleague, a friend, a good person. Dignified and hardworking.
While residents begin the cleanup process, firefighters from neighboring countries like Romania are arriving to help. Along with crews, several countries are also sending trucks and water-dropping planes. But this isn't the only blaze burning in the Balkans. At least 11 fires are burning in remote mountain areas of Albania. Bosnia is also struggling to contain flames spreading at a national park.
We have information that helicopters of the National Rescue Center of Serbia are at our disposal. We expect also other countries from the region to send help.
Meanwhile, here at home, several western wildfires are still raging. One of the biggest, the Park Fire in California, is now at 39% containment, with more than 400,000 acres burned. The California National Guard has been helping on the front lines.
We have just under 300 total service members who have been activated for the Park Fire as well as for the Boral Fire.
Low winds also appear to be helping with fire suppression in the Park Fire. Cal Fire says the blaze was subdued overnight due to higher humidity. In Los Angeles, Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you so much. And I do want to stay international right now as Ukrainian military forces are bolstering their offensive across the border in Russia. The uptick in activity sending shockwaves to residents, with many more evacuating. Fox's Gary Baumgarten takes a closer look at the response as the more than 2-year-long war does continue.
After more than a week of Ukraine's incursion into Russian territory, military officials are informing President Volodymyr Zelensky that they continue making gains across the border in Russia's Kursk region.
74 settlements are under our control. Fights are ongoing along the entire front line. The situation, despite the high intensity of combat, is under control. We continue to conduct the operation.
This campaign is the largest attack in the war since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. Anti-tank systems, called Dragon Teeth, can be seen along the border as Moscow forces fight back. But the encroaching conflict is forcing more Russian residents to evacuate their homes.
Helicopters and planes fly over the yard, and shells were flying. What could we do? We left everything behind.
Thousands who fled now line up to get clothes and food at aid centers as many wait out the barrage in temporary shelters oceans away. President Joe Biden says he's maintaining close contact with the Ukrainians.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for
President Zelensky telling his people they can't let up their momentum.
Ukrainians are capable of achieving our goals in any situation, capable of defending our interests and our independence.
This, as Ukraine's foreign ministry says, they have no intent of occupying any Russian territory. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much. Ask and you shall receive. We actually got a better shot that came in from Nassau County. That is where officials any moment now are expected to sign that mask ban, the first in the country. We're going to take you there live as that does get underway, but it looks like they are still working to set everything up. For now, I do want to head to a quick break here at 10:37 on the East Coast and 7:37 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:39 on the East Coast and 7:39 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next few minutes to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Again, we are waiting on this news conference to get underway over in Nassau County, New York. That is where this is going to be the first of its kind mask ban that has ever been put into effect. And this is over again in Nassau County. Looks like they're not ready to start just yet. Once they do, we will bring it to you in full right here. But for now, I do want to take you out to New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is holding a news conference all related to sidewalks and scaffolding. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
And has been really a leading voice on this issue that we talked about it and how we could get it done. And we're here to get it done. So I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for the entire initiative of Get Sheds Down, and how we're focused on doing that is part of our overall theme and goal. But this is part of the public safety part of revitalizing our economy and making this a livable city for working class people particularly, but the entire city in general. And taking down sidewalk sheds is crucial to this part of our apparatus. It is unsightly for our sidewalks. It's dangerous, and it just makes no sense. When you do the analysis, you see that sheds may have gone up to keep people safe, but they're still up because it's cheaper for building owners to leave them up than to fix their buildings. Just think about that for a moment. The incentive is to keep them up instead of making sure you build the underlying problem of why the sheds went up in the first place. This is bad public policy, and it is bad for public safety. And as we are discussing the study today, we want to thank our partners at MasterCard. It's clearly showing that these sheds are bad for business. Too many businesses throughout New York City have been shrouded by hundreds of miles of sidewalk sheds, some of which have been up for decades. We no longer even look at the buildings anymore because you look at the sheds and you think it's part of the building, and they've been up so long. Here in Manhattan, these sheds can cost business nearly $10,000 per month, and that's just from spending by people using MasterCards. That's a real, when you think about the razor-thin margin of running a restaurant or a business, having to pay $10,000 or lose $10,000 a month of business, it's just a major impact. And as the survey shows, our restaurants and bars are being hit the hardest. In fact, restaurants and bars are seeing as much as a 10% decrease in weekly transaction in the 6 months following a shed going up. Less business means fewer employees, fewer dishwashers, cooks, bartenders, people who really depend on the economics that come from their employment. It's a real hit to our hospitality. The Hospitality Alliance, we're doing everything impossible to continue our success of bringing tourism here and those who come out and enjoy this beautiful city. But these sheds are having a major impact on the tourism industry and our hospitality, which is the lifeblood of our economy.
All right, so that is Mayor Eric Adams, who is speaking about the Get Sheds Down. It's a takedown of sheds, especially related to tourism, which we know New York does have a lot of. Do want to pop up another live event that we have been waiting for here. This is over in Nassau County, New York, as they are going to enact the first mask ban over in the country. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
County Executive, all you.
Yeah, so good morning. I'm Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, and I want to welcome you here to the Theodore Roosevelt Executive and Legislative Building. We're here in the original courthouse in the ceremonial chambers for a bill signing of a very, very important piece of legislation. Mazi Pillip, who represents the westernmost part of the county, came to me a few weeks ago and said to me, listen, I have this idea about a ban on masks. I think it's very important. And I said to her, I said, did you discuss this with the presiding officer, Howard Coppell? She said, yes. He's very supportive. We talked to the police department and the county attorney's office, and they worked in a collaborative effort to come up with this bill here today that I'm going to sign that basically is a bill that protects the public. First of all, I want to thank, as I said, we have a tremendous amount of support, and I want to recognize everybody that is behind me that is here to support this. First of all, I want to start with Ari Ackerman, Shabbos Kestenbaum, Michelle Adut, Avi Posnick, Abraham Hamra, Michael Cohen, Mindy Perlmutter, Joey Borgen, Vivace Max Victor, Melissa Chapman, Liat Corrine, Charlene Aminoff, Yaron Levy, Rebecca Sassouni, Andrea Bolander, Allison Devlin, Emily Austin, our great controller, Elaine Phillips, our very, very outstanding presiding officer, Howard Coppell, and an array of very outstanding public officials, starting with Senator Jack Martins, Senator Steve Rhodes, Supervisor North Hempstead Jen DeSena, legislators Sam Getz and Rose Walker, the Town of North Hempstead Receiver of Taxes Mary Jo Collins, Mayor Dan Levy of Saddle Rock, Mayor Curtis Torkin of Kings Point, Mayor Susan Lepatkin of Kensington, Mayor Ted Rosen of Great Neck Plaza, Trustee Pam Markscheid of Great Neck Plaza, Trustee Michael DeLucia of Great Neck Plaza, and my Deputy County Executive for Public Safety, Tatum Fox, my Deputy County Executive for Health and Human Services, Anissa Moore, and most importantly, representing Commissioner Pat Ryder is the first Deputy Commissioner, Kevin Smith. All of us joining here today in support of this bill. If I missed anybody, I apologize. I'm sure that my staff will send me a note if there was an omission. But I want to stress that this is a bill that is going to protect the public. Why are we doing this? Well, we've seen throughout the United States, and specifically in New York City at Columbia University, people who wore masks and engaged in anti-Semitic acts, engaged in violence, tried to abridge people's constitutional rights. They occupied buildings. They tried to block roadways and bridges and disrupt traffic and people's lives. And they engaged in violent acts as well, all while wearing a mask. This is all very important, but it's only one component of the reason why we're here today. In talking to our law enforcement professionals, specifically our police commissioner and his staff, There is another reason other than just that. This is a broad public safety measure. What we've seen is people using masks to shoplift, to carjack, to rob banks, and this is activity that we want to stop. Nassau County is the safest big county in America, and it's due to our... It's due to our police and law enforcement officials who do a great job each and every day, risking their lives, and our District Attorney, Ann Donnelly, who is very, very set on making sure that she prosecutes criminals here in Nassau County. This is not an abridgment of anybody's rights. Nobody has a constitutional right to hide their identity in public. This has been something that's been in practice in many jurisdictions. We are just reinforcing it here in Nassau County with this bill here today. I want to stress to you also that this is a bipartisan effort. Mayor Eric Adams has been very vocal that he would like the New York City Council to pass a similar piece of legislation, as have other Democrats. The last thing I want to stress is that there are exceptions to this law, and they are reasonable and common sense exceptions. If someone has a medical condition and they need to wear a mask, obviously they would be exempt from enforcement. If there is a religious imperative that part of your religious practice is to cover a certain part of your body, your head, that is an exception. All this does is give our police another tool in the toolbox for law enforcement and public safety by allowing them to be able to make a decision as to whether or not somebody obviously is engaged in legitimate activities or nefarious activities. For instance, if there are 10 people gathering with masks, harassing people based on their religion, obviously they are doing something that's nefarious. If someone is casing a bank, obviously that could be nefarious. If somebody is walking through a store putting goods and items underneath their jacket, that's probably nefarious. Those are the type of things that we want to make us a safer county and a safer community. So without further ado, the original sponsor of this legislation, Legislator Mazi Pillar.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing your support. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our County Executive, Bruce Blackman, for everything he's doing. In the last 3 years, he has been showing what leadership is about. He's not afraid. All he wants to do is to protect the residents of Nassau County. And I would like to thank our Commissioner, Patrick Ryder, and all our police officers for doing the outstanding job. The reason why Nassau County is the safest county in the country, because we care about our residents. We listen to our residents. Being a leader, being an elected official, not just to carry a title. Sometimes you have to be able to make hard decisions like this one, the Max Transparency Act. It has been very tough in our community in the last 10 months. You all saw it. And this mask bill is really to protect all residents of Nassau County. Phone calls I have received in the last 3 years of people that lost their cars because people using the ski mask coming to their driveways and taking their cars. How many people complaining they feel unsafe in this county? This was the time to listen to them. And for our Jewish community, I'm very proud of you. You know what? We learned something. If we are not loud and clear, And if we are not going to send a message, we are not going to silence and tolerate injustice. We are not going to allow anyone to attack our Jewish brothers and sisters. We are not going to allow that. If we are not going to be clear and loud, guess what? Nobody really cares. In the last 10 months, you have been showing your support. You understand, if you are not fight for your rights, no miracles will take place. The only time your elected officials will listen to you when you voice yourself. And I have been very proud of you. And all the elected officials here, and all the activists. God bless you for everything you do, and God bless this beautiful country, United States of America. God bless you guys. Thank you.
I also want to recognize Assemblyman Ari Brown, who's joined with us. Ari introduced a bill in the State Assembly that pretty much mirrors this bill, and I would ask at this time that Speaker Carl Hastie let that bill get to the floor, let it be debated, and let them vote on it. So thank you, Ari. Where's Ari? So, someone who I've gotten to know very well, he lives about a mile away from me, is a very courageous young man who was attacked in New York City. It was a very, very well covered attack by the media because of its viciousness, its violence, and its roots in anti-Semitism. And he's just going to give us a little snapshot of what happened to him, and that's Lawrence resident Joey Borgen. Joey.
All right, guys, I'm going to be quick. First of all, I'm going to miss people to think, but right off the bat, Mozzie and Bruce. For years and years since my attack in 2021, these two have been by my side amongst many other people up here. I'm sorry, I just want to waste all my time. But straight to the point, when I was attacked 3.5 years ago, I was attacked by a group of pro-Palestinian thugs who all covered up their identity with masks. They all proceeded to attack me, beat me up with weapons. They maced me, pepper sprayed me, shouted horrible anti-Semitic slurs at me, and thank God the NYPD came and saved my life. But to give you an example of how this bill would help my situation specifically, just 2-3 months ago, I indicted another individual in my case. And the reason why it took over 3 years to get justice for this individual is we couldn't identify him 100% positively. If he was not wearing a mask, I guarantee you he would have been arrested along with all the other thugs years ago. But because he was wearing a mask, he hid his identity like all these animals at Columbia or NYU, all these other places. Because these people can hide their identities and cover up who they really are. I mean, you look at our protests. Do you ever see us wearing masks? We're out there in the open. We're right here. We're willing to talk. We're willing to engage. We're willing to show off. Why are all these people afraid to? And obviously there's exceptions. I get that. But any time we see any group trying to intimidate another group and the majority of them are wearing masks, there is an ulterior motive behind those masks, and they need to be called out and banned and arrested on the spot. Yes. Now, I'll close with this. I've been a lifelong New Yorker, not proud to say that. However, growing up in Nassau County, the safest county in the United States, I might mention, I will say this, I'm a proud Nassau County resident, Nassau County growing up here, but New York City, you have to get your act together. Mayor Adams, Governor Hochul, we need this bill to be accepted across the board, across New York. Yes! Right away, not tomorrow, except as soon as possible. And I appreciate everyone coming out, supporting us, and this is just the first of many battles we're going to fight alongside this great, amazing team up here. Thank you.
So thank you, Joey, for telling, your story, how you were just exercising your rights as a citizen and how your rights were bridged and violence was visited upon you in a very vicious way. So I just want to go through a couple of the items. So this law would prohibit anyone over the age of 16 from wearing a mask with the intent with the intent of concealing their identity, where such person remains or congregates in a public place with other masked individuals, acts with the intent by force or threat of force to injure, intimidate, or interfere with any person from exercising any rights secured by federal, state, and local government, and acts with the intent to intimidate, threaten, abuse, harass another person, or is engaged in conduct that could reasonably lead to a civil or criminal proceeding against them with the intent of avoiding identification. We will not stand for that in Nassau County. We will continue to protect the rights of all people. So to give us a little insight from his experience being harassed, he was very widely covered as a speaker at the Milwaukee Republican National Convention. I might add that he's told me that he was a lifelong Democrat, and basically he has spoken out very forcefully about the anti-Semitism that he experienced at Harvard University, which is supposed to be one of the premier learning institutions in the United States, where people are able, under peaceful circumstances, to have an exchange of ideas without harassment, intimidation, and violence. So to tell us a little bit about his experience is Shabbos Kestenbaum. Shabbos?
There are not many places where I would take the red eye from LA to JFK to speak at with a middle seat. But this is one of those occasions. This is such a monumental day, not just for Nassau County, not just for the state of New York, but really for the United States of America, where we affirm. I often say that I'm a proud first-generation American, but I'm among friends, so let's be specific. I'm a proud New Yorker, and New Yorkers are leading the way, showing that while it is true you have a constitutional right to protest, and protesting is vital and healthy for a democracy, you do not have a constitutional right to bully, intimidate, and harass Jewish students on college campuses, period. And today is a very, very bittersweet day. It's a sweet day because we have elected officials who understand that reality, who are champions not just of the Jewish people, but of small business owners who don't want their property vandalized, who don't want to go to work thinking that they'll be attacked by masked thugs. But at the same time, we have to recognize the reality in which we're living in, where our leaders are not doing their jobs, whether it's a university president, whether it's those in the federal government. This is a common sense piece of legislation, and it is a shame that this is not being adopted across the United States. But I do hope that someone like Kathy Hochul is watching and showing what happens when leaders in a bipartisan fashion get together and create real change. And I'll close by just saying this one anecdote. There was a pastor by the name of Abraham Johann Must, and he was protesting the Vietnam War by himself one night in front of the White House. And a reporter goes up to him and says, "Father Must, Nixon has gone to sleep. There's no one next to you. There are no reporters. Why are you protesting the Vietnam War? You're not going to change the country." And Father Abraham Johann Must looks at him and says, "I'm not doing this to change the country. I'm doing this so the country doesn't change me." What a beautiful... What a beautiful day in the state of New York. What a beautiful day in Nassau County, where all of us today are standing up together and affirming that we stand with law and order. We stand with Jewish students on college campuses. We stand with those small business owners. We stand with everyday Americans. We are affirming our American values, our commitments to democracy, and our commitments to the rule of law. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Shabbos. And I think Shabbos made a very, very important point. We do not want to abridge anybody's right to free speech and protest. That is a part of the fabric of our nation, and we wouldn't want to change that. But when people take liberties that hurt other people's rights and abridge their rights and their constitutional rights and threaten them with violence and commit acts of violence, those are situations that are not tolerable, and they're not consistent with the United States Constitution. So what we're doing here today is not to abridge people's rights. It's actually to give them the right to speak out, but to do so in a way that doesn't hurt anybody else.
Exactly.
So we want to make that very clear. So we have another activist who lives up in the Great Neck Peninsula, again, the northwest part of Nassau County, and he's going to share some of his life experiences, and that's Ari Ackerman. Ari?
So my name is Ari Ackerman, a very proud American Jewish activist, loud and proud. And I am here to thank you guys for doing this. Thank you, Mazi, for this just incredible bill. You put common sense back into politics. How important is that, right? Common sense. No longer in Nassau County can somebody whose purpose is to intimidate and harass hide behind a mask. How basic is that? How common sense is that? Thank you. You cannot spew Jewish hatred. You cannot support terrorists. You cannot burn American flags. You cannot rob a bank, as you talked about earlier, hiding behind a mask. No. And by the way, this protects everybody. Just like that citizen that's being protected from the KKK who would hide behind a mask, just like a Jewish citizen now is going to be protected when there's a Hamas individual who supports terrorism, who hates Jews, who's spewing hatred against Jews. They're being protected as well. Exactly. Thank you very much. And one thing that hasn't been said that I want to stress is that we trust our police officers. Yeah. There was a lot of talk at the hearing I heard about people saying the police would not be able to identify who's doing bad and who's not. That's a bunch of bull, okay? The police can identify evil. They can see who's there to harass, to intimidate, and those people need to be arrested, and those people need to be stopped.
Yes.
So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mazi, for introducing this bill. Thank you for everybody who supported this bill. This is common sense. I really hope this is taken up in the New York State, New York City, New York, the United States of America, because as I said, this is common sense. This needs to be passed. God bless America.
So, Ari, thank you. And Ari is absolutely right. There were laws passed throughout the United States, thankfully, that required people that they could not, actually prohibited people from wearing masks of the KKK that were meant to threaten, intimidate, and commit all acts of violence on people of color, on African Americans. And that's something that was a very sad chapter in the history of America, that our government decided that they had had enough, and they outlawed people from wearing those hoods. So this is similar to that, if not identical, that, you know, don't be a coward. If you're gonna spew racial epithets, if you're going to spew anti-Semitism, take your mask off. Don't be a coward. Yep. With that, we have someone who is here in support of this legislation, who unfortunately, her cousin, Omer Shem Tov, is being held hostage now in Gaza by Hamas, and she is here to lend her support while she's here in the United States, and that is Liet Corinne. Liet?
Good morning. I want to say thank you for having me here, and it's been the most difficult 10 months of my life, and I think for our community in general and for the world. But I want to say that today feels like a sliver of a piece of the silver lining that I can see, that I can finally breathe a little lighter. And although tomorrow is a monumental day for me and my family and 115 other human beings, today feels like a step in the right direction to protect our community. I have never been prouder to say that I was born and raised on Long Island in Nassau County. And I hope that every county and city and state will follow suit and this becomes a nationally passed law, because we have seen on October 7th what a lack of accountability has done to an entire region. And this is a piece of legislation which will prevent anything from even coming close to something that happened on October 7th, which has ravaged thousands of lives in Israel. And the legislation here, the legislators here, the lawmakers, the council members, I can't thank you enough for taking a step to protect our community, because I have seen firsthand with my cousin Omer Shem Tov's kidnapping what the lack of accountability can do and how it can ravage lives. And I am so thankful to be part of this monumental moment. And thank you to Nassau County for being the spearheaders of such an important piece of legislation that really will change the protection and the support, the officers that sacrifice their lives every single day to protect us in our community. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Liat. And we pray every day for the safe return of all of the hostages, especially our own Omer Nutra. So they are in our prayers. I just want to also say thank you to two other individuals who are here sitting out in the audience, Rabbi Anshel Pearl, the original leader of the Chabad movement here in Nassau County. So good to see you. And Rabbi Jay, thank you for your advocacy. And thank you for your service to America as a Army chaplain. Thank you very much. Our next speaker has been very active with her organization that appropriately is named End Jew Hatred. And that's exactly what we want to do here today, is end Jew hatred. It's very important that people of all religions and all races and every ethnic group has the ability to live in harmony with the rest of the community. And there should not be intimidation or violence inflicted upon anybody by the way they pray or the way they look or what their philosophy is. And that's all we're trying to do here today. And it could be end Jew hatred, or it could just be end hatred. End hatred. Yep. That's what we're trying to do here today. So Michelle Adud has been very, very vocal and prolific in her representation of this very, very important organization. Would you say a few words?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. And I would actually love for two of our thousands of activists to come join me here. Eileen Gabayzadeh and Melinda Thaler, please come up here, because they have been beyond vocal. Because really, as I always say, it takes an army, and that's exactly what this is, an army of Jews, non-Jews, people of all race and religion, fighting to end Jew hatred and to restore our civil rights. And with that, I have to turn to Mazi Pili, Bruce Blakeman, and the rest of the Nassau County legislators that voted to pass this bill, which is truly, truly a trailblazing bill. As we heard from Mazi earlier, activism. As we heard from some of our other speakers, civil rights. Enforcing the law, safety. That's what this Mask Transparency Act is doing. So we thank you, and with that thanking you, we have here 98 pages of thousands of people that are thanking you for voting yes. We've printed it out for you because we need you to know this is not just Jewish individuals. It's everybody that is for upholding the law. It's everybody that is here for protecting the safety of individuals and upholding civil rights. This is a civil rights issue, and now with this precedent that you have so boldly set, we're going to take this show on the road. We want to get this passed in every village, every council, every hamlet, college campus policies, and we're going to start, and we are going to turn to you for help with your expertise, for help of our incredible Nassau County office officers, police officers, help to see how we could get this passed step by step. So we will be asking for your help, but I know we could count on you because you have been doing such a tremendous job thus far. So thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our heart, and God bless America.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for your advocacy and your courage. Our last speaker is someone who is a social influencer, but she's so much more than that. She's an activist as well. How many followers? Over 1 million now? Oh my God. How many followers do you have on social media? 2.5. 2.5 million followers on social media. So people are listening to what she has to say. So yes. Emily Austin.
Emily. I'd say before everyone else, I'm a Nassau County resident, proudly so, currently. And with that, you know, I'm very honored and privileged to be living in Hewlett Harbor as a Nassau County resident, and I feel safe. And I'm saddened that others don't get to enjoy the same privilege that I do of running around my neighborhood and not having to worry and look over my shoulder as to what's gonna happen. And I think Ari so perfectly said, the reason many people don't feel this way is because people lack common sense. How much sense does it make to pass this bill? But unfortunately, as a society, we've normalized things that are illegal. We've normalized treating criminals with more dignity than our own heroes oftentimes. And it's people, thank you. And it is people like Bruce Blakeman and Mozzie standing right behind me, along with all of your support, that are really being the trailblazers in trying to change this. My message is simple, and I really hope that people watching this can start to, you know, digest this and gather some common sense. A mask should not be your get-out-of-jail-free card. And until we show them that, they will take advantage of our stupidity and keep pulling these shenanigans. So thank you guys for leading this. I really hope this bill gets passed for the sake of New York and for the sake of the United States of America, to set a precedent that your crime and your terrorism will not be tolerated, not in Nassau County and not in the state of New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. So in a minute, we're going to go sign the bill. Any questions from the media?
Yeah. Sign it!
That was more of a comment than a question, but I'll take it.
I got a couple of practical questions.
Yes, sir.
If I'm wearing a mask and carjacking someone or harassing someone and there's an officer there, I could have always been arrested on the underlying crime. And if there's no officer there, no one's going to stop me from wearing a mask. So practically, what does this do?
Yeah, so let me address a couple of things. First of all, we have a lot of cameras throughout Nassau County, a lot of security cameras, as well as license plate readers and other technology that we use other than our human assets, which are our great men and women of the Nassau County Police Department and the village police departments. But with respect to what you're saying, so we don't want to get to the point where there is a carjacking. What we want to do is, if someone's wearing a mask, we want our police to have the ability to question them. And one thing about our police officers, they're very street smart, and they're very professional, and they're very polite, but they can sniff out somebody who's lying in most circumstances. And this gives them the ability to stop them and ask them, what are you doing? You've been, circling this brand new Mercedes-Benz for the last 5 minutes. You're wearing a mask. What's the deal? So that's the practical answer to your question.
What do I have to do to prove a medical condition? Once I'm going away on vacation a weekend, I don't want to get sick, so I'm wearing a mask. And maybe walking around a bank with a customer. Am I subject to arrest? Do I have to have a doctor's note in my pocket? How do I do this?
Basically, what our police will do is, at that point, make an evaluation as to whether they believe that you are, in fact, telling the truth. And what they can do is further question you. They could potentially detain you if you gave evasive answers, like you don't know where you're going to, or you don't know what your medical condition is. So I think our police are very professional. We're not looking to lock up innocent people. We're not looking to harass innocent people. We're looking to stop crime and hatred. Any other questions? Any other questions?
This is being discussed in committees and in full legislature. The Democrats have proposed increasing the charges after the initial crime was identified for wearing the mask. Why wasn't that amendment, and would it still be considered an option?
Well, I can't speak to what their intent was with the amendment that they wanted to propose, but let me say this. This is a good first step. If somebody, Republican, Democrat, or Independent, comes up with a way that we can improve this legislation, I'm sure that the legislature will consider it, and that I would certainly consider it at that point.
Yes.
Yes, and Howard Coppell said at the legislature, very publicly, without a mask on, that that he would entertain an amendment in the future. But isn't it a sad commentary that the legislators that didn't vote against this kind of had a mask on themselves by abstaining rather than taking a position? I think that was a very sad day for the legislature. Well, first of all, our officers are very, very well trained, and they constantly are being trained. And this is just another measure that they will be updated in the fact that there is a new law, like they would do with any new law, give them an update on how to proceed. And I'm very confident that they will have the procedures in place. Commissioner, is there anything you want to say with respect to that?
With respect to that, the training is already ongoing.
Come on up for a second. This is First Deputy Commissioner Kevin Smith.
Thank you very much. So with respect to training is being conducted in preparation of this being signed. We kind of saw it coming, been given a heads up. Training's ongoing at all levels of the department, which means across all ranks, from the top ranks filtering down to the bottom. As it stands right now, most supervision has been trained in this regard. Any police officers on the street are trained by their direct supervisors. If they have a problem out in the street, if some questionable thing arises, they can call the supervisor to the scene and iron it out. And remember, with this law, we do have discretion. As the county executive said a few minutes ago, we have discretion in certain instances like you brought up before with masks and everything else. We're trained to be observant at all times, to be suspicious. That's what we do. To question people's motives at times, to stop criminal activity and deter crime. This is a great tool to do that for us. And as the county executive said before, in instances right across the board, I'm probably be surprised if no one here didn't have somebody in the middle of the night going through their driveway, going down their street, checking their doors, checking their cars, and things of that nature. You know how much more difficult it is when they have a mask and the people who are complainants show us their Ring video and there's a guy with a mask? But we still have ways to find out, and as the county executive said, we endeavor to find out who those people are. We'll go up and down the street and check everybody's camera if they'll allow us to find out who that person is. So I want to thank personally the county executive, and that's what we're doing in regards to training. I think that should be sufficient now. And training, as always, and with everything, is ongoing and constant. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You guys are trying to get.
Ozzy, will you stand next to me, presiding officer? All right, so what a moment this is for Nassau County, as the Nassau County executive about to sign this into law here, as the Nassau County, the first county in the nation to ban masks. Let's listen in as we continue to get this big moment on camera. Excuse me. And as you can see, it's live, raw, and unfiltered here. And, of course, a moment here where the photographer trying to get that best shot available. You can see it's really live right here, folks.
I'm not in your way.
No. You pick it up?
Backpack, sit down.
I will go like this for the cameras and for the video cameras. We'll do the side.
Excuse me, front, ma'am. Ma'am, with your phone, ma'am. Ma'am. Down, please.
1, 2, 3.
Now the media, the video media rather.
All right, guys, can you just move out a little bit? Let's put the cameras in there. Hold on. Let's do that again. Give it up. 1, 2, 3.
All right there. So that's a photographer not getting the shot that he wants. There was some people in his face there, and now taking it off the mic there. But again, off the tripod, I should say. But yeah, it's a chaotic scene there. A lot of media there, and there is the moment that the Nassau County executive signing it right there, and a big applause. Let's listen in. All right, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. As always, we show you events from the beginning all the way to the end. We got you covered on Live Now from Fox. A lot of things going on today. We'll have J.D. Vance making some remarks as well. We have Donald Trump out in North Carolina. That event is starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, and we are showing it to you from the beginning, the middle, and all the way to the end, just like if you were at the rally in Ashville, North Carolina. We are doing that for all of the big contenders like Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Tim Walz, and of course Kamala Harris as well. We bring it to you live, raw, and always direct. Let's take our first break of the hour. You're watching Live Now, and I'm your host, Mike Page. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us on Live Now. We take you out to New York, where New York City Mayor Eric Adams and other city officials coming together to say, hey, we need to improve the way that some of these streetscapes look like in the city, get the sheds down, and get scaffolding down as well. Let's listen on Live Now.
Scaffolding. Scaffolding has an important safety role in our city. But when owners leave them up too long instead of doing the work, or when the cycle of inspections requires them up over buildings at a frequency that doesn't make sense with modern building practice, they're not protecting the public. Scaffolding today is soulless green and steel. They shroud one of our city's greatest public assets, our sidewalks, and too often they keep us from the businesses hidden underneath. Only mushrooms prosper in the dark. So now let me bring on our scaffolding busting, shed busting, rat hating, #1, get stuff done boss, Mayor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And as I got out of the car, I spoke with one of my narcotics sergeants who just shared with me an arrest they made yesterday of those who were selling narcotics. And he pointed out there's a clear correlation between the illegal drug sale and the scaffoldings. These sheds are places where people can hide, they can secrete narcotics, and it just adds to the problem. Not only is it unsightly to see as it lines our sidewalks and our safe spaces, but people with illegal intentions are able to be in the dark and carry out illegal behavior. So this is such an important quality of life issue, and we want to just thank all of our partners who are here, particularly the borough president, the councilman who has talked about this often and has been really a leading voice on this issue that we talked about it and how we could get it done, and we're here to get it done. So I want to thank the deputy mayor for the entire initiative of Get Sheds Down and how we're focused on doing that as part of our overall theme and goal. This is part of the public safety part of revitalizing our economy and making this a livable city for working class people particularly, but the entire city in general. And taking down sidewalk sheds is crucial to this part of our apparatus. It is unsightly for our sidewalks. It's dangerous, and it just makes no sense. When you do the analysis, you see that sheds may have gone up to keep people safe, but they're still up because it's cheaper for building owners to leave them up than to fix their buildings. Just think about that for a moment. The incentive is to keep them up instead of making sure you build the underlying problem of why the sheds went up in the first place. This is bad public policy, and it is bad for public safety. And as we are discussing the study today, we want to thank our partners at MasterCard. It's clearly showing that these sheds are bad for business. Too many businesses throughout New York City have been shrouded by hundreds of miles of sidewalk sheds, some of which have been up for decades. We no longer even look at the buildings anymore because you look at the sheds and you think it's part of the building, and they've been up so long. Here in Manhattan, these sheds can cost business nearly $10,000 per month, and that's just from spending by people using MasterCards. That's a real, when you think about the razor-thin margin of running a restaurant or a business, having to pay $10,000 or lose $10,000 a month of business, it's just a major impact. And as the survey shows, our restaurants and bars are being hit the hardest. In fact, restaurants and bars are seeing as much as a 10% decrease in weekly transaction in the 6 months following a shed going up. Less business means fewer employees, fewer dishwashers, cooks, bartenders, people who really depend on the economics that come from their employment. It's a real hit to our hospitality. The Hospitality Alliance, we're doing everything impossible to continue our success of bringing tourism here and those who come out and enjoy this beautiful city. But these sheds are having a major impact on the tourism industry and our hospitality, which is the lifeblood of our economy. But our different groups who benefit from these industries are being hit by not having these sheds removed. And that's why we want to continue to move forward in a very aggressive manner to get sheds down. We're not going to let hardworking New Yorkers be taken for a ride by property owners who refuse to fix their buildings and leave sheds up. And we're going to now incentivize it even more to get sheds down. Our plan is to flip the script on property owners so repairs get finished, sheds come down, and storefronts remain open. We're cutting red tape to safely remove these ugly sidewalk sheds and scaffolding across the 5 boroughs. Now, we have been successful. Since we announced Get Sheds Down, DM Mira Joshi and her team, we have witnessed 173 linear miles of sidewalk sheds removed from our city. It is crucial when you look at that number. And here in the 34th Street District, thanks to the work we're doing, we have 50% more open sidewalk space than just a year ago. But we want to go further. That's not enough. We're not satisfied with it. We want to get all of these sheds down in our city. And we're working with the council on a bill package that would increase lighting requirements for sheds, reduce the duration of sidewalk shed permits, and introduce new penalties in building repairs if building repairs are not performed in a timely manner. And this is how we reimagine our city. We bring back the beautification that's associated with this great city, not only here in Manhattan, but throughout our entire city. This is a problem that we're facing, and we are focused on getting shut down. Job well done. Thank you. And again, thank you, our council delegation that's here, because they played a major role in identifying this problem and using smart legislation to address the problem at the same time. Thank you. Thank you, DM.
Thank you. As the mayor noted, the key to getting sheds down is making sure the buildings department has the right tools to do it, and that means the cost of putting up a shed can't be cheaper than doing the work, which is often the case today. So we look forward, and I'm looking right at our council member friends, we look forward to working with City Council to make sure that this penalty legislation passes so we actually have the tools to get the sheds down. But in addition, and in the meantime, we have a program called Art Bridge, thanks to City Council, Art on Scaffolding, which allows, instead of the green, you can have art. Make a plug for our wonderful school system and the artists that it generates. They have great ideas. And also, this Buildings Department is doing two important things. One, they've got two premier design firms that are currently coming up with different designs, permanent designs for scaffolding that would eventually become a part of the building code. So where we have to have scaffolding, we have better design scaffolding that shows our public space. And two, they're working with a premier engineering firm to review Local Law 11. Today, every building is on the same cycle. That may not be necessary. Many other cities have staggered cycles depending on the type of building, but this would be an important change that would allow buildings that have facades that we know are much stronger and newer to have a longer distance between their Local Law 11 inspections. So I really want to thank the council, thank Department of Buildings for the work that's ahead. It's multi-pronged, but also to thank our partners, especially the retail and the bids, because they represent the businesses on the street and the ones that are feeling the direct impact of excessive scaffolding. So first we're going to hear from Councilmember Powers, who can also hopefully give a little bit more explanation of the upcoming legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to start by saying that my dad was a small business owner. He owned a restaurant right across from where I live in Stuyvesant Town. And if you put scaffolding in front of his business, people would no longer be able to find it. The public safety elements we talk about would take place. And for any small business, let alone a small neighborhood restaurant, you would be out of business very quickly. And when we talk about all the different reasons why we need to take down the sheds and remove and end this plague of scaffolding in places like Midtown, we're talking about those small business owners. We're talking about the people whose livelihoods depend on visibility and on pedestrians finding their business. And far too long, we have surrendered our entire city, and certainly in Midtown, to allowing the scaffolding take over our neighborhoods, take away the visibility to the skyline, but certainly to the signage of many of our beloved businesses as well. I say this often, we disagree on so much. As New Yorkers, we argue about the best pizza place, Joe's, in my opinion, best bagel, Esta Bagel. I'm just giving you my recommendations, Yankees, Mets, and other things. But when you talk about scaffolding, every New Yorker is in the same exact place, and they come together because everybody's sick and tired of it. They're sick and tired of losing their favorite neighborhood businesses. They're sick and tired of having their block taken over by it, losing the visibility and losing the safety elements that they want to rely on. They lose a sense of neighborhood and community, and people start to cross the street, frankly. They don't want to walk on that side of the street anymore. And I say this often, the only day you like scaffolding is when it's pouring out in New York City, and so it gives you a little bit of refuge. But We have been on a mission for the last few years, and I want to thank the mayor for his steadfast commitment to taking down the scaffolding and ending our city's problem around scaffolding, and Midtown is emblematic about it. If you look around, I can see scaffolding right down the block. Anywhere you look in New York City right now, in Manhattan, you will see scaffolding. We can do better than that. We have to do better than that. So we've introduced a package of legislation. Councilmember Baccia is here as well, who has a few bills as part of that package. And we issued a series of recommendations about how we can do better. And we have found a great partner in the mayor and the deputy mayor and our amazing...
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox, where we always have you covered here, bringing you the latest. And as you can see on the screen, Tropical Storm Ernesto became a hurricane just moments ago and affecting Puerto Rico. Flooding concerns continue there, and we will give you an update coming back in just 2 minutes on Live Look. Here is a look in Puerto Rico right now. All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always worldwide here for you, bringing you the latest. And what we can tell you now, Hurricane Ernesto formed off the coast of Puerto Rico this morning after the then tropical storm blasted the U.S. territory with torrential rain that led to numerous reports of flooding as well as damaging wind gusts that knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of utility customers. The tropics have been becoming more active over the past few weeks with the development of Hurricane Debbie, which made its first U.S. landfall in Florida as a Category 1 hurricane, and then a second U.S. landfall in South Carolina as a tropical storm. According to the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, Hurricane Ernesto is located about 175 miles northwest of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and about 835 miles southwest of Bermuda. Hurricane Ernesto is moving off to the northwest at 16 miles per hour and has maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour with higher gusts. We want to now show you the latest National Hurricane Center update right here on Live Now from Fox.
National Hurricane Center. It's just after 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, August 14th, coming on with the latest on what is now our third hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season, Hurricane Ernesto, which was just upgraded this morning. You can see the center of Ernesto currently located about 175 miles to the northwest of San Juan, moving off to the northwest, still rather quickly at 16 miles per hour, but still big rain bands, tropical storm conditions, flooding still occurring over much of Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands. We have flash flood warnings in effect for all of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Culebra, Vieques, and the eastern and southern portions of Puerto Rico. Some of those are indicative of life-threatening flash flooding, and we're still expecting to see significant heavy rainfall across these islands through the next 6 hours or so at least. If you look at the rainfall forecast, we're still expecting storm total rainfall amounts of 4 to 6 inches across the Virgin Islands, 6 to 8 inches over southeastern Puerto Rico, with isolated amounts as high as 10 inches, as well as 2 to 4 inches of rainfall over portions of northwest Puerto Rico. So that's going to be a continuing threat throughout the day today. We still do have a tropical storm warning in effect for the British Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Culebra, Vieques, and Puerto Rico. Still seeing sustained tropical storm force winds in places like St. Croix and Culebra over even just the last hour or so. But those winds will gradually start to pull away. As you can see in orange here, as the tropical storm force wind field associated with Ernesto does extend out well to the east and southeast of the center. But with that fast forward motion, those winds will begin to decrease, but will continue, especially in gusts and especially over portions of the higher terrain of Puerto Rico itself. If we zoom out and look at the forecast here for Ernesto over the next several days, we are expecting a northward and then a northeastward motion over the next few days that's going to bring the center of Ernesto near or over Bermuda during the day on Saturday. So we can see Bermuda here as at or near major hurricane intensity. So Ernesto is expected to strengthen, be at or near major hurricane intensity later this week and this weekend. If we look at the time of arrival of those tropical storm force winds in Bermuda, the most likely time that they would arrive would be sometime during the day on Friday. So we're likely to see a hurricane watch issued for Bermuda later today, as early as this afternoon's advisory package. Beyond that, we're looking at a substantial risk of especially surf and rip current conditions across much of the western Atlantic basin, land areas here, the U.S. East Coast. If you look at the wave height forecast over the next couple, this is late Friday into Saturday, you see the big wave field associated with Ernesto. As it grows in strength and grows in size, you're going to see substantial waves and swells impacting almost the entire east coast of the United States as we go from Friday into Saturday and continuing through the weekend. That's going to create life-threatening surf and rip current conditions across much of the western part of the Atlantic basin. And just a reminder, we lose a lot of people to surf and rip current fatalities on otherwise really nice days to be at the beach when you have a distant hurricane offshore. So you always want to never assume that the ocean is safe. You always want to pay attention to any warning flags that are flying, and also heed any advice you're given by lifeguards or local officials. And if you don't think it's safe, please do stay out of the water. And we don't want you to become a statistic to Ernesto as it remains offshore of the east coast of the U.S. By the time we get into early next week, we could see Ernesto being somewhere in the vicinity of the Atlantic Canada near Nova Scotia. So this will bear watching for impacts, again, continuing through the day today. Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands. Next up on the list is going to be Bermuda, where we could see wind, storm surge, heavy rainfall impacts starting as early as Friday and continuing into Saturday, and then potentially some impacts farther downstream as we get up to Atlantic Canada by early next week. So let's just finish off with the key messages here. We're going to see heavy rainfall continuing to result in locally considerable flash flooding, the risk of mudslides today across the Virgin Islands and portions of Puerto Rico. Tropical storm conditions, especially in those wind gusts, will continue over Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands through the day today. Ernesto is likely to bring impacts to Bermuda later this week, and interest there should be monitoring its progress. We're likely to see a hurricane watch issued for Bermuda later today. And again, even though Ernesto is going to remain well offshore of the U.S. East Coast, we're going to see swells generated by the storm reaching the east coast of the U.S. later this week and into this weekend. So please be safe if you're headed to the ocean. So you can again find more information on Ernesto here at hurricanes.gov. We'll be with you throughout the event. For those of you in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands and along the U.S. East Coast, you can find more information at your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. We'll be back with more on Ernesto as we go through the rest of the week. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
All right. Always thanks to the National Hurricane Center giving us the latest updates. We will take another 2-minute break right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Florida, where the family of A.J. Owens and their attorneys speaking out as the trial continues after the neighbor charged with manslaughter after the shooting of A.J. Owens, mother of 4. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Well, then one more camera get finally set up.
Well, yes, it is the second day of actual trial testimony. We've heard from about 19 witnesses at this point. The state's attorney hasn't finished with his case yet. We want to make sure that, all the facts that are pertinent to, what Susan has done to this family is played out. And so I'd like to wait until after the state's attorney is finished with their case before I make any comments or judgment about that. But certainly, as it relates to what we're at right now, there's a lot of evidence still left out there to show what Susan was doing. You may have heard some of the testimony about the door, but you've heard evidence that there is nothing to show that this door was broken or anything. That's the state's entire case, and the point of this is not something that is a self-defense for Susan. This is about Susan using lethal force to kill AJ through a locked door. She had no regard for a human life, any life at that point on the other side of that door, and she shot through that door recklessly and carelessly, and with the intent, we believe, to harm A.J. Owens.
Pamela, you heard testimony, you heard in the interview with detectives, Susan was saying to the detectives that yes, she shot through the door, not knowing what was on the other side, and the detective brings up that Isaac and Izzy could have been there. What's that like for you, hearing that your grandchildren could have heard as well?
Words can't describe how that feels, to know that she shot, and very well, we all know she did kill my daughter. That in itself is hurtful. But also the fact that one of them could have been injured or killed as well is beyond any emotion or feeling that can truly be expressed to fully explain. Susan, she set out to cause harm. She succeeded. She set out to kill, and it's exactly what she did. And it could have been not just my daughter, it could have been my grandsons, and it could have been other members of the community. Clearly, as Attorney Thomas stated, she has no regards for any form of human life, certainly not my family.
And seeing her, as you're hearing all of this, she's sitting there in the courtroom. This is a person who's done your family so much harm. How are you able to maintain composure? I saw that it's been difficult at times.
Difficult is putting it very mildly. The amount of emotions, the disgust, the anguish, the pain, to sit there literally feet away from the woman who took my daughter's life. I've seen testimony, the interrogation, where she showed no remorse, continues to show no remorse, displayed the utmost care and concern for her cats. And she literally had just shot and killed a mom of 4, rendering them with their entire support system, their everyday childhood experiences, future, just gone, just like that. I had to dig deep within my strength, my faith, to hold it all together.
It seems like there have been a lot more friends here who were able to be here today to support you guys, a lot more people on that side of the courtroom. How does that feel?
think that's one of the elements that keeps me going. It uplifts me to have such wonderful people that are not just friends, that they're family, to go down this journey, this road with me. You know, I understand they too are hurting and grieving. This doesn't just impact myself, it impacts them as well, because they also had a close relationship with her, with Ashika. But this gives me, when I'm down, when I feel like I can't do it, I have them to speak words of encouragement to me and help uplift me through these difficult times.
Your daughter's sons, it looks like, will potentially be testifying as well. I imagine that has been emotional to sort of get them ready through that time and relive that moment.
Yes, absolutely. Personally, I wish that they did not have to testify, but if this is what it takes to get justice, then this is what we have to do. They are eager as well to see justice served, to have Susan prosecuted and behind bars. They do feel anxious, but fortunately, this is where Susan has brought us to. This is where we're at. And it's sad that they have to relive that night. That's going to stay with them for the rest of their lives. But this is one step in potentially closing a chapter and moving forward in true and complete healing, if that's even possible.
Anything else that's been on y'all's mind or that you hope the public would understand?
Well, what we want the public to understand is, no matter what the charges are, this family needs Susan behind bars. Susan cannot walk away free, roaming around the streets of Ocala, while AJ's children are also walking around in these streets. That's not okay. As a matter of fact, it's a slap in the face to this entire family.
I have been wondering how you feel about the charges of manslaughter as opposed to murder.
Well, initially, we wanted a murder 2 charge. We know the facts, we know the history between AJ and Susan and what led up to that deadly night when Susan decided to shoot through the door. And so because of that history, murder 2 we thought was the appropriate charge. Unfortunately, our state's attorney's office didn't feel the same way. It seems as though the state's attorney would like this to play out as easy as possible. I think given the elements of manslaughter versus a murder 2 charge, it may be easier for our state's attorney to get a conviction with manslaughter.
All right, again, that was family of A.J. Owens along with their attorney speaking on day 2 of the trial that continues. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We always got you covered as we bring you top feeds, top stories, all right here on Live Now from Fox. We now want to take our attention out to Atlanta. Atlanta police are live right now with an update as they are seeking information, and 2 suspects are being sought in a construction site arson tied to a training center protest. Let's listen on Live Now.
Good morning. ATF is here, and we will continue to support our state and local department, Atlanta Police Department and Fire, as well as with FBI and GBI, to bring these perpetrators to justice. We will dedicate our resources to continue this investigation and eventually bring these forth charges along with APD, GBI, and FBI, and bring these individuals to justice because they do present a danger to the community as well as safety of our citizens here in Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ben. Peter Ellis, our Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation here in the state of Georgia.
All right. Good morning. I want to just assure everybody that the FBI is working very closely with our local, state, and federal partners to investigate these heinous acts. I want to also encourage the citizens as well to come out, and if you have any information, to provide this to us. And I also want to assure the citizens in the community that we're not going to rest until we bring all the resources to bear for this investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Peter. I'm going to give you 2 numbers. We ask that you have this visible to those that come to you for news of our community. The first one is for Crime Stoppers, and that is 404-577-8477, 404-577-8477, and then the Georgia Arson Control number, which is 1-800-282-5804, 1-800-282-5804. And in both of these tip lines, you may remain anonymous. You do not have to give your name. But we will tell you this: there is a reward for up to $200,000 that is being given for individuals that provide information that leads to the arrest and conviction of any arson that has been connected to stop the building of the Atlanta's Public Safety Training Center. We are so fortunate that each time we've gathered as Atlantans, receiving their news from you, that we have not reported on a death of a citizen. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a ticking time bomb. That if these arson attacks continue, and in the manner that they're escalating in populated areas, someone is going to lose their life. And I do not want to be the chief of police to be standing at this podium with our law enforcement community asking you to help us investigate a murder. It is property damage right now, but it is only a matter of time till these individuals cost someone their life. Open for any questions that you all may have.
We'll start down here and work our way over.
Did anyone take responsibility for it yet, like they did the one in January?
Don't believe that's been posted as of yet.
I have a question from the last press conference. I was just listening in. Did you make an arrest in this one this morning?
No, ma'am. There's been 2 arrests related to the series of arson fires. We have not made an arrest yet this morning. Right. That is correct.
How are you sure that this is related to the top city activists? Were there traces used on any words or graffiti?
So we're not going to be able to give all that information yet, but as the chief of police, I can stand here with a high level of confidence, ma'am. This is opponents to the training center that has caused us to gather here today.
Chief, was that camera? Go right here, then we'll come back. Go right
Chief,
here.
this obviously isn't the first time we've seen a construction company targeted. Can you talk about this continuing pattern, and then also give us an update on how the Public Safety Training Center is coming along that's still on schedule?
Certainly. We know the efforts to illegally stop the training center being constructed has run the gamut. There's been fires started at our police precincts. We've had a youth center firebombed. There's been banks that have been firebombed, and we've had construction companies that are helping build the training center that have been targeted. And when this occurs, there's no work going on behind us right now. So men and women that were going to come to work today to make money, to feed their families and pay their bills are not here. We're here. And so the effort is, for somebody's distorted mindset, is if we can stop construction companies from building it, there will not be a properly trained fire and police department in Atlanta, Georgia. And so the effort has been, let's target the fire department, let's target the police department, let's target our city officials who have been threatened, and let's target the construction companies. But ladies and gentlemen, this is Atlanta, Georgia. We have seen terror at our doorsteps before, and we are not a city that backs down from this, and we're not going to back down from this. We're going to find those responsible. And the Public Safety Training Center will open in December of this year. Thanks to committed, civic-minded, patriotic construction companies, it will open this year. And we are going to be a safer and better city beyond that because of a once-in-a-generation investment in our public safety infrastructure. And I would ask that you continue to report that as well, that the center will open in December because of the broad partnership that you see around me and because of companies that believe in doing good in their community.
All right, question down here.
Hey, this morning you specifically brought up an individual who was out on bail. Did you mean that person may be responsible for this?
No, sir. We have no indication. We just want to note arrests have been made, and arrests will continue to be made. And just because you're going to use the dark of night does not mean you're going to escape the consequence of law enforcement. And so those were examples I was giving of 2 individuals. We can give you the name of the individual, South Carolina, that's been arrested, and we're going to continue to make arrests in these cases.
And then this is a subdivision, a housing development. What are we standing in front of? Do you know?
It looks like an expansion of housing that's occurring in this area. That's correct, sir.
And the contractors are the same folks who are on the key roads.
They're affiliated with the training center being created. That's correct.
Any other questions?
Who was arrested? Are you also counting the people who chain themselves to things as part of the...
So, ma'am, if you look back, there have been individuals arrested in arson attacks of police cars, That was in January of this year, their names escape me. There's been individuals arrested in the firebombing of a police precinct and of a concrete company in South Carolina. So I believe those charged with arson are actually around 6 right now. I can remember the one name that I gave you today, but our public affairs unit can give you everyone that we've charged with arson so far. And this is not the destruction of just property, ladies and gentlemen. Anytime you firebomb a precinct, that is tax dollars of this city going back to replace it. And now we're going to have a company that has to pay to replace their equipment, and this remains dormant. This is an attack on everyone that calls Atlanta home, and this is certainly an attack that caused Kirkwood to be less safe today.
Thank you, everybody. So just as an FYI, for updates, visit the Atlanta Police Department website, go to the news section. At the very top will be a section that is related to the Public Safety Training Center. There you will find an actual picture from this site. There's only one picture that we are able to release, so please don't ask for any additional pictures. As of right now, that is the only picture we will provide, and it will be up shortly. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Appreciate for what you all do.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was the latest update out of Atlanta as 2 people sought in that arson investigation. We are going to take a 2-minute break coming up, but we'll want to show you the Dow right now surging 242 points up in the green as the trading day continues. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to North Carolina. Massive search is underway for a convicted murderer who escaped on his way to a North Carolina hospital. United States Marshal Service is contributing an additional $10,000 to the reward amount that's not available, which now brings the total reward available to $35,000 for information that leads to the capture of Ramon Alston. And in an effort to better manage the flow of information and incoming phone calls, we are providing a new phone number this morning for people calling in with information. That new number is 919-324-1082, 919-324-1082. Anyone with information about the whereabouts of Mr. Alston is encouraged to call that number, provide what they know, and that information may qualify them, may lead to a reward for them if that information leads to his capture. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kirby Saunders, the Director of Orange County Emergency Services. As I mentioned yesterday, we have been tasked to assist the local law enforcement, state and federal partners in the capture of Mr. Alston. Specifically, we're helping to coordinate both an intensive ground search effort as well as assisting in the investigative task that law enforcement is the mission that they are doing currently. As I mentioned yesterday, we searched approximately 580 acres yesterday, with an additional 100 acres or so over into the evening hours. Our focus intention yesterday was to really focus a lot of efforts in and around the hospital area where Mr. Alston escaped from, to really assure the community that he was not there. We did not find obviously did not find Mr. Alston, and we didn't have any additional sightings in that area. It's important to note that there are really two sides to this search effort. There's the ground search effort, which are clearing known areas, residences, ravines, creeks, and things, any places he may be, while simultaneously an exhaustive investigative search also happening in the rest of the world outside of that immediate vicinity. Yesterday, in the initial response, we involved both aerial assets, helicopters, K-9 resources, and ground searchers, law enforcement officers, specifically trained in searching for individuals who are fleeing capture. Those K-9 tracks led us north of the hospital area in some areas. We followed those until the K-9 scents ran cold. Today's effort is to search those areas along those K-9 tracks to look for any what we call clues. So any signs that Mr. Alston may have been there, any footprints, any discarded remains, handcuffs, a tie, or anything that we can find that would confirm a direction of travel and how he may have evaded capture. And that is our focus today. So our law enforcement resources and searchers will be focusing north of Hillsborough, north of the UNC Hospital Hillsborough campus on the ground today, as well as assisting law enforcement in investigative functions.
Anyone have any questions?
Laura Levine here with WREL News. We know Alston has family and friends within this area. Have they been in communication with you all? Have you been communicating with them? Are they cooperating with this investigation?
So we have made contact with some family members, yes. Cooperation has been varied.
Anthony Wilson with ABC 11, any idea how he was able to get out of those leg restrictions?
There are a couple of theories. None have given us a concrete answer. We're interviewing the two transport officers in more detail about that. But right now, we're not able to speculate exactly how they were able to be removed.
I'm Dina with CBS 17. Was his escape caught on hospital camera, and if so, will that be released?
So I spoke with Chief Kelly White of the hospital police yesterday, and he allowed me to look at that video. I understand that there has been a request of the media to the hospital for that, and I'm sure that will be provided. Doesn't show a whole lot because it happens so quickly. As most of you know, the technology behind those cameras is stopgap, so all of that information is not captured. There is a very, the door opens, his foot hits the ground, and then he's out of the frame. So he was moving quickly, more quickly than the camera could capture.
With the reward announced yesterday, have you all received an influx of information, calls? If so, do you have an estimate on how many tips?
I don't have an estimate. I can tell you that throughout the night, on up to 3 o'clock this morning, I was getting calls on my cell phone. None of them, to be honest with you, a lot of them were people that were just playing games with the phone numbers. And we expect that. We know that's going to happen. No concrete leads at this time. Again, $35,000 is a lot of money. Somebody knows out there that this was planned, and they know who's involved in it, and we hope that motivates them to do the right thing and let us know so that we can bring this to a successful conclusion and a just conclusion.
With that in mind, Sheriff, do you have any reason to believe that he may have changed his appearance or the clothing he was wearing at the last scene?
Anthony, that's quite possible. And I'm glad you brought that up because that's on my notes to address today. There have been some questions about what he looked like because there's so many different photographs of him. The reason there are a lot of photographs, and I understand that the Department of Corrections takes pictures of them frequently. I did not realize he had dreadlocks until yesterday when I saw that first picture. It's my understanding that when he ran, he was in dreadlocks and he had those tied back. It's quite likely and probable that he's cut those, but we don't know that. We can't say that with any degree of certainty. So I would ask the public to concentrate on the photograph of his face and all the iterations of his hair, so that if they see him and it has changed, they'll know that it's him.
Any distinguishing marks, tattoos that might also look?
He has a very distinguishing mark tattoo on his chest, and it is the word flame, which is, I'm told, a nickname, and it's done in dots. And right in the center of that word flame is a star. Other than that, I think there's a tattoo on his right arm, niece, the word niece on his right arm. Other than that, I'm not familiar with any other tattoos, scars.
Senator Roberto with Spectrum News, are you able to give us a timeline of when they left the jail, when they made it to the hospital, and when he actually escaped, and when the actual...
So the timeline I can give you is that he arrived, or the escape happened at 7:01 a.m. As for when he left, we're going to be back here today at 4 for our next press briefing, and unless something happens before then, and I'll have a more detailed timeline by then about, and I just wasn't prepared for that question, I apologize, for when they left, when they arrived, so forth.
You said that you're talking to the two transport officers. Has anybody been put on suspension or any sort of...
No, ma'am. We're offering them support.
One more question, Sheriff. As you mentioned, the calls and tips that were coming in, obviously media getting them as well. We received a few that he possibly was spotted in the Timberlake area. Any belief or any substance to the fact that he could have been traveling in that direction?
So I'll say this. Since he left the hospital, everything indicates a northern push. We received a call last night that he was at Big Lots in Durham. We received another call that might suggest that he was in another area in Durham. There was some discussion about him being in another part of the state. I cannot put any degree of certainty with any of those. We do have a team that's going to some of these locations to look at cameras there, and I want to really emphasize cameras. Our neighborhoods are riddled with Ring cameras, and I just want to plead to the public, if you're in that area of interest, it's Hillsborough, especially around the hospital in these neighborhoods, please check your Ring cams. I got one. I don't look at it every day. It doesn't give me alerts every day, but if I take the time to go back and look at what happened on Thursday, maybe I could. So I would ask the public to please do that, whether it's a Ring cam or other kind of surveillance equipment that you might have, to please check that for us and let us know. And remind everyone about the $35,000 reward. And again, remind everyone of the 911-324-1082 tip line for those calls.
Question, Sheriff. Again, a lot of folks locally will remember Ramon Olsen's name from the shooting in 2015. What did you learn from talking to the law enforcement partners about what type of person you are searching?
I went to high school with his father. I went to all school with his father, first through. And I've known Ramon since he was born. He was a troubled child, and he's been involved in criminal activity since he was a juvenile. He's extremely cagey, he's extremely dangerous, and he has nothing to lose. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us all in real time. Like they said, another update is coming, 4 p.m. Eastern out in North Carolina, on this manhunt that is going on. We'll take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. We take you out to the latest war in Gaza update from IDF.
Wednesday, the 14th of August, day 313 of the October 7th war. For clarity, here are Israel's war aims: the return of all of our hostages, 115 people, dismantling of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities, and removing the terrorist threat to Israel. Yesterday was Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, the Hebrew month, the saddest day in the Jewish calendar, when Jewish people the world over remember their calamities that have befallen the Jewish people, not least the October 7th massacres and the destruction of the first and the second temples in Jerusalem. Hamas chose to attack Israel yesterday, launching rockets at us at 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon in yet another Hamas exploitation of humanitarian infrastructure in Gaza, firing from humanitarian tents themselves. Hamas launched rockets from the humanitarian tents inside Khan Yunis towards Tel Aviv. You know, Hamas hate Gazans. They trade in the lives of ordinary Gazans, deliberately embedding its military assets to carry out attacks against Israel next to humanitarian infrastructure and the civilian population inside Gaza. A double war crime. Hezbollah, attacking us from the north, do the same thing. Now to COGAT and an update on their work coordinating aid into Gaza. Aid continues to enter every day via all the crossings since the beginning of the war. More than 46,000 trucks have delivered 888,500 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. Monday saw 194 trucks carrying humanitarian goods enter Gaza. UN aid organizations did not collect any trucks from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom. Not one. All the while, 114 private sector and other international organization trucks were collected. 575 trucks are still awaiting collection from the useless and hopelessly inefficient United Nations, awaiting them to do their job. Yesterday, COGAT conducted an NGO conference with 30 aid organizations. Discussions focused on new and upgraded donation procedures, the polio response effort, essential coordination activities, and other logistics. We will continue to deepen our humanitarian mission with close cooperation with international NGOs working in Gaza for a humanitarian response for the Gazan civilian population. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now happily take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. First question here is from Leo Soroka from the Washington Post. According to Ynet, Leo asked, the families of the hostage female observers claim that only Mossad chief Dedi Barnea is expected to leave tomorrow for the summit in Doha without Ronen Bar or Nitzan Alon. Can you confirm who will be in the Israeli delegation? Thank you for that question, Lior. We're not discussing who we're sending, but I can update you on the latest on the hostage release negotiations. There have been a number of misunderstandings that have arisen. The charge that the Prime Minister added new conditions to the May 27th proposal is incorrect. The Prime Minister's July 27th letter did not introduce extra conditions and certainly does not contradict or undermine the May 27th proposal. In fact, it's Hamas that has demanded 29 changes, no less than 29 changes to the May 27th proposal, something the Prime Minister refused to do. So here are the facts. Firstly, on the Netzarim crossing, just a reminder that the Netzarim corridor, which crosses Gaza from east to west about a third of the way down Gaza. The May 27th proposal stipulates that only unarmed civilians will be permitted to cross the Netzarim corridor to northern Gaza. Now, the reason why this is so significant is because this is precisely the area closest to Israeli villages, kibbutzim, and towns like Sderot, where most Israelis in the area live. So we have a very strong imperative to ensure that weapons and gunmen and terrorists do not go back into that area. The July 27th letter stipulates that an agreed-upon mechanism should be established to assure this, something that was initially raised by the US mediator. So the letter does not only contradict the May 27th proposal, it facilitates it. Secondly, on the number of living hostages, I know, Lior, this wasn't precisely your question, but it gives me an opportunity to speak about the specifics of the deal, which is the first time we've done that during this briefing. So the second point I want to make to you is on the number of living hostages to be released. The May 27th proposal stipulates that a specific number of hostages will be released, living or dead. Now, Israel's position in the July 27th letter stipulates that all the living hostages in the relevant category should be released, again, fully conforming to the May 27th proposal. And the third point we'd make is that the way Palestinian prisoners will be released. The May 27th proposal stipulates that Israel will have a veto over a certain number of released prisoners and can designate that at least a certain number of prisoners will be released abroad, outside Israel and outside the Palestinian Authority and outside Gaza. The July 27th letter fully conforms with this condition as well. Thus, the July 27th letter does not introduce new terms. To the contrary, it includes essential clarifications to help implement the May 27th proposal. So Israel has welcomed the outline, which has been supported by President Biden and the mediating countries, and will enable the returning of the hostages while achieving our other war goals. Until now, Hamas has continued to set terms and refused to reach an agreement. Now, Israel will send the negotiations team on the agreed upon date, that's tomorrow, August 15th, in order to finalize the details of the implementation of the framework agreement. It is Hamas that continues to set additional terms and has refused to reach an agreement. Okay, next question.
All right, that is the latest updates from Israel as the war in Gaza continues and the latest threats from Iran continue. And, of course, we'll follow the latest for you always right here on Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting a White House briefing that will be coming up in the next hour. We'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about election integrity. But then hearing some of the news coming out of Burlington, Vermont, the city is under fire for allowing non-citizens to vote. We'll break it down coming up next on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us. Beautiful look there of the White House. Coming up a little bit later, White House briefing. We'll take you there when it does happen. The race for the White House continues, obviously, as we get closer into the fall. And so much has been said about really protecting democracy and also voter safety and security. But we want to continue to talk about right now, Burlington, Vermont is under fire for some groups saying that they allow non-citizens to be voting in elections there. So I want to bring in Fox News' Molly Line, that has been covering this story, joins us with the latest. Molly, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, well, over the summer, congressional Republicans in the U.S. House successfully spearheaded the passage of the SAVE Act. Now, what that would mean, it would require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. But when you look at the local level, there are some election integrity activists that are concerned about communities across the country that already allow people that are here legally in the United States but not U.S. citizens to vote in local elections, and Burlington, Vermont is on the list of communities that allowed that to happen. The city is now being sued because of it after approving a charter change last year allowing non-citizen legal residents to vote in local government and school elections. There are two citizens backed by a conservative nonprofit that's focused on election integrity that argues allowing these non-citizens to vote, that it violates the Vermont Constitution and effectively legalizes foreign interference in American elections. A slippery slope, if you will. Take a listen.
This is actually anti-democratic. This is diluting and taking away the right to vote from American citizens. And if you think about it, voting is the one true privilege of citizenship that we really still have, that's really exclusive to citizens, and it should remain that way because it is the American people who are governing themselves.
That was Derek Lyons of Restoring Integrity and Trust in Elections. There are two other communities in Vermont, Winooski and Montpelier, that also allow non-citizen voting. And there are several municipalities in Maryland and California, as well as Washington, D.C., that have voted to allow the same thing. Former Burlington City Council member Jackie Hansen argues that legal residents deserve a say.
You should have a say in the decisions that affect your life, in the decisions that, force you to pay taxes, whether it's the schools, the infrastructure, you're living in that community, you're working in that community, you're affected by those decisions.
Pretty powerful views on both sides of this issue. Now for the federal SAVE Act. It has passed the House. Even if it manages to pass the Senate, which is unlikely, President Biden does not support it. So we're unlikely to see major action moving that SAVE Act forward right now. However, former President Trump does back the initiative. So we'll see what happens somewhere down the road. Who knows? Mike, to you.
Yeah, Molly, it just seems so interesting as we're just months away from a huge election, and it just seems like election laws are always just up in the air in some counties and some cities.
Yes, and they can differ not only from counties and cities, but from state to state, requirements to vote in state to state, how you register, what party, what parties can or can't vote in a primary, and onward from there. So it really is quite literally all over the map.
Yeah, so true. Molly Line, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it. Thanks again. And we will continue to follow always the latest here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Michigan ahead of J.D. Vance about to speak. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. Do want to take you out to Michigan for the Trump-Vance campaign remarks. Let's listen on Live Now.
The polls for their own wallet, their own future, their own economy. And lastly, I just say this. It's up to us, right? J.D. Vance is going to come here. He's going to fire us up. And then he's going to have to go on to another state and another place. It is up to us to leave this place and get fired up for the people who need us. For that mom who is putting something back on the shelf in the grocery store because the price went up, she can't afford it. We need to say to them in 4 months, we've got your back. We need to tell that person who is in the military, who is a police officer, who is a farmer, who runs a truck right here in this county, we've got your back. Yeah, you bet. For those of you who are working paycheck to paycheck, we understand the difficulties that the Biden-Harris regime have given you. And I want you to know that every Republican that is here, every independent that is here, and yep, even the Democrats that are here, promise we won't tell your family, know that something has to change, and they just want to get back to normal, a secure border, groceries you can afford. We don't want biological males competing against our daughters. We want an America that works for all of us. We're going to do it. Let's stand up today and say, we've got your back. Thanks. God bless.
All right, everyone. So J.D. Vance will be speaking here a little bit later. And again, some speakers just ahead of J.D. Vance will be happening throughout the afternoon. So we'll check back out there a little bit later in Battleground State, Michigan. A little bit later, we will also have Donald Trump live rally out in Ashville, North Carolina, 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll take it for you from the beginning all the way until the end as well. Live look right now, the White House briefing about to begin in the next hour. Also, keeping an eye on the State Department for the latest updates as well. So stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we take you out just moments away from a White House briefing. When that happens, we will bring it to you live, raw, and always direct. Do want to show you the latest updates coming from Israel as the threats to Iran continue. Oh, but wait, everyone. We do have Donald Trump speaking right now. Let's listen on Live Now.
We just had a poll that shows we're doing very well, and we have an interesting couple of months ahead of us. I'm going to North Carolina right now. We're going to speak on the economy. It's basically a speech on what's going on with our economy. It's gone very bad under this group of people with inflation, with the economy itself, and so many other things. The other thing we're going to talk a little bit on is crime. If you look at the migrant crime in New York, it's been out of control, and it is everywhere, as I predicted a long time ago. And we'll be talking a little bit about crime and all of the people that have come into our country illegally, millions and millions. I think it's close to 20 million, maybe it's more than 20 million. And they shouldn't have been allowed to come here. It's causing a tremendous problem. It's causing death. And just, it's been a horror show. Nobody's seen anything like it. And it's only going to get worse. They should not have allowed this to happen to our country. With that being said, I'm leaving for right now North Carolina. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. What has the FBI told you about the hack on your campaign?
Well, they're looking at it, and they're doing it very professionally, and it looks like it's Iran doing it, because Iran is no friend of mine, and, you know, a lot of bad signals get sent. But it looks like it's Iran doing it, and the reason is because I was strong on Iran, and I was protecting people in the Middle East that maybe they aren't so happy about that. So that's what it seems to be, Iran.
Is that what the FBI told you specifically, that it was Iran?
I don't want to say exactly, but it was Iran.
And you said Harris's crowd sizes were AI and that there weren't people there. There's all kinds of video evidence and people who were there who have proven that false. Can you tell us about why you made that claim?
Well, I can't say what was there, who was there. I can only tell you about ours. We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. We have crowds that nobody's ever seen before, and we continue to have that. We have a level of enthusiasm that nobody's seen before. They want to make America great again. That's what's happening. We're going to make it great again. Right now, we have a failing nation. We're in a failing nation, and become in many ways a third world nation, and we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Donald Trump speaking as he participates in early voting in Florida ahead of him leaving for North Carolina. Again, that rally happening at 4 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye out in Michigan, where J.D. Vance will be doing a rally there as well. So it's going to be a very busy afternoon here on Live Now. That's the way we like it. So we'll continue to bring you always the latest live feeds as they all happen right here. In the meantime, I do want to show you the latest update from Israel as Iran continues to threaten them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom, I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. A quick update from me, and then to your questions, which you should put in the chat, all of which we will answer this Wednesday, the 14th of August, day 313 of the October 7th war. For clarity, here are Israel's war aims: the return of all of our hostages, 115 people, dismantling of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities, and removing the terrorist threat to Israel. Yesterday was Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, the Hebrew month, the saddest day in the Jewish calendar, when Jewish people the world over remember their calamities that have befallen the Jewish people, not least the October 7th massacres and the destruction of the first and the second temples in Jerusalem. Hamas chose to attack Israel yesterday, launching rockets at us at 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon in yet another Hamas exploitation of humanitarian infrastructure in Gaza, firing from humanitarian tents themselves. Hamas launched rockets from the humanitarian tents inside Khan Yunis towards Tel Aviv. You know, Hamas hate Gazans. They trade in the lives of ordinary Gazans, deliberately embedding its military assets to carry out attacks against Israel next to humanitarian infrastructure and the civilian population inside Gaza. A double war crime. Hezbollah attacking us from the north do the same thing. Now to COGAT and an update on their work coordinating aid into Gaza. Aid continues to enter every day via all the crossings since the beginning of the war. More than 46,000 trucks have delivered 888,500 tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. Monday saw 194 trucks carrying humanitarian goods enter Gaza. UN aid organizations did not collect any trucks from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom. Not one. All the while, 114 private sector and other international organization trucks were collected. 575 trucks are still awaiting collection from the useless and hopelessly inefficient United Nations, awaiting them to do their job. Yesterday, COGAT conducted an NGO conference with 30 aid organizations. Discussions focused on new and upgraded donation procedures, the polio response effort, essential coordination activities, and other logistics. We will continue to deepen our humanitarian mission with close cooperation with international NGOs working in Gaza for a humanitarian response for the Gazan civilian population. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now happily take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. First question here is from Leo Soroka from the Washington Post. According to Ynet, Leo asked, the families of the hostage female observers claim that only Mossad chief Dedi Barnea is expected to leave tomorrow for the summit in Doha without Ronen Bar or Nitzan Alon. Can you confirm who will be in the Israeli delegation? Thank you for that question, Lior. We're not discussing who we're sending, but I can update you on the latest on the hostage release negotiations. There have been a number of misunderstandings that have arisen. The charge that the Prime Minister added new conditions to the May 27th proposal is incorrect. The Prime Minister's July 27th letter did not introduce extra conditions and certainly does not contradict or undermine the May 27th proposal. In fact, it's Hamas that has demanded 29 changes, no less than 29 changes to the May 27th proposal, something the Prime Minister refused to do. So here are the facts. Firstly, on the Netzarim crossing, just a reminder that the Netzarim corridor...
You are watching Live Now from Fox. We do see out at the White House right now, President Biden making some short remarks here at the White House Creator Economy Conference. Let's listen on Live Now.
And I'm glad you're all here. The fact is that you are the future. You are the future. And to my grandchildren ranging in age from 30 down to, well, the little one isn't watching yet, but to 14, you are the source of their news. And the more people want to go into your business than any other these days. What do you think, when I retire, where do you think I'm going? I got contacts, man. Y'all think I'm kidding. Anyway, look, my staff tells me that the creator economy is valued at $250 billion. I'd like to talk to you about borrowing some money from you all. And that is expected to double in the next few years. You know, folks, look, you're tired of hearing me talk about it, but I talk about these inflection points in history, how history gets changed by mostly technology, and it changes it drastically. And think about it. Think about, I wonder if any of you, when you started in this side of the equation, you thought it's going to have the consequence it has. I really mean it. Think about it. It's staggering. And you're changing not only what people listen to and what they put their faith in, but what they're doing, they're also changing the idea of what's consequential and where they go and what. And you know, one of the things that I found, at least as I've tried to stay current, is that you all understand that you have an obligation to record what you think is true and say what you think is true. But we, you know, we've sort of divided into competing camps. Now I know I only look like I'm 40. You can smile. Okay, but I've been around a long time, and it's never been this bad before. I don't mean the press. I mean the way we treat each other in politics, and it's literally getting incredibly difficult to count the number of lies people hear. They don't know what to believe. They don't know what to count on. But you break through. You break through in ways that I think are going to change the entire dynamic of the way in which we communicate. And that's why I invited you to the White House, because I'm looking for a job. I thought I might be, anyway. And I asked my team to send me a write-up of your conversations today, and because I want to hear from you. Look, the innovation and entrepreneurial spirit in this room is what makes America, America. I know you've heard me say this before, but when I spent an awful lot of time with Xi Jinping when I was vice president, and over 80 hours alone, just he and I talking. I turned in all my notes, by the way. We were near the Tibetan Plateau for real. I was traveling in China with him. And he asked me, he said, can you define America for me? I said, yes, I can. It's all on record. I said, yes, I can. One word: possibilities. Possibilities. When you go around the world, as many of you have, they look at America like, you know, these guys can do anything when they set their mind to it. It's just a nation of possibilities and change. And you are the new possibilities. You are the new breakthrough in how we communicate. And it matters. And for example, when one of your colleagues interviewed me I've been fighting the drug companies for a long, long time, since I was 200 years ago when I was in the Senate. But all kidding aside, when I was a United States Senator, I spent a lot of time trying to take on the drug companies. They charge exorbitant profits. I mean, an exorbitant amount of money. And a lot of people are in real tough shape. The American taxpayers paying billions of dollars they shouldn't have to pay because of Medicare. And what's happened is I was interviewed by one of your colleagues, and it was about insulin. And I was standing I was walking through a retail establishment, and the guy came up to me and said, well, thank you. I take insulin, it's now $35 instead of $400. He talked about how it changed his life and what more is coming. That got more coverage about what I've been fighting for in terms of fair drug price than anything had done. I mean, everything else was done. Everything. Well, I mean it. I genuinely mean it. You know, I used to have a friend, you got to know how to know. And part of it, knowing how to know, is know where to go. I really mean it. For example, tomorrow, I'm going to be doing an announcement that announcing what we've done in the first bill that I got passed. First bill I got passed, it covered everybody, there's reduction in prices, whether you're on Medicare or not. And by the way, it saves the American taxpayers billions and billions and billions of dollars. The one thing I got passed is already projected to save over the next 10 years $160 billion in taxpayers' dollars, because they don't have to pay that out from Medicare. And in addition, what it's saving people's lives. But what I wrote in there when that first piece of legislation, it's the law now, unless the other guy makes it. I'm not being facetious, he wants to get rid of it, is that beginning this year, this next calendar year, It's 10 new drugs every year to 20, so they're going to cover over the next, as far as the eye can see. I would always say when I show up at a function on the road when I'm campaigning, I say, if they ask about drug prices, any one of you want to get in an Air Force One with me, bring your prescription from a domestic American drug company. I'll fly you to anywhere from Toronto to Belgium to Paris to anywhere around the world. Get you that same exact drug to 40 or 60% less. 40 to 60% less. You know how much it costs to make that insulin? $10. 10. Package it and everything, $12. They're still making $35. And they're triple what it costs them. So my point is, this isn't socialism. It's about just basic fairness, decency, for something that matters to people's lives. From the time I got involved in public life, and this is not hyperbole, my one goal has been give everybody a fair shot. I come from a typical middle-class family like a lot of you do, where trickle-down economics, not a lot trickle down on my dad's kitchen table. You've heard me say it before. My dad used to say, Joey, your job's about, not a joke. My dad was an extremely well-read man, very engaged, but my dad never got to go to college. He got into Johns Hopkins. I didn't even know this until 4 years ago. He got into Hopkins when he was in his early 20s. But because of the war and working in the shipyard, he didn't get to go. But he was a very, very, very well-read guy. He said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about, I'm not joking, it's about your dignity. It's about your being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Have a fair shot. And I think what you guys are doing, and it's not the national press, they're good people. They're not that crazy about me, but I like them. But they'll tell you, I'm putting words in their mouth and they're going to write about how I'm wrong. But they'll tell you how things are changed, how things have changed. There are no editors anymore. There's no editors anymore. You want to get your name in the news, you want to get a click. It's not always best to get it by doing something positive. And by the way, I'm not being facetious. These are really bright, smart, decent people. But it's all changed. I hope you all thought about the consequence of what you're undertaking, what it means. And what I'm presumptuous to me, sound like a preacher, but what obligations you have to do it on the level. Do it on the level. So, for example, when I do this thing tomorrow, hope a couple of you show up because it really matters. Like I said, almost every drug over the next 10 years is going to be covered. And we're talking about drugs that are real heart diseases, cancer drugs. You know, some of these drugs cost $10,000, $12,000 a year just to stay alive, just to have a shot. So I think we're going to make a big change. There's much more than just the drug issue, but my generic point is that it's how we explain to ordinary people who are busting their rear ends. Bless me, Mom, but I forgot. But all kidding aside, I just think that, you know, as I said, I got a close friend who said, you got to know how to know. Part of dealing with government is just, even though when it's well-intended, it's a gigantic bureaucracy. The vast majority of people are trying to do good, but it's complicated. How do you break through? And you're breaking through in ways that it's never been done before, at least in the 800 years I've been in politics. But anyway, I wanted to say something else to you, and I can't remember what it was now. Oh, well, you know, I guess the way to end what I came to say to you is there's been such a decline in trust in America. I mean, across the board. I don't mean just in politics, in trust. and you had one of my team over here talking about mental health. You know, when I appointed Vivek Murthy to be the Surgeon General, he's been on me to make the point, and we're working on it. The single greatest consequence of that pandemic was mental health. I'm not joking. The mental health of the American people. And it's really, really, really important we invest. I noticed that the other team got the message. They're going to stop trying to do away with Obamacare. All of a sudden, after 53 attempts, they figured that's not going to work. At least that's what they're saying. My point is that, you know, the media is good and bad, like there are in public life. They're good and bad. I'm not morally bad, but good and accurate and inaccurate, partisan and nonpartisan. But think about it. If you turn on the television or watch a news program, you pick the news program you think is most likely to agree with you. I don't know a whole lot of people are Trump supporters watching MSNBC. I don't know a whole lot of people are I don't know a whole lot of people that are Kamala people are watching that other show. So anyway, the biggest thing you got going for you, and I hope you keep it, is you're trusted. You're trusted, and it makes a difference. Now, my staff always tells me this: any of the non-press, you're the non-press, want to ask me a question, you can ask me. I may not answer it. I'd like to stay on topic. I don't want to get into talking about what's going on in foreign policy and the like right now, but if anyone asks me what I've said, I'd be happy to try to respond. I'm not talking to you guys. Yes. Yes. Shh. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm talking to them first, okay? The audience first, okay? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, the White House communications team knocking out the media right now, as it looks like he just wants to talk to the creators in the room.
My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay? Anyway, thank you. There we go.
All right, so President Biden, going back after the media right now, did not want to take any questions there. And what I want to do is just, I was talking as he was speaking there for the final time. Let's just show that to you here on Live Now from Fox as the media is being pushed out of the room for this economy creator conference here. Let's listen right here moments ago on Live Now.
Okay? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes, yes, yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay? Anyway, thank you.
All right, President Biden not happy at the media for what he feels is not being fair to him as reporting on the economy. So you heard it there first, right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back. We'll take a 2-minute break. State Department just getting started, but we need to take one. Let's take it right here on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are live at the State Department briefing the latest updates on the war in Israel. Let's listen.
What is shaping this conversation, but beyond that, I'm just not going to get into the specifics of the negotiations. Sean, go.
Good. Qatar and Egypt have announced that both foreign ministers received calls from the Secretary of State today. Do you have any readout for these calls?
We'll have some readouts to offer, I'm sure, in the next hour or so. We'll have some more to share this afternoon, but these calls are in line with the Secretary's continued engagement on the region and the engagement that he's been doing over the past many weeks, talking to counterparts, working to not only stress the importance and the vitality of getting this deal across the finish line, but also making clear to counterparts that any escalation is not in anybody's interest and certainly not in the interest of the region.
Thank you.
A couple of things.
Yeah.
Yesterday, of course, the State Department notified Congress about $20 billion in new weapons for Israel. I realize these won't be delivered for a number of years, 27 and onward. But nonetheless, the timing of this, right, just 2 days before the ceasefire talks, can we see any linkage to that? This comes, of course, after criticism of some of the far-right members. There was a very strong statement by the Secretary on Minister Ben-Gvir's visit to the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound / Temple Mount. Can we see any message in this, particularly in the arms sales?
So, Sean, I think the way to look at this is that multiple things can be true and multiple things can be vitally in the interest of the United States. First and foremost, we are continuing to work to secure a ceasefire deal that would bring home all the hostages, that would help alleviate the suffering in Gaza. That certainly continues to be a priority for us. Simultaneously, we have a long-standing military and security partnership with the government of Israel. We recognize that Israel has a right to defend itself from terrorism and security threats. We also acknowledge and have talked a great deal about how Israel continues to face a myriad of threats in the region, not just from Iran, but also from its proxies, such as Hamas, such as Hezbollah, such as the Houthis. That's very much in line with what we've been talking about this week. And also is true, Sean, that there are actions that we think are counterproductive. We think they are a detraction from peace and stability in the Middle East. We also think that they are detractions from Israel's own security. Those things include what we saw Minister Ben-Gvir do yesterday. It's also when we see things like settlement expansions or things like that. Those are things that are not just inconsistent with international law. They are also, detract from our stated goal of a two-state solution and cause greater insecurity in the region.
Sure. Specifically in the arms sale,
yeah.
You and Matt have been asked numerous times about the use of U.S. weapons in incidents in which civilians were killed. Have there been any further assurances? Is there confidence going forward with these weapons? Have there been any assurances that more care is being taken that U.S. weapons aren't involved?
There, of course, is confidence, and as I have said a number of times when we've talked about this issue, there is a long-standing security partnership with the government of Israel, one that spans decades, but that does not change the tools and the mechanisms that the United States has at its disposal to ensure that certain U.S. articles are not being used improperly. That, of course, includes the Turg process, which we've talked about before. That includes the Leahy vetting forum. It also includes the policy and guidance that lives within the conventional arms transfer policy. And we also continue to have at our disposal actions that the United States can take to hold certain entities accountable should we need to.
I'll let other people continue.
Yeah. Saeed, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, actually where Sean left off on the weapons. You're saying that Israel's right to defend itself. We're talking about $20 billion on top of $3.5 billion last week or the week before. It's, paid for by American taxpayers. And that's larger than many, many countries, maybe 70% of all countries in the world. I don't know, I'm not an expert. To be used against defenseless people. Can't you tell the Israelis that they should not lower down the amount of damage, but they should not be bombing the places like Tabain School or UNRWA schools or hospitals and so on? Can you tell them that you must not use
In every
these weapons against them?
in every engagement site, we stress the importance and the strategic and moral imperative our partners in Israel have to minimize impacts on civilians and to minimize civilian casualties. That being said, Israel absolutely has every right to defend itself. It has every right to hold to account the terrorist actors of Hamas that undertook the horrific October 7th terrorist attack. And Israel has also every right to defend itself from other malign actors in the region, whether it be Iran, whether it be Hezbollah or the Houthis or otherwise.
Does Israel have a right to use Palestinians as human shield, as was reported in Haaretz? Are you aware of that report?
I've seen that report. I've seen that report, Saeed.
Is there any way for you to confirm it?
I've seen that report, Saeed. They are incredibly, these reports, they are disturbing, and we would urge Israel to immediately and transparently investigate these allegations and hold any potential perpetrators accountable. Israel has a responsibility to comply with its obligations under international humanitarian law, but I also just want to stress, Saeed, that they are just reports at this point, and that is why we would encourage Israel to look into what's going on.
All right. Well, you know, many of these weapons used were actually designed as bunker busters in Afghanistan, but that's another issue. Let me ask you something. The president said that he expects Iran to hold off on an Israeli attack if Gaza ceasefire is reached. How did the president arrive at this? Or how did the government arrive at this? Through direct negotiations? Has there been like a promise by the Iranians, if you guys go effectuate a ceasefire, then we are not going to attack?
I don't have anything else to offer on the president's comment, Saeed, beyond just saying that getting a ceasefire deal is of vital importance to the region. It could help release the hostages, including the remaining American citizens. It could create the conditions for an increased influx of humanitarian aid, and more importantly, it will help get this region out of these endless cycles of violence that we keep finding ourselves talking about.
Yeah, on the talks, my final topic, where Jennifer left off on the talks. Now, Hamas is saying, look, we're not going in. We already agreed to what was proposed to us back in 31, and so May 31. Now, the Israelis are changing their terms. Are you sure they are not? I mean, the New York Times reports and authenticates that, in fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu has already changed and has added more demands. Is the proposal still, does it still maintain the same integrity as it was submitted back on May 31?
So, Saeed, I'm just not going to comment on purported or alleged leaks of documents and on private diplomatic conversations. What I can say is that the ongoing conversations have and continue to have the contours of the plan that President Biden laid out at the end of May that had support from the Arab world, has support from the UN Security Council, has support from allies and partners like NATO and the G7, and that's what we'll continue to remain focused on.
But you would agree that if the proposal was changed, and
I'm just not going to get into the specifics of the process, Saeed. Thank you. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, Quickly on Austin ties, I'll move to Ukraine after that. The Secretary issued a statement this morning saying that we have repeatedly offered to find a way to bring him home. And of course, can you please provide with more details demonstrating what you mean by that?
I'm not going to.
And when last?
I'm not going to do that, Alex, for the very reason that these are issues are sensitive. What I can say, and I will just echo what the Secretary said, is that for more than a quarter of his life, Austin has been separated from his family and held in unknown conditions. We know that the Syrian government has held Austin, and we have repeatedly offered to find a way to bring them home. We also believe that the Syrian government can help end Austin's captivity and provide an accounting of not just his whereabouts, but the fate of other Americans who went missing in Syria. And this is something that is so personal to not just Secretary Blinken, but also personal to President Biden. And this is something that we're going to continue to work around the clock.
Just so we understand the timing, by saying we, you mean this administration has offered you in the past 3.5 years. Is that the case?
That is correct.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
On Ukraine, with Assistant Secretary O'Brien being in here, can you give us basically latest update? Do you have better sense of the situation on the ground?
Look, Alex, our engagement with Kyiv and Assistant Secretary O'Brien's visit continues to be in line with this administration's long support of our Ukrainian partners. I understand he had a number of government-to-government engagements on ways in which we can continue to support our Ukrainian partners. As you saw, I think late last week, we announced another presidential drawdown authority, and I expect we'll continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian partners. I don't have any announcement or anything to preview right now, though.
On the issue of the question of untying Ukrainian hands, I've been raising the past couple of days, and your answer has been, basically this is based on the situation on the ground, military situation. Now, with Ukraine changing the front line well back into Russia the past couple of days, why still letting Putin enjoy sanctuary inside Russia?
So I'm just not going to preview any actions, Alex, and I will let our Ukrainian partners speak to their own military operations. One on Ukraine, then I'll go back to that row. Go ahead.
Just on the Ukrainians said today they're going to have some sort of buffer zone in presumably in Russia, but the Russian-Ukrainian area. I mean, this is something that's tried in other parts of the world. Does the U.S. have any stance on this, particularly when territorial integrity is what the U.S. is?
I don't have any immediate reaction, Sean. I'd have to have our team look into further what exactly our Ukrainian partners are referring to and what the contours of such a plan would be. So I'm happy to check and get back to you. Thanks. Sure. Go ahead.
Are you able to say whether U.S. weapons are being used in the offensive in Kursk?
I will let our Ukrainian partners speak to their own military operations.
And what concerns, if any, does the administration have about U.S. weapons potentially being used in the offensive?
Look, Daphne, I think we've danced around this issue this whole week, and I will echo what I said to Alex and a couple others. Again, the only reason that you and I are even having this exchange is because Russia is a country that in February of 2022 attempted to subjugate Ukraine's borders illegally and in total violation of the UN Charter. And so our responsibility as the United States is to continue to stand with our Ukrainian partners. That's what we'll do. As it relates to some of these specific activities, the U.S. has not been engaged or involved in any of the planning or preparation for that, but we continue to have a responsibility and will stand with our Ukrainian partners as they defend themselves.
So is the U.S. okay with it if Ukraine does use U.S. weapons in this incursion?
Our policy has not changed, Daphne. Shannon, go ahead.
On Russia, an American national, Joseph Tater, was detained by Moscow for allegedly starting a fight in a hotel. Do you have any information on this case? And is there any indication that Russia is looking to pick up another American for liberation?
I don't have specifics, Shannon, given privacy concerns. What I can say is that we're aware of these reports of another American citizen being arrested in Russia, and we're working to get as much information as we can, working to ascertain the consular situation and see if consular access is available, but I don't want to speculate beyond that.
And on a separate topic, if I can, Hunter Biden's legal team has confirmed that he reached out to the U.S. ambassador to Italy when his father, the current president, was vice president, about potentially closing a lucrative deal for Burisma. Do you have any information on that? Can you confirm that what Hunter Biden's legal team is saying, that there was no meeting, nothing productive came from that outreach?
So, look, I will, the department would defer to Mr. Biden's representatives on any questions as it relates to his correspondence. I will say that the documents that you're referring to were released as part of an ongoing Freedom of Information Act request, and as consistent with longstanding department policy, we will be, those documents will be made available to the public in the coming weeks. We do not have any additional perspective to offer on the production of these documents, given that it is tied up and as part of ongoing litigation. But broadly, let me just say, individuals from all over the world and from varying sectors seek counsel, advice, information from our ambassadors and principal officers at our embassies and consulates around the world. The department takes every responsibility to evaluate those requests on their merits, and we act appropriately.
And on those documents, the timing, the New York Times has been seeking them for quite a while. They were only released after the president announced he won't seek re-election. Is there anything to that timing? And the initial letter from Hunter Biden was never released by the State Department. Will the document be made available?
I would not read into anything into the timing. These FOIA processes are long, robust processes, and they are frankly independent of what else is happening in the world. But I'm happy to check if we've got anything else to offer on the timeline.
So follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you just say, generally speaking, I know you went into some of that detail, would you say, generally speaking, that that is a common practice, that individuals here in the U.S. would reach out to embassies internationally and seek
Are you
their
asking
guidance?
me if American citizens reach out to embassies and consulates
For
around their
guidance
world?
and for specifically for introductions or meetings, etc.?
As I said, American citizens of varying backgrounds, of varying from varying sectors of the world reach out to our embassies, either directly to staff, either directly to our ambassadors or our principal's officers, seeking advice, seeking help, seeking a question, looking for information, looking for a question answered. And the department, we look at that and we act on those based on the merit, and we act appropriately in every instance. Michelle, go ahead.
Can we go back to the Middle East
Sure.
again? I know that Mr. Hochstein works for the White House, but he was in Beirut today. Did he make any progress in his discussions there? And did he bring to the table any new ideas or offers?
Again, I'll let, as you so note, Mr. Hochstein works at the White House, and I will let them speak to any specifics as it relates to travel. But senior administration officials across this government are laserly focused, whether they work here at the State Department or elsewhere, on doing everything they can to get this ceasefire deal across the finish line, or doing everything they can to de-escalate tensions and make clear to any relevant actor that escalation is not in anybody's interest.
On Iran, a cyber attack targeted the central bank of Iran today and the bank's sector. Do you know who was behind the attack, and do you have any comment on that?
I don't have any information there, Michelle.
On Sudan, too. Okay. On Sudan, if you don't mind, what do you expect from the Switzerland talks on Sudan in the absence of the SAF? And why did the U.S. insist on inviting UAE to the talks when SAF considers it involved in the conflict?
So today's opening session included international and technical partners. That included representatives from Switzerland, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, the African Union, the United Nations, and we are there with a laser focus on ensuring that the SAF and RSF comply with their Jeddah commitments. In the Jeddah Declaration, both the SAF and RSF committed to expanded discussions to achieve a permanent cessation of hostilities. We call on both sides to honor these commitments and to participate in Switzerland. What is happening in Sudan right now is one of the most dire humanitarian situations in the world, and so there is a moral responsibility for the United States and other like-minded partners to try and come together and see what else can be done to help alleviate that situation. I'm not going to get ahead of the talks beyond that, but these talks are going to move forward, and we expect them to continue. Lala, there's a couple more on the Middle East. Let me get to that, and then we can come back to
UAE? Why did the U.S. invite the
Michelle,
UAE?
there are a number of relevant countries who have a vested interest in seeing a cessation of hostilities in Sudan, and so it's, we welcome any country that shares that like-minded goal to participate. Nadia.
Just very sorry.
Yeah.
Do you expect the Sudan armed forces to come eventually?
We have stressed that they have a responsibility to be there, and we'll continue to make that clear, but I don't have any updates on that. Nadia, go ahead.
Thank you. In an interview with AP, a spokesman for Hamas said that he does not believe that the U.S. is an honest broker. And
well, the United States doesn't think Hamas is an honest broker.
Okay. So basically, if he says that, and he said that they accepted the president proposal, but you guys are not willing to publicly criticize the Israeli, especially Netanyahu, who obstructed these deals many times. Why do you believe that Hamas now is the onus on them to show up in this negotiation? What makes you confident that they have to come?
I'm not going to.
They're not going to come.
Nadia, I know you were a couple minutes tardy. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the negotiation process. What I can say is that our partners in Qatar have spoken to us about making sure that there is representation from Hamas so that these talks can go forward. I'm not going to get ahead of that process. I spoke a little bit about that this week as well. More importantly, though, what is vital here and what no one should lose sight of, whether it's Israel, whether it's Hamas, whether it's any entity, is that this deal is so vitally important for the region and its future. When we are talking about the release of the remaining hostages, including American citizens, we're talking about doing whatever is possible to get an influx of additional humanitarian aid, but also creating the diplomatic conditions to have serious conversations about the future of the region and getting us out of these endless cycles of violence.
Okay, considering that we've seen so many U.S. diplomats in the region, including Brett McCarthy in Cairo and Hochstein in Beirut and William Burns in Doha, and there was talk about the secretary adding into this trip. How do you see success and failure, considering the intensive efforts that the U.S. government is putting on this
Nadia, what
negotiation?
we are laserly focused on is doing everything we can to get this deal finalized, agreed upon, and across the finish line. And you have officials across the administration focusing on that. I will let various other entities speak to their own principles travels, but the secretary, as you know, we spoke a little bit about it as you were walking in. He's had a number of calls this morning that we'll read out in more detail later, but also has been working the phones over the past many weeks with a clear message to anybody who he's on the phone with, that this ceasefire deal is of vital importance and we need to do everything we can to get it done, and that escalation is in no one's interest and certainly not in the interest of the region.
Okay, and just finally, I don't know if you answer this question or not, but you often condemn Hamas for using Palestinians as human shields, and there is this big investigation now by an Israeli newspaper saying that the Israeli army has systematically using Palestinians as a human shield because they believe their lives is superior to the Palestinians. So do you condemn the Israelis for using Palestinians for the same purpose that you condemn Hamas?
So your colleague Saeed raised this issue before you walked in, and I will just echo that these reports are incredibly disturbing, and we urge Israel to immediately and transparently look into these allegations and hold any perpetrators accountable. But I also just want to stress, as I did with Saeed, that these are just reports at this point, and so what we would call on is for Israel to look into this and ascertain what's actually going on.
So let's make these reports and Hamas using Palestinians as human shields as fact on the ground. Since you're not there and you don't really verify.
Nadia, we know with incredible certainty that Hamas has a clear track record of using civilian infrastructure and protected facilities as areas of operation, as bases, and using as civilians as human shields. That is not hyperbole.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
On this, Hamas using civilians as human shields. 2 weeks ago, I asked you about a photo of Israeli soldiers posing in front of the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital, and there were also reports that the IDF was using this hospital as their military base. I asked you about this, and you responded by saying that you asked Israel for further information. Did they get back to you? Do you have any updates on this?
I don't have any specifics to offer as it relates to that at this time, but I will just echo what I said then, in that any kind of violent or kinetic activity so close to a hospital we certainly would take issue with. But Hamas, of course, does have a track record of using civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, as bases of operations. As it relates to what is happening in that picture or the specifics around that operation, I will let our partners in Israel speak to.
Can I just follow up on some of that?
Yeah.
In the absence of this ceasefire for hostage release agreement, can you give us an update on what you think the achievements of Israel's military campaign in Gaza are?
Pardon, Tom, sorry, I couldn't hear.
Do you have an update on what you believe the achievements of Israel's military campaign in Gaza are?
So, Tom, it's really not for me to speak to the IDF's achievements or not. They have every right to not just defend themselves, but to hold the terrorist perpetrators of October 7th to account. They also, we share their stated goal of defeating Hamas, and that continues to be what we're focused on as well. In part of when we talk about the future of the region, when we talk about what we want to see for the region and the diplomacy that we hope a ceasefire can unlock, we talk about ensuring that the Gaza Strip can no longer be a springboard of terrorism on the Israeli people. And part of that includes the defeat of Hamas. And that is a line of effort we, of course, support.
I mean, I asked the question because it was the 29th of May that the Secretary said it was appropriate to ask how incremental gains against Hamas stacked up against what he described as the unintended but horrific consequences of military action when you're going against people who are embedded with civilians. That was after the deaths of at least 45 people in a tented encampment after an Israeli airstrike. I mean, we've now had reportedly more than 100 people killed in a school in Al Tabin over the weekend. So are the Israelis making anything more than incremental gains? I mean, it's 2.5 months since then.
Tom, I will let our partners in IDF speak to their own operations and any progress they're making. What I can say, though, is that the points you raise just further underscore the critical nature of why we're so focused on getting a ceasefire deal across the finish line. It's important that we think that it is truly the only lever left when it comes to stopping the suffering, stopping the endless loss of life.
A ceasefire. It's not. I mean, you have leverage in terms of stopping arms to Israel. So, it's
well,
not,
Tom,
it's not
we have a long-standing security relationship with Israel, and it's totally appropriate if you and others would feel that maybe that perhaps shouldn't be the case. But Israel faces threats from not just Hamas but Iran and other Iranian proxies, and this is a security partnership that is going back decades. And I will just stress again, and Sean rightfully added it at the onset of his question, that the security systems that were notified yesterday, we are talking about systems, some of which would really have no use in such a conflict in Gaza in the first place, but also we're talking about systems that the earliest some could be delivered is 2026, with the vast majority of them falling somewhere between 2027 and 2029.
Okay, but I mean, when you say it's the only lever, I'm just asking a question, you know. But the point is that the Secretary 2.5 months ago described incremental gains against Hamas. So that's why I'm asking the question. 2.5 months later, when you've continued a military assistance relationship that funds Israel's campaign in Gaza, I'm just asking the question: are the gains anything more than incremental against Hamas?
Tom, we've come to the conclusion that what the best path forward is for this ceasefire deal to get across the finish line, and that's what we are lazily focused on. DR. Go ahead. Sure.
Sorry. Several U.S. officials have said that it's actually not possible to achieve total victory in defeating Hamas. Given that, does the U.S. really share Israel's goal of defeating Hamas?
We do, and we think that a ceasefire deal is the first step in a direction of ensuring that the Gaza Strip can no longer be used as a springboard for terrorism against the Israeli people.
And do you think it's achievable?
Again, I will let our Israeli partners speak to their own operation, but we are committed to doing everything we can to make sure that we get this region out of this endless cycle of violence, and that, again, the Gaza Strip can no longer be used as a launching pad for terrorism against Israel.
All right, State Department briefing continues. We do need to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll get you right back out there. We do have White House briefing coming up, J.D. Vance in Michigan, and so much more. All right, everyone, we are back here. State Department briefing still continuing. Let's listen on Live Now.
The chance to again echo what I've said, which is that the calls that the secretary has had today, the calls that he's had earlier this week, last week, he is deeply engaged on this issue and using every possible opportunity to not just stress the importance of getting the deal done, but also stressing the importance of de-escalation.
And then to follow up on one thing you said in response to that Haaretz report, you called on the Israeli government to transparently look into these. The State Department has called a number of times for the Israeli government to look into reports of abuses. Have they ever gotten back to you with any sort of answers on these reported abuses that are taking place?
There is a close information sharing relationship between us and Israel. I'm obviously not going to speak to every single issue or every single incident that's been raised, but there is a close information sharing relationship with Israel, and we, in this instance, would welcome them sharing more information with us on what transpired. Lalit, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to check with you if U.S. is in touch with India on two specific issues in the region. One, Bangladesh, development in Bangladesh, the security situation, human rights issues, and the restoration of democracy in that country, and also about Prime Minister Modi's trip to Ukraine later this month.
Yeah, so first let me start with the second part of your question. I will let the Prime Minister's office speak to any of his own travel. I don't have anything to offer there, but we, of course, are in touch with our Indian partners on a number of issues, and, of course, would welcome India's engagement in the war between Russia and Ukraine, especially as it relates to ensuring that we get to a just and durable peace that is reflective of what our Ukrainian partners are attempting to do, which is defend their territorial integrity and sovereignty. On the topic of Bangladesh, we have been in touch with our Indian partners as well as other countries in the region to discuss recent events. I'm not going to get into private diplomatic discussions, but we continue to push for an end to violence in Bangladesh, as well as continuing to push for accountability and the respect for rule of law.
A quick follow-up on Bangladesh. Over the weekend, two Indian-American congressmen, Radha Krishnamurthy and Sri Thaneda, wrote separate letters to Secretary Blinken, seeking his intervention and help in protecting the lives of Hindus in Bangladesh. Has Secretary received those letters? Is he addressing the issues raised by these two congressmen?
So what I can say is that we engage with partners in Congress regularly. I'm not going to get into specific letters or engagements, but let me just note that the interim government, we welcome Dr. Yunus's call for calm and an end to the recent violence of the new, and as well as we welcome the new government's focus on restoring security and the protection of members of minority communities as well.
One more on India.
Yeah, go ahead.
On annual 2+2, given that the Secretary has a very tight schedule this year, elections are happening. Do you think that 2+2 will happen this year or will it push to next year?
Oh man, Lalit, you're asking me to look into a crystal ball of what travel and engagements we might have over the next 5-6 months. I don't want to speculate. What I can say is that when it comes to our partnership with India, it is robust. It is one that we are focused every day on growing and strengthening, and it's something that I know is shared by our colleagues at the Department of Defense. But as it relates to any kind of specific 2+2 meeting or engagement, I just don't have anything to preview right now.
Final one, if I can ask you, what is Secretary's expectations from the new role that he has given to Rich Verma on Ukraine?
Yeah. So to take a step back, Deputy Secretary for Resources and Management, Rich Verma, is going to be carrying on the work that Special Envoy Penny Pritzker has started when it comes to reconstruction and economic issues as it relates to our Ukrainian partners. And really, I think Deputy Verma is going to continue to build on the foundation that Special Envoy Pritzker laid when it comes to private sector engagement, when it comes to working with our allies and partners to marshal the economic support that we know is so critical to the future of our Ukrainian partners. Deputy Verma is a experienced diplomat with extensive experience, not just in government, but also in the private sector. And so I think he has a unique position and a unique perch and a unique perspective to bring and continuing to build on Special Envoy Pritzker's work. In the blue in the back, go ahead.
Vedant.
Yeah.
On Afghanistan, I'm not sure if you've seen, but the Taliban has been posting a video on social media of a military parade online, purporting them showing and operating U.S. weapons. Can you confirm their claims are true? Do you have any comment?
To our knowledge, first, let me take a step back. I've not seen the specific video, and so I would have to look at that first. But let me just say that to date, no country has publicly announced that it recognizes the Taliban as the government of Afghanistan, and we continue to, in close coordination with allies and partners, call on the Taliban that they need to substantially improve their human rights record before any normalizations of relations. When it comes to any security systems in Afghanistan that may be remaining, I will let our colleagues at the Pentagon speak to that. I think Admiral Kirby, when he was at the Pentagon during the withdrawal, spoke a great deal about this, and I will not just point back to those comments, but defer to the Pentagon to speak to it.
I have a question on another region. Going down to Central America, back in 2023 in December, 11 Nicaraguan pastors who were associated with the U.S. ministry were arrested on charges of money laundering. They recently been sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison or to pay $80 million in fines, what their representatives have called as a sham trial. What's been the State Department's role in pressing to free these pastors, and is there any progress that's been made since their sentencing?
I don't have any progress to offer at this moment. What I can say is that this is an issue that we are paying close attention to and deeply engaged on. The United States maintains that the Nicaraguan government unjustly holds 13 individuals affiliated with the evangelical organization Mountain Getaway in Nicaragua, and believe that they are being held solely for exercising their right to freedom of religion or freedom of belief. But I don't have any updates for you there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. A spokesman for Iran's mission to the UN told the Washington Post that his government has no intention or motive to interfere in the U.S. presidential election. Is he telling the truth?
Well, a report from our Office of National Intelligence would certainly say otherwise. Look, we have long spoken about how Iran has had lines of efforts to maliciously influence elections, not just here in the United States, but elsewhere. It's something that we are consistently vigilant about. As it relates to the United States specifically, I'm happy that I'm sure colleagues at the FBI and Department of Homeland Security would be happy to speak to some of those deterrent lines of efforts that are ongoing.
What can foreign states like Iran, Russia, or China expect if they interfere in the U.S. election process? Have they or will they be warned or sanctioned for trying to undermine the American public's confidence in elections and exacerbate political polarization?
So I'm not going to preview any actions that the United States may or may not.
We always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We back in Worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox. The Department briefing continues.
Constitutional Court to dismiss Prime Minister of Thailand and the entire cabinet. We are eagerly waiting and look forward to the selection of not just a new Prime Minister, but also a smooth transition of power. Our commitment to the U.S.-Thai alliance and partnership does not change. There's a shared history here, shared interests and common values between both of our countries, and so we will let this process play out, and I don't want to get ahead of that. All right, thanks everybody.
All right, so we just caught the tail end right there for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, J.D. Vance, we will have for you coming up a little bit later here in Michigan. And then about 4 p.m. Eastern, we do have you covered here for the Donald Trump rally out in North Carolina in Asheville. Again, White House briefing should be happening at any moment right now. We do want to play out just some of the brief comments from Donald Trump speaking to the media.
We appreciate it. We think we're doing very well. We just had a poll that shows we're doing very well. And we have an interesting couple of months ahead of us. I'm going to North Carolina right now. We're going to speak on the economy. It's basically a speech on what's going on with our economy. It's gone very bad under this group of people with inflation, with the economy itself, and so many other things. The other thing we're going to talk a little bit on is crime. If you look at the migrant crime in New York, it's been out of control, and it is everywhere, as I predicted a long time ago. And we'll be talking a little bit about crime and all of the people that have come into our country illegally, millions and millions. I think it's close to 20 million, maybe it's more than 20 million. And they shouldn't have been allowed to come here. It's causing a tremendous problem. It's causing death. And just, it's been a horror show. Nobody's seen anything like it. And it's only going to get worse. They should not have allowed this to happen to our country. With that being said, I'm leaving for right now North Carolina. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. What has the FBI told you about the hack on your campaign?
Well, they're looking at it, and they're doing it very professionally, and it looks like it's Iran doing it, because Iran is no friend of mine, and, you know, a lot of bad signals get sent. But it looks like it's Iran doing it, and the reason is because I was strong on Iran, and I was protecting people in the Middle East that maybe they aren't so happy about that. So that's what it seems to be, Iran.
Is that what the FBI told you specifically, that it was Iran?
I don't want to say exactly, but it was Iran.
And you said Harris's crowd sizes were AI and that there weren't people there. There's all kinds of video evidence and people who were there who have proven that false. Can you tell us about why you made that claim?
Well, I can't say what was there, who was there. I can only tell you about ours. We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. We have crowds that nobody's ever seen before, and we continue to have that. We have a level of enthusiasm that nobody's seen before. They want to make America great again. That's what's happening. We're going to make it great again. Right now, we have a failing nation. We're in a failing nation, and become in many ways a third world nation, and we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to be with us there. Donald Trump making those brief statements ahead of his rally out in North Carolina. He was doing some early voting in Florida, and now has already in his plane and up in the air right now. We want to show you this from his team member, Margot Martin, from the campaign, putting this video out there saying that President Donald Trump departing for Asheville, North Carolina. So that was about 25 minutes ago, up in the air, and now taking his rally speeches to Asheville, North Carolina. Again, we'll have that for you 4 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, a live look in Michigan. We are awaiting J.D. Vance to do a rally there, and then we do have people in attendance already waiting on J.D., and once that gets going, we'll bring it to you right here, as always, for you on Live Now from Fox. We do also want to show you what's happening out in Puerto Rico, as now we can tell you that this is Hurricane Ernesto. Went from tropical storm to hurricane earlier today, and we continue to track it. It is not expected to hit the mainland, though. Right now, as you can see, it's already drifting away from Puerto Rico, and in the coming days could hit Bermuda. and we'll be covering that for you right here on Live Now from Fox, as always. White House briefing is on deck, should be happening at any moment there, so we'll be definitely keeping an eye on all of this right here for you, as we got a lot of live feeds. It's going to be a very busy and fast-paced afternoon, and that's the way we like it here for you, as always, on Live Now. All right, that is going to do it for my time here on the desk. We will take a 2-minute break, and then on the other side of it, my colleague Stephanie Quinu will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing you some of these top events like I just mentioned and other live feeds that come in. And when breaking news happens, she'll have you covered as well. We'll be back in just 2 minutes, everyone.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look inside the White House press briefing room as we are anticipating that briefing to get underway any moment now. This, of course, happening amid the expected Iran attack against Israel. U.S. intelligence telling Fox News yesterday that they believed that attack would happen likely in the next 24 hours. Of course, as soon as this briefing does get underway, we will bring that to you live. Meantime, I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is out of Byron Center, Michigan, as Senator J.D. Vance, who of course is former President Trump's running mate, he will be holding a rally right there, Michigan being a swing state. That is also set to get underway any moment. As soon as this happens, we will bring it to you live in its entirety right here on Live Now from Fox. And you are watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 1:56 Eastern, 10:56 Pacific, as we do await both the White House press briefing and Senator Vance's rally in Byron Center, Michigan. We also have a number of major events to get to. I do want to start off with one that just finished moments ago in Philadelphia, and this has to do with this little girl, this 12-year-old little girl who was brutally killed, and family members now filing a federal lawsuit against organizations they said missed red flags in this girl's death. This is 12-year-old Melinda Hoagland. She died after prosecutors say she endured years of abuse from her father and his girlfriend. They are filing lawsuits against several agencies because they believe those agencies missed red flags about the alleged abuse. Just moments ago out of Philadelphia, they did hold a briefing, and I do want to play that briefing for you right now.
You couldn't hold a gun to my head in this case and make me agree to any NDA. In my opinion, the counties and defendants should come forward now and do the right thing and admit responsibility for what they did and didn't do, and compensate this family and do what they need to do. In my experience, that won't happen, but that's the right thing. So regardless of the financial outcome, we will get change, we will get accountability, and there's not an amount of money that these girls would take or have in exchange for having their little sister back. So this is not about money, but we live in America, and in this country, unfortunately, with corporations and agencies, a lot of times the only thing to get them moving or get them to change is money.
You see that, however, today is the birthday of another little girl who was raped and murdered at the hands of her adoptive mother and her boyfriend, Grace Packer. And there were millions of dollars exchanged there. And this case is now about a decade old, and still here we are today with another dead child.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately they didn't listen, they didn't look hard enough, and they certainly didn't implement the changes that needed to be implemented. I don't know what non-economic terms, if any, were a part of that settlement, but certainly they should have changed things, they should have done better, and they obviously didn't do that.
So you'll settle this case, you won't seal it. I mean, you'd be willing to settle the case, you're not going to seal the case. You've committed now that you will not seal
the case will never, if there's a settlement, that's going to be up to the defendants. We're ready, willing, and able to go into a courtroom and put 12 people in a jury box and see exactly what they would say about what they think the proper amount is here to compensate this little girl for being starved, abused, and completely humiliated, shackled to furniture, naked, with metal things that should only really be in prisons. So if the defendants want to own up to what they did, we'll settle the case, never under any confidentiality. But if they're gonna jerk around as civil defendants and insurance companies, which, by the way, don't forget that there are insurance companies behind all this, then we'll go to trial.
When she was in school, can you explain to me, like, how they were negligent? I mean, was this just a case where they saw her emaciated and just said, we'll call children and families and forget about it?
It's worse than that. They saw bruising on her eyes. They saw what was described as a rug burn going across her entire face. They saw extreme weight loss. They saw other wounds, but on top of that, she was habitually truant, which really means in Pennsylvania she was missing a crazy amount of school. There were letters being sent out to Rendell Hoagland and Cindy Warren about her truancy, but the normal truancy procedures that exist that need to be put in place, notifying a magisterial district judge, taking action to talk to the child, do counseling, none of it was done. So it's not a situation where you just had blatant signs of physical abuse, which would be good enough to sound the alarm, but on top of that, you have a child who's got a bunch of unexcused absences. You've got the school reaching out saying, we've got no medical documentation that she was sick or that she's hurting the way you said. Can you send a doctor's note? Nothing. They would never confirm, never corroborate it, and yet the school just went along their way doing nothing further to confirm she was okay.
Is this all, you're saying this is all the schools that you named in the suit did this?
Yes, she was first at Upper Dublin School District, and you know, that was like the least amount of exposure in terms of a school. But then at Coatesville, there was just a myriad of issues that they observed firsthand that went unchecked and unreported. And then finally, we know that she spent the last 5 months of her life at the Commonwealth Charter Academy School, which is, by the way, a private corporation. As much as they want to make the public think otherwise, they are a private company with millions and millions of dollars. They're the largest private charter cyber school in Pennsylvania, and these are folks who are messaging Melinda, are you okay? 2 days before she died, it's reported that she was on a Zoom. She couldn't even see. She was so lethargic, and we know now that she was in organ failure at that time and losing her vision. And she had a black eye, and the only thing visible to her teacher at that point was her eyes up. And this is 2 days before she dies, and ask me what a Commonwealth Charter did about that. Nothing. Nothing. And if that were the only thing that happened here, the case would be strong, but it's one of 25, 30 other failures.
A systematic failure.
A repeated, continuous debacle, I would say.
Commonwealth Charter of for-profit?
They're a private corporation, for profit, yes.
You guys want Allie to jump in?
So we're listening to a press conference that happened just moments ago out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, having to do with this little girl right here, 12-year-old Melinda Hoagland. She died after prosecutors say she endured years of abuse from her father and his girlfriend. So they filed these federal lawsuits against several agencies they believe missed red flags about that alleged abuse. And we were hearing from some of those spokespeople right now. We do have a live event that we do want to get to right now. This is the White House press briefing. It just started just a moment ago, so we're going to raise the audio and listen in.
Where inflation is headed. The second message from today's report is that while the trend is our friend, our work is far from done. Our cost-cutting agenda on behalf of American households is as urgent and important as ever. We will continue to aggressively push to lower the cost of prescription drugs and health coverage, housing, childcare, energy. I'd note that the price of gas at the pump is down 2.2% over the past year. That's in this morning's report. Junk fees, groceries, and any other areas where we can help family budgets. Finally, we take great care at CEA to look at what these inflation reports mean for workers' paychecks. In July, nominal wages went up 3.8% for lower and middle wage workers. And as I've said, inflation rose 2.9%. That's the 17th month in a row, that wages beat prices for this group, which is 80% of employment. This is important for both the buying power of working families as well as the overall economy. Consumer spending is just under 70% of GDP, and it continues to help generate steady growth, as shown in this slide, which I don't have because we weren't able to do slides. But I will put this on the CEA blog later, on my Twitter account. EconJared46. With that, I'll take your questions. It's like no slides. It's like kryptonite for me, but you know. It's
no, sir, Darlene, go ahead.
Thank you. Does the White House at this point think that the inflation problem is solved?
The momentum is certainly in the right direction. Inflation is reliably coming down. We have a record of disinflation, meaning slower inflation, that is now 60% or a little bit more than that off of its peak. And so this is a consistent trend that's been moving in the right direction. No victory laps, as I tried to assert in my comments. Our work is not done, because even as we get inflation back down to pre-pandemic levels, we still have to be mindful that too many families are facing too many high costs. And in the area of healthcare, childcare, housing, junk fees, prescription drugs, healthcare coverage, in every one of those areas, the President and Vice President are taking aggressive action, not just to keep inflation on this lower path, but also to ensure that we're cutting costs wherever we can. At the same time, we're very mindful of the fact that as inflation has come down as far as it has, over 6 percentage points on the CPI, that the job market remains solid and that real wages are growing, not just this month, but on a year-over-year basis for 17 months in a row for middle and lower wage workers.
Thank you.
It was raised, just not. Thank you very much for being here. So is that how you would explain why, when I talk to voters in the field, when my colleagues talk to people, they still don't think the economy is in a better shape than it was when President Biden first took office?
Well, I don't know about that in terms of the broader economic assessment of where the the economy is, because I think people do know that the job market's been strong, 16 million jobs, that's record job growth. The unemployment rate has been historically low. GDP growth has been strong. But I think your question is a valid one, which is, okay, people I think are aware of many of those, many of the elements of that progress, but they're still discomforted by the high prices. Now, I hate to give you a reading assignment, but I gave a speech about a week ago where I really dove into this deeply. It's on the CEA website. And one of the things I talked about is the important difference between inflation and price levels. Inflation is coming down, as I just said to the first questioner. We think it's on a reliable track to get back to where it needs to be. But there are too many prices that are still too high. And I think that's one of the reasons for the disconnect that you described, for some of the negative vibes that you described. And I have 3 words for people who feel the way you just said, which is, we hear you. The president hears you. The vice president hears you. We will never stand here and say, oh, no, you're wrong. Look at the GDP statistics. That's not the way it works. That's not President Biden's orientation. We believe that people are the best arbiters of how they experience this economy. And that's why we're working so aggressively on an agenda to help them cut costs in all the areas I ticked through before, to make investments in key areas, particularly in places that have long been left behind and hollowed out by irresponsible trade policy. And you see this president working very hard to reverse that. So we hear you. We're working hard to address those issues, and we're having some success, particularly in some of the areas that we've legislated. If you look at prescription drugs, if you look at health coverage, obviously the junk fee agenda, even on groceries, where the president has leaned hard into nudging companies who have achieved some savings on their input costs to pass those savings forward to consumers in the form of lower costs. And if we were here talking a year and a half ago, we would have had grocery inflation that was double digits. This morning it was about 1% year over year, and there are a number of items within there where we actually have deflation, falling prices of some groceries. So more work to do there, but I think that's the essence of the disconnect.
Thank you. Thank you so much. How worried are you right now about the slowdown in the jobs market?
So I am the chair of the CEA. Any question that starts, how worried are you right now? The answer is probably yes, worried, because I'm charged to watch every banana peel that could be slipped on.
All right, so we're listening into the White House press briefing as they are discussing inflation and the economy. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We do see that J.D. Vance is stepping up to the podium, so we're going to pivot to that in 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do want to head to Byron Center, Michigan, as J.D. Vance is holding a rally there in the swing state. So we're going to pivot to that right now. Let's listen in.
Please. Thank you all, please. It is great to be here in Michigan. It's a little hot today, but it's a beautiful state. All right, let me talk a little bit about what we're going to do to take this country back. We're going to take back the White House. We're going to restore American manufacturing. We're going to restore a whole country, and it's going to start right here in the state of Michigan. Now, I love Byron Center. I've been here just about a couple hours, but Byron Center has been cast aside, and a lot of places in this country have been cast aside by America's ruling class in Washington, D.C. Now, politicians come into places like Michigan, they say nice things, but they crush our industries, they offshore our jobs, and they undercut American wages with illegal labor. You, my friends, have been betrayed. And the people who have been doing the betraying have gotten rich off of this country's decline. And it's time to call them out, and it's time to kick them out of office. Now, when Kamala Harris raised the price of American energy, Michigan suffered. You suffered. Good American jobs suffered. But you know who made a lot of money? Kamala Harris's donors, the people who benefit from some of these green energy scams where they do things like, build windmills in salt water off the coast of Nantucket, and of course they fall apart and get washed up ashore, right? Crazy stuff. Now, when she forced Americans, using your tax dollars, by the way, to buy EVs made in China, it made Michigan a whole lot poorer, but it made the green energy lobby a whole lot richer. And this is a theme with Kamala Harris. I don't know if you noticed, but every time she makes a decision that makes us poorer or makes our country weaker, there is somebody standing behind her who benefits. Just for example, when she let in millions of illegal aliens, it made our communities less safe, but it did give the Democrats a lot of voters. And they're trying to give illegal aliens the right to vote in major cities all across this country. Now, here's the thing. On November the 5th, this great betrayal from Kamala Harris, it's going to stop because we're going to elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, I grew up in a town not all that different from Byron Center, and I watched in my own community as jobs were sent overseas. And of course, it's not just people's checkbooks that suffer when they lose a good manufacturing job or they lose a good job in any industry. I remember seeing friends whose parents never fought but start to have their marriages unravel under financial stress from a lost job. I saw families torn apart as China built its middle class on the back of the American middle class. And as much as things were sometimes tough in my hometown, and I know sometimes it's often tough in Byron Center, I was one of the lucky ones. I managed to achieve my American dream. I managed to build a life because I had a mamaw who was tough as nails. I don't know if... Thank you. She was my grandmother, she was my guardian angel, and she had a foul mouth on her. She was a good person, but she had a foul mouth on her. And I remember when I was a little kid, we were probably 5 or 6 years old, and we had a lot of family in eastern Kentucky. We have any Appalachian-connected people here in Byron Center? More than a few? Yeah. Going down 75 to visit Kentucky and East Tennessee. I know that story. I remember I was taking one of those trips myself, and I remember there was a guy, my aunt was driving, my mamaw was in the passenger seat, and I was in the back seat. There must have been, somebody got cut off or something, because this guy was driving like crazy. He was cutting us off. He was in a motorcycle, actually. He was flipping us off, and you could tell he was just in a bad mood. And my aunt was telling me the story recently. She said, "JD, you remember what happened next?" And I said, "Yeah, Aunt, I do." I remember that Mamaw reached underneath her car seat, pulled out a .44 Magnum, and tapped it on the window. And that was the end of the aggressive driving on the highways of eastern Kentucky. But that woman, by the grace of God, I had her in my life, and I was able to achieve my American dream. I just wanted to be a good husband and father. I wanted to be able to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up in a poor family in Middletown, Ohio. And I was able to do it Yes, because of my mamaw, but also because this is the greatest country in the world. The American dream is still real, and we are here to fight, to protect it, and to build upon it. Every single day, that's what we're going to do. Now, one of the things that bothers me about our opponent in this race, Kamala Harris, she pretends to stand for normal Americans. She pretends to stand for their jobs, for the education of their children. But it is normal Americans, we know this, who suffer the most when politicians like Kamala Harris fail to do their job. You know, I remember my mamaw negotiating with somebody from Meals on Wheels. She was trying to get that person to give her more food so that she could share some more with me. And I think about that story, and I think about that moment in the context of this grocery affordability crisis that's affecting our people. It is people like my grandmother who suffer the most when food and rent become unaffordable for normal people. And this November, we're going to turn the page, my friends, on a generation of failed leadership. We're going to make America great again, and we're going to do it by electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, that's the most important thing, of course, is the top of the ticket, because we all know the president controls so much in this country. But we're also going to need a lot of help up and down the ballot. And so I want to introduce a few people who are great Michiganders, who are great American patriots, and they are fighting every day for you and for this state. I want to start out with Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Where's Eric? There's Eric right here. Beautiful family, by the way, 2 beautiful kids. We have a Republican candidate for Michigan's 3rd district. I understand Paul Hudson's going to win this race, right, Paul? Where's Paul? There's Paul right here. We've got Representative Brian Mast, the great Brian Mast. Number 5, Brian. Thank you, man. We have got Representative John Molinari. Where's John? There's John right there. Did I get your name right, John? Close enough? Close enough. And we have got a great guy running who's going to be the next senator from the great state of Michigan, Mike Rogers. Where's Mike? There he is. Now let's just compare the record of failure of Kamala Harris with the record of success of Donald J. Trump. President Trump created the strongest economy in history, at least within living memory of this country. Before the pandemic, in 4 years, America gained 7 million new jobs. Isn't that crazy? 7 million new jobs in just 4 years. Unemployment dropped to the lowest rate in 50 years. We lifted more than 10 million people off of welfare, and household incomes soared to a new record. And after losing in the previous 2 administrations, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, we lost 60,000 American manufacturing jobs. 60,000 factories under the 2 previous administrations, and under 4 short years of President Trump's leadership, we built 12,000 new factories. That is what we can achieve when America's leaders put the citizens of America first. Now, after COVID, President Trump set America on the path to a powerful, inflation-free recovery. All Kamala Harris had to do was leave it alone. And by the way, while we're on the topic of Kamala Harris, we've got some of our friends in the media. I just can't quite get over how dishonest the American media is about Kamala Harris. The craziest thing. Now, we have to remember, for 3.5 years, people like Elisa Slotkin, who's running for Senate here in Michigan, and Democratic leaders all across the country, they would say things, and the American media would back them up, that President Biden, for 3.5 years, he's as sharp as he's ever been. He's sharp as a tack. Remember that? The American media act for 3.5 years like this guy was Albert Einstein. And now they want to tell us that Kamala Harris is the second coming of Abraham Lincoln. We don't buy it. We don't believe it. What she actually did, what the actual record is that she inflicted the American people with the worst affordability and inflation crisis in generations. Now, this is not rocket science, my friends. When inflation happens, when the government spends and prints money that we don't have, that makes your hard-earned money worthless. And that makes Kamala Harris directly responsible for this inflation disaster, because she cast the tie-breaking vote on nearly $2 trillion in reckless spending. Not just that, she then cast another tie-breaking vote on a radical left-wing spending wish list, which spent millions and billions of dollars on green energy scams. That was another couple $2 trillion. And while they weakened the dollar, Biden and Harris cracked down on American energy. That is a recipe for the terrible affordability crisis that we have on this country. You combine that with the regulatory agenda, you combine the energy problems, you combine the trillions of dollars in reckless spending, you have got inflation into the stratosphere. Now, instead of buying energy from every dictator around the globe, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do, under President Trump, we're going to embrace a very simple principle. We're going to get American energy from American workers and American territory. We are going to drill, baby, drill. That's going to cut down prices, and that's going to create a lot of prosperity for the American people. Now, Kamala Harris and her Democrat friends, they didn't just shut down American energy, print trillions of dollars, they also extended, we forget this, the economy-crushing lockdowns, and then they overran the country with tens of millions of illegal aliens. Now, you bring in 30 million people and you weaken the dollar, that is how you get the inflation crisis that we have. Now, here just in Michigan, and it's similar in Ohio, and it's similar in a lot of states across the Midwest, the average family is spending $1,000 more a month just to buy what they were buying 4 years ago. That's $12,000 a year just to live the same normal middle-class life. And have wages gone up $12,000 under Kamala Harris? No, they haven't. So to ask a very simple question, President Trump asked it just a couple of days ago, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Absolutely not. So let's bring Donald Trump back, right? It's that simple. So thank you. So under Kamala Harris, gas prices are up 50%. And I know we're a trucking company. You think truckers benefit when gas prices go up 50%? No. And neither do the people who depend on truckers, which is every single one of us. Housing costs have doubled. Grocery prices are up 21%. A record number of Americans are working multiple jobs. And I happen to believe in a simple principle that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to afford a good life in the country your parents and grandparents built. Isn't that simple? Now, the housing market is the least affordable it's ever been. Mortgage rates have doubled, and that's thanks to Kamala Harris' spending policies. The average new car costs nearly $50,000 a year. And this November, my friends, we're going to send the message that Michigan chooses prosperity over poverty, and that we will never accept 4 more years of Kamala Harris. She's out of there. But inflation isn't the only scourge that Washington and Kamala Harris have inflicted on American workers. In fact, let's talk about the news of the day. Just a few days ago, Stellantis announced that it was going to permanently cut nearly 2,500 proud Michigan auto workers who make the iconic Ram 1500. Did y'all hear that? Now, Kamala has done nothing. Now, remember when Donald Trump, when American businesses threatened to shut down factories and move them to Mexico and China, remember what Trump did? He picked up the phone and said, if you do that, I'm going to introduce you to a little word called the tariff. And a lot of American workers benefit because he was willing to fight for the interests and for their American jobs. Now, her policies have been decimating the American auto industry for years. You have to remember, this is the woman who voted to preserve NAFTA, to extend NAFTA, the very trade deal that sent American auto jobs to Mexico by the tens of thousands and turned American dreams into nightmares. She supported these EV mandates that taxed you, took your money, and sent it to electric vehicles that are made in China instead of made right here in the state of Michigan, destroying thousands of Michigan auto jobs in the process. And it's not just the car jobs themselves. Y'all know this. It's the carburetors, it's the transmissions, it's the people who are making the components. They are the ones who suffer when Kamala Harris sends your tax dollars to Chinese-made cars. Well, Kamala Harris now is standing here in Michigan asking us for a promotion. I think it's time to say to Kamala Harris, no thank you, you are fired. Now, even when Harris sold your jobs to the lowest bidder overseas, trashed your paychecks with unprecedented inflation, as America's border czar, she did something maybe even worse, flooding this country with millions of cheap, illegal alien laborers, stealing your jobs, depressing our wages in the process. On day one, just remember what they did. They promised they were going to do it, and then they did it. On day one, Biden and Harris suspended deportations. They stopped building the wall. I was at the wall a week ago, and you see it just laying on the ground, ready to be completed, and Kamala Harris won't let them. They reinstated catch and release, meaning that even if Border Patrol catches an illegal alien, oftentimes they get released into our country anyways. And they proposed amnesty for millions of illegal aliens. Kamala Harris turned Border Patrol into a travel agency for violent criminals and freeloaders from around the world. Now, President Trump and I have a different message. If you're in this country illegally, start packing your bags because Donald Trump is going to send you home, and he's going to do it on day one. Now, we're in this incredible company, and we're at this incredible company, and I want to introduce just a few people who make this place possible, people who have been building American dreams, some of them for over a half a century. So we've got the great Mary Jane Cordes. Mary Jane, thank you so much for having me. I love you. It's great to have you. Thank you. Now, she's the co-founder of Cordes Inc., and her sons, Steve and Charlie, now run this company. And sadly, after nearly 60 years in business, they're struggling to keep the company afloat under Kamala Harris. So I'm going to ask, if it's not going to embarrass them too much, Steve and Charlie, would you both come up and tell your story a little bit? Let's welcome up Steve and Charlie Cordes, great American business leaders.
Yeah, JD's right. The last 4 years with fuel prices, inflation, we just have to work so hard. Steve and I are here all the time. We've tried to give raises to our guys, but when inflation goes up 20% since 2021 under this administration in Michigan, it's a little hard to keep up. We're doing the best we can. Our margins are getting thinner. We're going to keep going. We got great employees. There's a bunch of them here, and we're just going to keep rocking it out. But we got to get this guy elected. We got to get Donald Trump elected with JD as his VP.
And I agree so much on what JD has to say. We try to use the best parts we can. We do not want to put Chinese parts on our vehicles. The safety of the road is at stake. We always buy American-made as much as we can, and it's getting harder because they ship the jobs overseas. So we need to bring them back with the tariffs like Donald Trump did before and keep America great. Thank you.
Well, I thank you all so much, and thanks so much for what you're doing. And isn't that crazy to think? You've got great American entrepreneurs who want to buy American, and it's getting harder and harder because Kamala Harris means that there's fewer and fewer things being built in this country. What a disgrace. We can do so much better. We got the best workers, the best people. We've got the best country. We just need American leaders to stop screwing it up. I also want to introduce one of their employers, Chuck Bixby, who's a very, very good dude. I met him earlier. He's a great Trump fan. Chuck, thank you so much for being here. You want to come on up and say a few words? Come on, Chuck. We're going to embarrass Chuck a little bit.
As they all said before, we need him.
That's right.
Because not only is Donald Trump going to do the next 4 years, I got dibs on him doing the 4 after. And you all can, yep, I see it. So we're there. Everybody get people out, get them to vote. The more votes that we can get out, the harder it's going to be for them to cheat. So everybody have fun.
Sorry, embarrassing. So, Chuck, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. I had to make you come up and say a few words. So let me just tell you a little story. Chuck reminds me of a lot of people that I knew growing up in Middletown, hardworking people who keep this country running. And it reminds me, sometimes Kamala Harris, she talks, and the Democrats talk about the old economy versus the new economy. I like to talk about the real economy versus the fake economy. And the real economy is for the people who build things with their hands, who get it to our stores, who transport it from one place to another. Chuck is working in the real economy. Without a lot of American workers like him, this country would be screwed. So thank you, Chuck. Thanks for what you do. I want to leave you with just this thought, because it's a story that I've been thinking about a lot. I've been on the campaign trail as the vice presidential nominee for all of about 4 weeks, and what an honor it is. But not long ago, I met a woman on the campaign trail, and she told me a story that really stuck out to me. She is a nurse, and her husband is recently retired. They're just middle-class people raising their grandchildren for reasons she didn't explain to me, but I'm sure all of us can guess why she's raising her grandchildren. And though this woman hasn't had an easy life, she told me about her home and her family without an ounce of complaint or resentment. Now, she wasn't angry at Kamala Harris for firing thousands of American healthcare workers for refusing to get a vaccine. She wasn't mad about that. She wasn't angry at her grandchildren for depriving her of an easy retirement, because she's a little on the older side and now she's got to take care of these grandkids. And she wasn't even angry at her daughter for leaving her an unexpected set of kids to care for. She lived her life. She cared for her family, and she did it without a hint of complaint. Now this, my friends, reminds me of my grandmother. This is the American spirit. A woman who does her duty, she does it well, and she doesn't expect a handout for doing it. God bless her. But, if there wasn't any entitlement, there was a bit of sorrow. Because in a lifetime of trials and tribulations, there was one thing about this moment that frustrated her, that the price of food had gotten so high that she could no longer do steak night. Every Friday, she told me, for years, we have done steak night in our house. And I'm not talking about a steakhouse or a filet mignon, but in good times and bad, we made sure that Friday, we'd go to the grocery store, we'd get a nice steak, and make it a special occasion. That was her family tradition every single Friday. And now, she told me, it's gone. We just do hamburger. There's nothing wrong with hamburger, but it's not a steak. Grocery bills are just too high, she said. Her nurse's salary isn't high enough, and her husband, who's a retiree, his Social Security is just a little too small. America, I think, was built on a very simple promise, that each of us would have a say in our own government, that each of us would be secure in our own property, however tiny a slice of our country we got to own. Now, the old way was that we were to be ruled by some foreign king in a faraway land. Then in America, every man and every woman is a king. And yes, if you work hard, you ought to be able to afford a steak on a Friday night for a special occasion. Now, I was listening to Kamala Harris give a rally recently, because she doesn't talk to the media. She just talks behind a teleprompter. We're going to take some questions from the media after this, as a matter of fact. But she said she's going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families on day one. Think about that. Kamala, day one was January of 2021. Day one was 4 years ago, Kamala Harris, and because of your policies, too many children can't afford a nice meal. Too many children have been killed by fentanyl. Too many grandparents are raising kids they didn't plan for, and too many families can't afford a special meal on a Friday night. Now, the media, our friends in the back, they make a lot of noise, make a lot of news about the new tone of Kamala Harris's campaign. Have you seen this? They say, Kamala Harris, you can tell she's excited. But I'll tell you what she's excited about. She's excited that she just got a promotion without earning a single American vote. She says she's having fun, but while she's having fun, Americans are suffering under her policies. When she laughs during a speech, remember that there are American families crying this very day because they cannot afford groceries. When she does these rallies and does these events and does these fake dances, remember that there are parents who lost their children to drugs or violence who will never see their children move again, much less dance again. When she tells you, and this is her new slogan, "We're not going back," remember that for 3.5 years, that is exactly what we've been doing. We've been going back to a place where Americans aren't kings in their own country, but paupers, begging their government for precious scraps of safety, security, and food. We are going back, Kamala Harris, because of you, and we're going to fire you because we want to take this country forward. Now, I cannot get over, my friends, about everything about her campaign is fake. A fake joy that comes from being promoted to a new position instead of using the position you already have to do your job and make the lives of the citizens of this country better. It's a fake ticket that never earned a single Democrat primary vote. It's a fake platform that offers no specifics about how to do the people's businesses, and a fake promise to change the government, even though she's been in charge of that very government for almost 4 years and hasn't done a damn thing. Donald J. Trump's campaign instead offers something very, very different. Not a fake optimism, but a very real hope. A hope and a vision to see that hope become reality in this country once again. A hope that we have the best workers in the world, so we're going to stop shipping their jobs to China and build more things right here in the United States of America. A hope that if we unleash American energy and American farmers, food and energy will become affordable in this country again. A hope that if we build more homes and stop foreigners from buying the homes that we have, the American dream of home ownership is going to become real again. It is a hope that we can close the border and stop the drugs if we empower the Border Patrol and back the blue in Michigan and everywhere else. It is a hope in the moms and dads and grandparents of our country that though they do have the spirit to survive under the policies of Kamala Harris, they have the ability to thrive under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. When we say that we will make America great again, we mean something simple. Safe streets for our families, a secure border, affordable food for our children, and the American dream, whether it's to buy a home or to see your children do better off than you did, that is achievable again. Let's get it done. We're going to start here in Michigan. It's going to start a fire that goes across the United States of America. Let everybody hear that America is ready to re-elect Donald J. Trump, the president, again. And Michigan, it's going to start with you. God bless you all. Thank you for doing everything you do, and thank you for having me. Thank you. Love that flag. Thank you, man. You guys. Love you. Now, I believe if y'all are willing to stick out the heat a little bit longer, we're going to do some interviews with some real news and some fake news. So I think we have some reporters up here in the front. And what I'd ask is that if you're a local reporter from Michigan, raise your hand first. I'd like to take your questions first, and then I'll go on down the line. So everybody get ready, because we're going to have some fun with the American media. Question in the air, especially if you're from Michigan. Anybody, any local reporters from Michigan? I guess maybe we got them all back here. Okay, they're on camera. Well, you'll catch on camera what I say. So we'll start with the person who's from Michigan but represents the national press. Well, look, the question, I'm not going to repeat that question because it's kind of insulting to our president. So I'll repeat the ones that aren't insulting to our president. Look, here's the answer. To the people who say that Donald Trump should do something different, they had an opportunity to make Donald Trump do something different by challenging him over 3 separate primaries, every single one of which he won. So I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to run the campaign that he wants to run. And look, if you listen to what Donald J. Trump says, if you look at what I say, we are prosecuting the case against Kamala Harris on policy. We're reminding people that Donald Trump delivered peace and prosperity, and Kamala Harris has delivered war all over the world and unaffordable groceries and housing here at home. That is the message we're going to take forward. But of course, President Trump, the reason people love him is because he's his own man, he's unfiltered, and he lets the American people see who he is. And I will say that as his running mate, I obviously can't always speak for the president, but I think I speak for the president. I think I speak for the American people in saying this, that we'd much rather have an American president who is who he is, who's willing to offend us, who's willing to tell us the truth, who isn't a fake who hides behind a teleprompter, but lets the American people see exactly who he is. So that's my view. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm from Ohio.
Oh, that's not a good thing in this crowd. She's from Ohio, ladies and gentlemen. But I will say,
I have Michigan friends.
We love our country enough that you guys are willing to give this Buckeye a nice warm welcome. So thank you guys, and God bless you. Ma'am.
Senator Vance, thanks for taking my question. I'm Janice Heisel with the Epoch Times. And my question is, we do hear about costs of energy relating directly to grocery costs being up. What other steps besides drilling can the Trump-Vance administration take to lower those grocery prices for people?
That's right. Well, the first is we're going to fire the agriculture secretary, right? She's not doing a very good job. But look, a couple of things. First of all, drill baby drill is a big part of lowering the cost of the cost of food, because if you think about the farmers, their tractors run on diesel fuel. To ship the food, they got to get it to go somewhere, and that requires fuel. The fertilizer, a lot of times, comes from natural gas. If we drill, baby, drill, and take advantage of the incredible bounty of this nation, we are going to lower food prices in a very big way for American consumers. That's just a matter of fact. But the other thing that we ought to do is stop printing trillions of dollars that we don't have and sending it to China. We should keep our money right here at home. Build in America, buy in America, manufacture in America, and that gives Americans the wages necessary, but it also means that you're not printing a bunch of money, which makes our dollar more and more worthless. You do those two things, you can make food affordable again in this country. It's very simple. Great. Ma'am.
What do you have to say when people say Kamala has an advantage over the young people's vote because she is popular on social media and TikTok?
Well, look, I'd say the reason that Kamala Harris does a lot of social media, but we do a lot of social media too, but she doesn't have any ability to be unscripted. Why? What is she going to do other than play around on TikTok? She sure as hell isn't giving interviews. She's not standing before the American people answering questions, right? Now, you know, at least from what I've seen, President Trump and I have great presence all across social media. He just did an interview with Elon Musk on X that had hundreds of millions of American listeners. It sounds like a lot of people in the audience. So I think we're doing great on social media, but my message to young people, I mean, look, I'm the only millennial, the first millennial in the history of a national ticket. And my message to young people is we want you to be able to build a life in this country. If you work hard and play by the rules, we want you to be able to afford a house. We want to bring mortgage interest rates down so that you can actually get a loan to buy that house. We want you to be able to raise a family if you so choose without having it destroy your checking account. And we have got the policies to make that happen. So I think that Kamala Harris, assuming that she can run this filtered campaign hiding behind a teleprompter, young people are smart. And they know that life has gotten more unaffordable under Kamala Harris. And the final point that I'll make is Donald Trump and I believe that America ought to be tough and America ought to have a strong foreign policy. But when people like Kamala Harris send our sons and daughters, our young people, to fight in stupid wars, it is the young generation that carries the burden of that. We're going to stop sending our young people to faraway lands. We are not the policemen of the world. We need to use our young people here at home as the resources that they are and not send them all over the world. And I think that hopefully is a message that's going to appeal. We're going to carry it forward, and we're going to see how the chips fall. But look, I feel very confident. We're going to win young people. We're going to win the whole country. Sir.
The New York Times, I wanted to ask you about the latest economic news from this morning, with inflation now being under 3%, the lowest rate since mid-2021. What is your sort of reaction to that news?
Well, I think the crowd reaction says it all. Look, when they say that inflation is down, they mean from a baseline where groceries are already 30% more expensive than they were when Donald Trump was president. And they're not saying it's coming down. They're just saying it's not going up as fast as it was 3 years ago. That is not a reputation or a record to brag on. That's a record to be ashamed of. Why did it take them so long to get inflation to where it is? And why are prices so high? It's because Kamala Harris failed to do her job. So if they want to go around, and this is, you know, it's funny. Kamala Harris, on the one hand, will say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. And like I said earlier, Kamala Harris has been the vice president for 3.5 years. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, she's in effect been the acting president, because we all know Joe Biden isn't home. So she's been the one controlling government policy for 3.5 years. She says she wants to tackle the affordability crisis on day one. And then on the other hand, she'll say, oh, we've already got inflation under control. Well, which is it, Kamala? Which is it? The simple truth is America's credit card debt is getting higher. Americans are finding the basic necessities of middle-class life less affordable. Americans are becoming, especially young people, are becoming paupers in their own country. If we don't do better, our young generation, they're not going to own anything. They're not going to have anything. They're going to be renters in the country that their parents and grandparents built. Inflation is a disaster. Kamala Harris does not have a leg to stand on. Sir.
Thank you, Senator. Josh Albertus with WZZM here in Grand Rapids. You know, in the last few cycles, you know, we've seen a lot of people, based on the results of the election here in Kent County, describe Kent County as a lot more of a battleground than it used to be when it came to the era of Jerry Ford, for example. Contextualize, you know, to what extent you believe the campaign is trying to put resources into Kent County specifically. What kind of narrowed that down?
Well, look, we love Kent County, and we think that it's going to be an important part of the election. But we think, look, the entire state of Michigan is important, right? There are areas in Michigan like Detroit where we're not going to do quite as well as we want to, but we're going to put as much resources as possible, because we believe there are a lot of voters in Detroit who want to vote for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. We just got to get them to the polls, and we're going to work hard for every vote. We believe there are rural parts of Michigan where we're going to win by 85%, but why not make it 90%? So we're going to work hard for every single vote all across the state of Michigan. I wouldn't say any one county is more or less important. The whole state is important because, look, there is no state that perfectly exemplifies what is broken about American policy in Washington. This was one of the wealthiest states in the entire country for pretty much the entirety of the post-World War II era. This is a state that had a proud manufacturing tradition where whether you went to college or graduated from high school or did something in the middle, you could build a middle-class life so long as you worked hard and played by the rules. And then thanks to a generation of failed leadership, Michigan has seen thousands of manufacturing jobs disappear. We have got to do better. And I think the reason you see Michigan, people used to call it a blue wall state. I think Michigan is a red wall state now because people are sick of losing their livelihoods and losing their jobs, and they know Donald J. Trump is going to be good for both. And I'll take two more questions here.
Yeah. Senator, yesterday on America Decides, I'm with CBS News, by the way, the UAW president said that Donald Trump and Elon Musk sneered at labor workers when talking about how Elon Musk fired folks looking to organize. The Teamster president, who also spoke at the RNC, called this economic terrorism. What's your reaction to the backlash that Donald Trump's getting from that interview?
Well, look, I like the Teamsters president. I think he's a good guy, but I think he's wrong about this because Donald Trump was not talking about firing Michigan auto workers. He was talking about firing the employees of Twitter who use their power to censor American citizens. Those people ought to be fired. If you censor Americans from exercising their First Amendment rights, you absolutely should be fired. Donald Trump's exactly right. Now, what Donald Trump has also done more than any president in my lifetime, 60,000 factories closed in the 16 years before Trump became president. In just the 4 years that he was president, he reversed that trend and opened 12,000 factories. This is a guy who's fighting for American jobs. And my message to Sean Fain, who's the head of the UAW and stands up next to Kamala Harris and sounds like a communist, is, trust me, I talk to a lot of UAW workers. They want a president who fights for their jobs. They want a president who will shut down this garbage at the border. They want a president who will stop sending American money to buy Chinese-made cars. American money ought to buy American cars. And UAW workers and non-union workers, we all believe in that message. That's why Donald J. Trump is going to win Michigan, and he's going to win the whole industrial Midwest. And then we'll do one more question. Any other Michigan people, Taylor? Yes, sir.
Josh Berry, Fox 17.
Hey, Josh.
WXMI Grand Rapids.
All right, so we've got at least 2 good reporters here. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm rounding out the local journalists here. Look, this is a unique showing right here, taking questions from local journalists. Not necessarily, it's been unorthodox for a local rally like this. What are you hoping to show or say to voters, or is this a message to the Harris campaign, taking questions at a rally in front of people here?
Look, it's a message to everybody that if you want to be the American people's vice president, you ought to answer their questions and try to earn their vote. It's really that simple. You know, you think about this, and I'm only 40 years old, but I've been in public life long enough to know that sometimes you need to explain certain things, or sometimes new things come up and you've got to answer people's questions. How are you going to address that issue, or how are you going to address this issue? You have got to stand before the American people and answer tough questions if you want to do this job. And it is scandalous that Kamala Harris is running from the media, but more importantly, she's running from the American people. That's a disgrace. I've never seen a presidential campaign in the history of my life where a person is asking to be the president of the United States, but she's afraid of you guys. Now, look, I'd say that some of you, I think, are perfectly fine journalists. Some of you, no offense, are fake news. But whatever your background in journalism, if you can't answer questions from the media, do you think you're going to be able to take on Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping? If you're afraid of answering before the American people, how can we possibly trust you to sit in a room with world leaders and represent the American people? What? And I think what it shows is fundamentally Kamala Harris has no vision. She has no policies. Go to her website. Ask yourself, what is it that Kamala Harris wants to do for this country? And the answer is she has no idea. None of us have any idea. What Kamala Harris is going to do for the American people is exactly what she's done for the last 3.5 years, which is fail. So we cannot give her a promotion. We've got to say, you are fired. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here. Michigan, get out and vote. Get your friends and family to vote. Volunteer if you're able. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. We'll be back in Michigan quite a bit. God bless y'all.
All right, so that was Senator J.D. Vance right there, is speaking for maybe just a little bit of under an hour right there in Byron Center, Michigan, taking some questions from local media, talking about the importance of getting out there and really talking in that conversational dialogue to voters. This again in the swing state of Michigan. You're taking a live look at Byron Center, Michigan, specifically talking about bringing jobs back to America. He was at this plant right there. You can actually see a number of those big trucks saying that a lot of industries have really been hurting, and he and former President Trump really want to bring all of that back to America. Meantime, we also wanted to let you know about this. We, of course, are covering all things politics, and starting on Monday, we are going to have live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage of the Democratic National Convention that is set to begin in Chicago, Illinois. So for the duration of the DNC, that is Monday through Thursday, we are going to have coverage. We are going to be speaking with experts. We are going to be speaking with delegates as Vice President Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, will be there really making their official debut, not on the campaign trail, but at the convention. And a number of big speakers are set to take the stage, including former President Barack Obama. Meantime, we have a number of events that we are going to be getting to, and we want to share this list with you. These are some of the major events that we are going to be covering uninterrupted, meaning no commercial breaks. You can count on LiveNOW from Fox to bring you all events from beginning to end without taking a break. So taking a look at this rundown right here, we are expecting former President Trump to speak in Ashville, North Carolina today. That is set to start at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and we will be bringing you his remarks without interruption as soon as they start. He is expected to specifically be speaking about the economy. Then we do understand that President Biden and Vice President Harris are going to be traveling to Maryland tomorrow for an official non-campaign event to, quote, discuss the progress they are making to lower costs for the American people. They didn't disclose the location or any more specifics. And then on Friday, Harris is set to speak in Raleigh, North Carolina, where she is going to deliver her economic policy address. So she's going to be outlining how she plans to address the economy. Former President Trump, he's going to be speaking today about the economy. One of the biggest priorities for American voters is the economy, jobs, inflation, and both campaigns this week will be addressing those concerns and outlining their strategies. And then Trump will be in Pennsylvania on Saturday. That will be at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and you can always count on LiveNOW from Fox to cover the very latest. Meantime, we also see that we have another Trump event happening right now. This just coming into our newsroom right here. We don't know exactly what it is going to be. We do see, and I'm going to put this right here, it does say North Carolina, so perhaps this is a preview to former President Trump's rally in Asheville. We do see no tax on tips. We're going to raise the audio and listen in.
The other day who told me, she says, you know, I'm voting for you because I like you. But then she said, I'm also voting for Kamala Harris. And I explained to her about a simple word, and that word is this: policy. You see, she thought President Trump is brash and a braggadocio, and I said, hey, hold on a second. We're talking about a man who is willing to sacrifice everything for the nation that he loves. But I told her this, I said, I want you to look at the results that he got in 2016. I said, look at that $1.45 a gallon gas. Look at those full grocery shelves with low prices. Look at the fact that our enemy stood down and cowered when he was in office. By the time I finished that conversation, I had changed her mind because she understood that it is the policies that this man supports, that I support, that they should be voted for. The economy under Donald Trump was firing on all cylinders. This nation was energy independent. And this nation wanted for nothing. Now under Joe Biden, we see the country suffering. We see gas prices at an all-time high, grocery prices at an all-time high, inflation through the roof. We're suffering because of bad policy. We need to get the good times back. And how do we get the good times back? We re-elect President Donald Trump to fix this economy, fix this border, and fix this nation and make this nation great again. Well, Folks, it does not stop there. North Carolina has had a great comeback story. From being deeply in debt to the federal government to now having a $5 billion surplus and being the #1 business destination 2 years running and now being the #2 business destination. Here it is. We need someone in this state that is going to stand up for everybody in this state, that's going to stand up for the working people in this state, and build an economy that spans from Murphy to Manio, where everybody has a decent shake at making a great living and a great future. And we have got to stop the weaponization of our government. It is dangerous. My wife and I have felt the sting of it. My wife ran a successful business for almost 10 years. And it wasn't until some folks inside of that business who don't like me found out who I was. And then the games began. The harassment began. And now we find out that my opponent's wife is deeply embedded into the very agency that holds sway over my wife's business. You see what we see here with the weaponization of government? It does not jive with being able to have a good economy. Why? Because people should be able to work and earn a living and run a business without fear of reprisal from their own government. It's bad at the state level for me and you, and it is bad at the federal level when we see it done against someone like President Trump. Folks, we have got to stand up as Republicans and understand that the principles that we put inside of our policies yield a desired result that is good for every man, woman, and child in this nation and in this state. That's why for the next 90 days, we have got to work like the Dickens, talk like the Dickens, get out and beat on doors, and go out and tell the good news that the Republican Party is the party that will make North Carolina great again, make America great again, and lead us back to a place of prosperity. Let's get out there and win, and let's have a red wave in November, because we want to save this nation and take it back to its greatness. God bless you. God bless North Carolina, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, so that was a speaker right there out of North Carolina, and we do believe that is Asheville, North Carolina, as we are expecting former President Trump to speak about the economy right there, and we can see some of the messaging that says no tax on tips. Former President Trump is set to speak in just about 1 hour, and as often what happens is that there are speakers before to really pump up the crowd right there, but you can see that there are many American flags as well as the Trump Vance sign. And we were actually listening to J.D. Vance as he was speaking in Byron Center, Michigan, bringing you those remarks completely unfiltered and without any commercial break. And that is what we are going to be doing as we are really in the race, the sprint to the White House, as we are only less than 85 days away, 83 days away specifically from the November presidential election. What we're going to do is we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of different political rallies, as you could imagine, as both tickets really are getting out there, making their messaging known, happening right now. The students of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, they are speaking in support of him. He, of course, is the running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris. That is happening right now. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to step away for a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox and bring you that live event right there in 2 minutes. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And before the break, we were hearing from the Trump-Vance ticket. We were hearing specifically from Senator J.D. Vance as he was holding a rally in Byron Center, Michigan. And then we headed to Ashville, North Carolina, as there was a speaker ahead of former President Trump's rally in Asheville, North Carolina, that is scheduled to start in less than an hour at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will be bringing you his remarks on the economy uninterrupted as they happen. Meantime, the Harris Walls ticket also holding a number of events, and happening right now, the students of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are announcing their support for the Harris-Vance ticket. So we do want to play out those remarks for you as they are happening live.
Us at a young age, and those expectations and that responsibility that we take still run through. You'll hear from all of us today about the stories that he created, one of which I remember in his class, he would put us in a circle and he would say, we're going to face each other. What does it look like to have eye contact? What does it mean to have respectful conversation? Create relationships with people that are different from us, that people who share similarities with us, and this is how we can use our voice. So I love being able to look back as a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old and watch him being our state congressman, watch him being the governor, watch him now as the vice president nomination, and taking those learned lessons and seeing how he's evoking those passions and those expectations with our community. So I'm excited for you guys to continue to hear about all the ways that our student base feels so excited to get involved and to have all of you get involved with us and really see him as that person that he is, that leads with kindness and empathy and joy. Thank you. Next up, I'll hand it over to Josh Yagfeld.
Hey everybody, my name is Josh Yagfeld and I am class of 2001, and yes, I will. My last name frequently misspelled Jagdfeld. It's German. Like Rochelle, I was one of the homeschool with Walls kids, and that was the idea that you had the Wallses multiple times per day, usually in the same semester. Tim was my global geography teacher, and Gwen was my American literature teacher. And, you know, I kind of think back to being an 11th grader in high school, typical boy. Not much stands out to you a lot of times, right? It's easy to be disengaged. School's maybe not always fun. But Tim was hands down the most engaging teacher that I remember from my time in high school. He made the classroom fun. He connected with students in a way that made them feel like they could be in a relationship with him that felt authentic. He invited you into his life. He would tell us about growing up in Nebraska. He told us about the unicameral legislature, which none of us even knew what it meant, but we learned a lot about. He told us about becoming a teacher in Nebraska. He told us about his National Guard service, and those little nuggets helped you to feel like you could really be connected to him. And what that meant is that all kinds of different students, I was a band kid, an arts kid, my brother was a linebacker on the football team. We all felt the same way about Tim, and we were very different kinds of people. He cared about us. He was authentic. He was kind. He wanted to know about you. He wanted to know what would make you tick in his classroom. And, you know, you've heard the story about how Gwen would talk about how he's a different teacher than she was, and everybody could get an A in Tim's class. I think it's because Tim was uniquely engaging in a way that made people really feel like they could connect and invest in his classes. Tim was also the person who created the spark in me to engage in civil service and really have an appreciation for what it means to be connected to your community through politics or engagement. I ended up studying political science at the University of Minnesota. Have done nothing with that in my life, but that's okay, because I think what it did is it created in me this inspiration to learn more about how the world works. And that started with building maps in Tim's class and understanding the geopolitical layout of our world. So I'm hugely appreciative of that for Tim in my life. The other really specific story that I remember is what a team that Tim and Gwen were. Gwen is the one who taught me to appreciate Mark Twain, Henry David Thoreau, through American literature, things I had never read before. But now I tell my kids about the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County like it is my favorite book. And that is, you know, thanks to Gwen taking us down the rabbit hole of how great American literature can be. But Tim and Gwen together, again, this is one of those memories that a high school junior would probably not remember. They were trying to start a family for quite some time, and this is a thing that I didn't ever consider remembering 25 years from now. But I have vivid memories of how they would tell us about how much they wanted kids, and they were going through fertilization treatment, and you know, it was so important to them. And I remember vividly when Hope was born, something that I wouldn't ever expect me as a high school student would remember. And I now see 25 years later how much joy that's brought to their lives, and I can see the same people from back in the day, authentic, kind, engaging. They want to know more about you. They stop to take the time to learn your name. They remember you the next time they see you. These are the people that we're here to support. And it's no mistake that all of these people here have raised their hand to organize after so many years of being students at West, because they have left such an imprint on us as people. And so I'm excited to tell you about some of those things. This group here is just a part of all of the students who have come out of the woodwork in the past couple of weeks. People I haven't heard from in decades, whose names I remember, whose faces maybe I don't remember, but have uniquely come around to engage in fundraising, writing postcards, doing door knocking, making phone calls for these people who are so important to us. I've probably got 5 teachers in my whole life that I can remember or add to the list. And Tim and Gwen are at the top of that list. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited to invite all of you into this process to see what we're able to do for these people who've meant so much to us over the many years. And with that, I'll hand it to Angie Brunner, actually former saxophone player, jazz band. Let's go.
Thank you, Josh. Oh, there's a phone here. Is this your phone? Oh, that's. Oh, leave it. Leave it. Oh, it's not.
It's good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming. My name is Angie Brunner. I am also, like the others here, a graduate of Mankato West High School, class of 2001. Yes. I was a band kid with Josh. We actually grew up down the street from each other, so we've known each other for a really long time. So you've heard a lot of sentiments already from the other students up here about the impact that Gwen and Tim had in the classroom, and I'll echo those, you know, kind of on a broad level. I'd like to talk a little bit more about my personal experiences, not only as a student, but also, you know, as a constituent of Tim Walz when he was in the legislature and now as governor, and as a parent who's raising children here in Minnesota. So it may come as a surprise to you, but growing up as a person of color in rural southern Minnesota in the 1990s was maybe not the bastion of diversity and inclusivity that one might hope. So, you know, as a child, I am Korean American. I am the daughter of immigrants to this country, and I have lived in Mankato. I lived in Mankato my whole childhood. I've lived in Minnesota for almost my entire life. I will say that, you know, it was maybe not always as easy as one might have hoped for me to, you know, celebrate and bring my full self to school or to the rest of the community. But I've reflected across the last week or so about my experiences at Mankato West specifically, and the resounding sentiment that I remember is that I always felt safe within the walls of the school, and that I always felt that I belonged as part of a community. I felt welcomed by the wonderful staff there. Top of the list are Gwen and Tim Walz, who are such proactive allies, inclusive advocates for everybody at the school before those were even buzzwords. You know, in today's day and age, they really live that intrinsically and very inherently. And I had a wonderful community of friends, a lot of whom are here today in support of Tim and Gwen as well. What I remember about those days as a student and that sense of inclusivity, the trust that we had in Tim and Gwen, that they would reach out their hand to care about all of us, to make it a community for every single person, every single student within the walls of that school. I've seen a steadfast commitment to that purpose as Tim has taken his career to the legislature as our representative Walz for the Minnesota First, and then into the State House as Governor Walz for all of us constituents here in the state of Minnesota. So when I think about, you know, what drives my passion for this project and for all of the activism that we're really proud to share with you today, you know, I think what I have in Tim Walz is a lot of trust, because we saw that commitment to every single person, his desire to reach his hand out to every person to make sure that they felt safe, that they felt included and a member of their community. And he took that straight through, and he has made tangible positive benefits for all of those around him throughout his years in Congress and in the State House.
I am a parent as well as a constituent here, so I have 2 young girls who are also little women of color. They are 7.5 and almost 10. They would want me to say that. And they have spent almost their entire lives with Tim Walz as their governor. And as a working parent here in the state of Minnesota, I can tell you that it is very heartening to have had him as our governor and for him to take the actions he has had to make our lives all tangibly better. You know, I know that my kids as public school children, when they go to school every day, they have breakfast and lunch waiting for them. Ooh. And for some kids, that's just a cool benefit. For some parents, that's a weight off their shoulders. For other families, it can make, it's a make or break difference. I know that my girls, as women, will have agency over their own bodies as they grow older in the state. And I know that as they grow older, no matter who they choose to love, they are welcomed and safe in the state of Minnesota. So all of these things, as a constituent, as a parent, I cannot overstate how measurably I feel those benefits here and how much I am unsurprised by the actions he has taken since he has left the halls of Mankato West and moved into the State House. So that's why I think we're all really, really excited about this announcement this week and, you know, getting Vice President Harris and Governor Walz elected this November. When they get to the White House, they are going to continue on that purpose. They're going to remain steadfast in their commitment to all Americans and tangibly making lives better for everybody. So with that, Rochelle had mentioned a little earlier the postcarding effort that's going to be happening at North Star Art Club. We're really excited about that. It's going to be running weekly live, so for anybody who is or is not an alumni of Mankato West High School, you're welcome to sign up and participate. Bring a friend, bring your kids, and come postcard for us. We are also going nationwide with a postcarding event. Yes, because we have many alumni across the nation who have all reached out in the last week and said, I want to help, I'm going to raise my hand. So we are taking it virtually. We are taking it nationwide. We're going to be sending postcards to swing state voters from different states to different states right up until the end of the election. So we've got, I think, over 90 volunteers already who've signed up. We've set a goal of writing 5,000 postcards. I think right now, even in the first few days, we're going to exceed that goal based on the amount of enthusiasm we have already. So we're really excited to keep this energy going. And yeah, let's get them to the White House in November. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nate Hood for the final remarks.
Who knew so many former students were great public speakers? This is I was like, I should just not go up. I don't want to end on a bad note. My name is Nate Hood, class of 2002. Thank you. I like how the class of 99 and stuff, they all came up with like paper notes, and now everybody else, 02, came up with phone notes. I think that's very interesting. Tim Walz was my teacher and football coach, and if I had known that he was going to be a vice presidential candidate, I would have taken notes in his class a lot better. Maybe would have had a couple more interesting things to say for you, but here's what I really did want to say. Tim Walz is the real deal. Tim is the real deal. He brought the best out of students. He expected a lot from students. He respected students, and students respected him. And that's really impressive because do you know how hard it is to respect the opinion of a 16-year-old? Like, I don't know. There's a reason they can't vote, all right? But Tim was a great teacher, and looking back at him as a teacher, I think of the 20-year class reunion that we had. Anytime Governor Walz came up, it was always the same story. It was always a story like what all the speakers here said today. Everybody had a story. I would say that 9 out of 10 people said, Tim Walz is my favorite teacher. And the other one, they probably never took geography. And I think that's an important thing to say because at Mankato West at the time, we had a ton of great teachers. We had a ton of great teachers at the time. I think we're all very thankful for that. Mankato, it's a great public school system, and that really showed. And Tim and Gwen both really right at the top. And I remember that class reunion, even talking to students who politically disagree with Mr. Walz. They all said, great teacher, great coach, great guy, great character. And I think that that's a reoccurring theme of pretty much everybody that I've talked to from high school. And as a football coach, man, the energy, the big Walz energy, the energy that he would bring, you see a lot of that when he gives a speech that like goes viral. Like we were honestly, we were seeing those speeches back in 2000, 2001 with him trying to hype up the defensive line. It was really fantastic. You see those like slivers of his personality come out, and it's really fantastic. And one of the things that I wanted to like say, one story that I have of Mr. Coach Walls was my junior year. I didn't start on varsity. I was second string. But he always made sure that, you know, we wanted to win, but he always made sure if there was an opportunity for somebody who didn't get in very often that they could get in. And I remember our first game of the season, we were like down, and Coach Walls brings me over and he goes, Hood, what's the score? And I'm like, 0-34, we're down. He goes, all right, you can get in there. And, 2 plays later, I got my first tackle. And I'm pretty sure the guy ran into me. I don't know if you call it a tackle, but I got credited for it. But he was that type of coach, right? He was always looking out to make sure that some of the younger guys were able to get their reps in and really get their practice in. And I always really, really appreciate him for that. Tim Walls, here's the thing. I think that when you reach the level of success that Tim has, I think it can go to a lot of people's heads. And I can tell you right now that the Tim Walls that I knew in 2000, 2001, is the same Tim Walls that you see today. Every time I see him and bump into him, it's the same things. It's never even about politics. It's like, hey, how are you doing? How's your family? He truly is the same person. And yeah, it's fantastic to see. He hasn't let it go to his head. And just one more thing. Go Scarlets. Go Harris Walls. And that's all we have. We want to open it up for any questions that anyone may have.
All right, so we are listening to the students of Minnesota Governor Walz as they are announcing that they are supporting the Harris Walz ticket. We do need to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, we are going to continue with that event as they've now opened it up for questions. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 3:25 Eastern, 12:25 Pacific, and we have been carrying live a number of political events. Senator J.D. Vance speaking in Byron Center, Michigan. We do expect former President Trump to be speaking in Ashville, North Carolina in just about 30 minutes. And also we're hearing from some students, some former students of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as they announce their support for the Harris Walz ticket. So we're going to head back to that event right now. Let's listen in.
For the Democrat ticket, or not vote at all before Tim Walz?
Ooh, that's a challenging question. There we go.
There you go. Could you talk about maybe what changed?
Yeah, do you want to pop up, Josh?
Yeah, no.
Yes. You want?
Hi, what am I answering here? What's the question?
Can you talk about maybe what changed your mind from that?
Well, I mean, it's Coach Walls. I'm sorry, Dan Clement, class of 99. I won't use paper, but I don't have my phone either, so I'm good. Anyways, I mean, it's hands down, it's Coach Walls. And, you know, a lot of the other stuff that I may agree with, may not agree with, gets thrown out the window when it comes to Coach Walls. That man did a lot for me in my life, and I owe him the support that he's going to get from me. That's just what it comes down to, as far as I am concerned. I was down the middle guy. I'm a third-party guy. I like to be like, I'm against the grain. I'm not going to do what everybody else does. Nader, right? I don't know. These are the guys I vote for. So when Coach Walls, so when I moved back to Minnesota and got a chance to vote here in the state of Minnesota, Coach Walls was on there for governor. I'm like, no problem. I don't know about anybody else, but here's where I'm going to vote here, right? And that's just the impact he's had on me. You know, I throw all that stuff away when it comes to it. I guess that's about it. Wish I had a better answer for you, but, you know. Oh, CLEMENT.
Good one. Glad you're here. Yeah.
I was a babysitter.
Oh, Annie and
Yeah, I stepped in and did some extra shifts for the Walls' babysitting Hope when Tim was serving abroad. And it was just unbelievable how amazing a mom Gwen was and how she handled everything doing that. I'm a mom now of kids that are about the same age Hope was at that time. And it's, yeah, it is just kind of unbelievable. I can't even get through like bedtime as a solo parent. I'm like, how did she manage like doing that as for as long as she did? So yes, they were wonderful neighbors, great employers, wonderful teachers, nothing but positive things to say. What's your name?
yeah. First and last spelling.
Yes, last name is Eichmeyer, E-I-C-H-M-E-Y-E-R, and first name is Anne, A-N-N-E.
I was told that students encouraged him to run for his first office. Were any of you involved in that? And
yeah, I'm Meredith Vedas. It's M-E-R-E-D-I-T-H. Last name is V as in Victor, A as in Apple, D as in Dog, I as in Ice Cream, S as in Sam. I was not one of the students who encouraged him. I worked on his first campaign. And so by the time I moved back from college, I was waiting to get into grad school. I graduated a semester early, so it was spring of '05 at that point, and he had decided to run, and I said, I'm happy to help. And he said, I don't have any money. And I said, that's okay. I don't have anything to do. I had been in politics in Wisconsin, where I was in school at Marquette, and so it was a familiar space to me, and he had coached my brother's state championship football team. He had taken my little sister on a trip, and so even though I didn't have him in the classroom, I had the privilege of working with him on and off since '05. I don't currently work for him, but it's been my pleasure to be around all these students and help organize this group.
all these years later, are you shocked that we're here?
Yes and no. We joke that he's like Forrest Gump. Things happen to him that don't happen to anybody else. He, you know, one time ran into Bono in the hall in Congress and was like, I had a great conversation with Bono. And I was like, okay, that seems normal. He called me one day and said, I was at this event. I think they were filming a movie. Turned out it was one of the filmings and there were multiple of An Inconvenient Truth. I don't know. That's kind of who he is. Not that he accidentally gets places, but he gets places because he's genuine and people enjoy him and opportunities open up when you're that kind of person. And so I can't say I'm totally shocked, but it wasn't an ambition he ever had. It's just that I think good things come to those who treat others well and do their job. Yeah.
And there's time for 2 more questions.
Does any of you remember the event at the Quarry with the Bush campaign? Can somebody expand on
Meg?
that?
My brother.
Go ahead.
My name is Megan Holleran, MEGANHOLLERAN. I was not personally there, but my brother was one of those students with Mr. Walls. And I can't call him Governor Walls either, or God forbid their first names, Tim and Gwen, just, whoo, no, can't do that. So, Mr. Walls and Mrs. Walls, my brother was one of those students. My brother was the student who had a carry sticker on his wallet, and they weren't gonna let Matthew in. Tim brought Matt there and other students because he thought it was a great educational opportunity, because he is a teacher at heart, right? And all teachers are like, what can I do? What kind of educational opportunities, right? And this was it. And that's why they were there. And he was really disheartened when they didn't let Matt in because of that sticker. I think it lit some fire in my brother, because he's been involved in politics for his whole life. He's now over in London, and I think it kills him a little bit. He's so far away. I wouldn't mind if this brought him back. So yeah, it was a big deal. It was a big deal for Mr. Walls, because he saw that as a great educational opportunity for his students to see how this works, how this big machine of politics works, and to get us involved and get us all the information we need to form our own opinions, and to go out to the world and make it a better place.
Were any of you still enrolled when he decided to leave teaching for politics? Do you remember what he said to anybody about why he was leaving teaching?
We old. I think we're old. Sorry. If the paper doesn't make a variant.
We have time for one more question.
I think for Shel, did you mention that you're calling Walls one of the strong female leader, one of the few were female teachers, but do you have any anecdotes you can share about ways in which she conveyed that or inspired that beyond being one of the only women in the halls?
I worked with her too as editor. I'll say, both of us probably. I worked with her as I was the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. My senior year, the West Side Story. And she was the advisor. And Mrs. Walls is one of those people that if there is a need, she's gonna step up. So I am sure life was crazy and busy, but they needed an advisor our senior year, and she stepped up. And the thing about Mrs. Walls is she's such a strong leader. She instills others and empowers others. And she empowered me. And I am a dyslexic kid, but I was the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. I was not the obvious pick. But I had a fire in my belly. I wanted to be there. I was committed to it, and she supported me 100%. Supported all of us. Nate wrote for the paper. My best friend Julie was my copy editor, and that's how a dyslexic can be the editor-in-chief of a newspaper. You need a Julie Kroon in your life. And she believed in me, and she supported me, and she gave me the tools I needed to really rise. And that has carried me a great ways as I've gotten older. And so I'm so thankful for having her in my life. We invited both Tim and Gwen and Hope, see I said their first names, to our wedding when my husband and I got married, and they were there celebrating with us, and we invited them because they had such a huge impact on my life. And especially Mrs. Walls. I don't recall. I don't think anyone at our wedding were good dancers, but it was okay.
There is a video of Mr. and Mrs. Walls at prom dancing.
I mean,
one of our fellow alumni have that video.
She did lead the cheerleading. She helps out with orchesis, so I mean, I bet she has sweet moves. So.
On that note, we really have to wrap up for the next group.
That was hilarious.
All right, so it does look like this is wrapping up. We were hearing from former students of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz saying that they support the Harris-Walz ticket and really sharing some personal memories and stories about both Tim Walz and his wife, Gwen Walz, talking about the impact that the couple had on their lives as both were in the field of teaching. And we were hearing from some of those alum from that high school. Meantime, we're continuing to follow a number of live events, and you're taking a live look out of Asheville, North Carolina. You can see the stage right there set as we are expecting former President Trump to talk about the economy on this stage as he continues to hold rallies across the United States. Former President Trump set to speak in just about 20 minutes. He is scheduled to take to the stage at around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you his remarks without interruption right here on Live Now from Fox. So as soon as that happens, we, of course, will bring that to you. And we continue to follow all things politics, as we also want to let you know that the Democratic National Convention is set to get underway on Monday, this out of Chicago, Illinois. And we will bring you live, unfiltered, and uninterrupted coverage from Monday through Thursday. We're going to be talking with delegates. We're going to be carrying all of those speeches live right here on Live Now from Fox. Former President Barack Obama set to take the stage, I believe, on Tuesday. So, of course, we're going to have that wall-to-wall coverage for you as the race for the White House continues, as we are now 83 days away from the November presidential election. Meanwhile, we're going to step away for another 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to monitor a number of events. You're taking a live look out of Ashville, North Carolina, as we are expecting former President Trump to talk about the economy. And you can see a lot of the supporters right there already standing by. He's set to take the stage in just about 20 minutes at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, we will bring you his remarks without interruption right here on Live Now from Fox. And it continues to be very busy in politics. I just wanted to share this with you, as there are a number of upcoming rallies that Live Now from Fox will take. The first, as we just showed you that live look out of Asheville, North Carolina, former President Trump set to speak there at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow, we're expecting President Biden and Vice President Harris to travel to Maryland, and they haven't really given any specific details on what they're expecting to really talk about, or even the time and location. We do know that this is a non-campaign event to, quote, discuss the progress they're making to lower costs for the American people. Then on Friday, Vice President Harris will speak in Raleigh, North Carolina, and there she is set to deliver an economic policy address. As you can see, there really is this running theme of the economy. Senator J.D. Vance, the running mate of Trump, he was speaking in Byron Center, Michigan. We brought you those remarks, and he also touched upon the economy. That is an issue that a lot of people want to know about, and these candidates are going to be talking about it. And then former President President Trump is going to head to Pennsylvania on Saturday to hold an event there at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So a lot to get to, and we did want to share that with you. We do have that schedule. All of this is on our radar. We're going to bring you all of these events as they happen, live, raw, and unfiltered. Meantime, we were sharing with you the White House press briefing before we pivoted to Senator Vance's rally. So we did want to dip into that as there's a lot going on. So let's listen in.
We'll get going. So today, President Biden dropped by the first ever White House Creator Economy Conference, a convening of 100 digital creators and industry professionals to discuss the most pressing challenges and opportunities facing the creator economy. Participating creators work, produce, and publish content across the digital media landscape. The Biden-Harris administration has taken historic steps to engage digital creators and works hard to meet Americans where they are. Officials at the highest level of this White House have engaged creators extensively, hosting regular virtual and in-person briefings with digital creators on policy issues, hosting State of the Union watch events for creators at the White House, and last year, hosting the first ever White House holiday party for digital creators. This engagement will continue. On Friday, President Biden will be joined by civil rights leaders, community members, and elected officials in the Oval Office to sign a proclamation to designate the Springfield 1909 Race Riot National Monument. This week, we mark the 116th anniversary of the Springfield 1908 Race Riot, a horrific attack by a white mob on a black community that civil rights leaders highlighted to spark national action on civil rights. We will share additional information soon regarding this particular designation. Now, when the president and the vice president took office, they inherited the biggest increase in the murder rate on record. They went to work immediately, passing the biggest investment in public safety, including historic law enforcement funding through the American Rescue Plan, which every Republicans in Congress voted against. President Biden and Vice President Harris also passed the most significant gun reform law in almost 30 years. And now we're seeing the results of that action. Violent crime has plunged to its lowest ever in almost 50 years. And today, Axios reported new preliminary data from major U.S. cities shows that homicides were down during the first full 6 months of President Biden's last year in office, more than 70% in some places compared to the same time of President Trump's last year. The historic declines in crime mean that America is safer, and we remain focused on building on this progress. Finally, more than 2 weeks after the elections in Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro has yet to come clean about the July 28 presidential election results. Yesterday, the UN panel of experts that was in Venezuela recently published their interim results. And I encourage you all to take a look at the report online when you have a moment. But I wanted to take this time to read one of their conclusions. The results management process of the CNE fell short of the basic transparency and integrity measures that are essential to holding credible elections. It did not follow national legal and regulatory provisions, and all stipulated deadlines were missed. In the experience of the panel, the announcement of an election outcome without a publication of its details or the release of tabulated results to candidates has no precedent in contemporary democratic elections. It is abundantly clear to the majority of the Venezuelan people, the United States, and a growing number of countries that the CNE has not provided full, detailed, tallied votes because they would show that Armando Gonzalez Urrutia won the vote. Maduro must recognize it and engage in a constructive, inclusive dialogue in good faith with the opposition to restore democratic norms peacefully in accordance with Venezuelan electoral law and the wishes of the people. With that, Darlene.
Thank you. 2 questions. A top Hamas official told AP in an interview today that the group is losing faith with the ability of the United States to broker a ceasefire in Gaza. How do you restore that faith?
So look, We expect, just to give an update on what we expect to see tomorrow, obviously this week, we expect these talks to move forward. As planned, Director Burns and Brett McGurk will both travel to Qatar for these discussions. There's always a lot of public posturing in advance. We've seen that before. It's not new of these talks, and I'm not going to certainly weigh in on any of that, just like I'm not going to discuss the details of the negotiation from this podium. We do not negotiate in public, so we're not going to do that. Our view continues to be that it is critical that we reach a deal. It is important that we do so. The resumption of talks on Thursday is an important step. It is an important step to continue that. We need to release the hostages. As you all know, some of those hostages are American hostages. We need to make sure that lasting relief delivered to Palestinian civilians in Gaza and lower the tension in the region. We've said this many times before. This hostage deal, this ceasefire deal, this end of war will help lower tensions in the region. And so that's what the deal is going to do, and that's what we want to see. The United States is going to be there tomorrow, and we are ready. We are ready to continue these discussions. And as I've said before, and as my colleagues from NSC have said many times before, we are working 24/7 around the clock to get this done, to get this deal done.
And on the Springfield monument that you just mentioned, the president will designate on Friday. Did the death by police of Sonia Massey have any role in that? Was that a factor?
And so, look, we appreciate that question, obviously. And so we've been eyeing this for some time now. This week's anniversary has been on our radar for a very long time. And so members of the community have been working toward this monument designation for years. And this is something that the Biden-Harris administration thinks it's critically important. We released statements on Sonia Massey's tragic murder. You also heard from me speak about that just in this room, about her murder just a few weeks ago when it occurred. And look, as the president has said, we have made great strides to march toward full equality, but America has never lived up to it in its entirety, and so we're committed. This administration is committed to both telling the full story of America and ensuring that justice system certainly works for all. And we will continue to work on the future on both of those goals. And you could be sure that this is something that the Biden-Harris administration is going to be steadfast about.
Thank you. Thanks, Corinne. The New York Times is reporting that Hunter Biden sought help from a U.S. ambassador on behalf of Burisma while he was on the company's board and while Biden was vice president. So what's Biden's reaction to this, and is he concerned about what this looks like to the American public?
So I'll just report what I've said before, is that the president has never done business with his son, and he was not aware of this. And for anything further, I would have to refer you to Hunter Biden's personal representatives. I can't speak beyond that. But again, I've said this before, the president was not in business with his son, and this is the first time, he was not aware of this. And for anything further, you would have to reach out to Biden. Hunter Biden.
You've said from the podium that President Biden would not pardon his son. If Vice President Harris is elected, would he tell her also to not pardon?
I mean, that's a hypothetical that look, the president, I could speak for the president, and he said he would not pardon his son, and I'm just going to leave it there.
Thanks, Doreen. 2 days ago, John Kirby said that it was the U.S.'s assessment that it was increasingly likely that an attack by Iran and or its proxies could unfold perhaps in the coming days. Since then, has the assessment changed at all?
I would say the assessment has not changed. What my colleague said, what the Admiral said, still stands. But look, and I've said this many times before, he has said this, NSC has said this, we are working pretty diligently on the diplomatic efforts here. You heard me talk about my colleagues who will be in the region, right, to continue to have those diplomatic conversations. And this is why tomorrow we believe is important. We believe getting to a ceasefire deal, ending this war, will lead to bringing down the tensions in the Middle East. And diplomacy is critical. Diplomacy is important. This is something that the president, as you know, when it comes to foreign policy, believes at his core. And it is not for me to speak to what Iran, that the president, as you know, when it comes to foreign policy, believes at his core. war, and it is not for me to speak to what Iran and its proxies are going to do. I can't speak to that, and I don't have anything to say beyond what the Admiral shared with all of you a couple days ago.
Okay, so is that why Secretary Blinken postponed his trip, because of this assessment?
So look, you would have to reach out to the Secretary's office to get the reasoning behind it. I just laid out the CIA director is going to be there. Brett McGurk from NSC is going to be there. And so that travel, obviously travel continues. And I talked about Amos Hochstein, who was also in the region. I mentioned that yesterday during the gaggle. So you see many of my colleagues are in the region, and diplomacy is what we see as the way forward here. And we've given you readouts of the president talking to heads of state, whether in Egypt, Qatar, and Jordan, over the past week or so, to continue those conversations, and European counterparts as well, very recently this week, because he believes in having those diplomatic conversation is important. And let's not forget there was the military as well, working with the military to deter the escalations as well. You've seen the statements from the Department of Defense and what.
All right, so we're listening in to the White House briefing that ended a short time ago, talking about the conflict in the Middle East. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is out of Ashville, North Carolina, as we are expecting former President Trump to take to the stage and talk about the economy. He's scheduled to take to the stage in just about 10 minutes, and we will bring you all of his remarks without interruption right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the crowd, some of them getting to their feet in anticipation of the former president. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, my colleague Andy Mack, he is going to be hosting and bringing you all of these live events as they happen, live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A live look there inside of this venue in Asheville, North Carolina is coming up in just a little bit. We're expected to hear from the former President Donald Trump talking about the economy, a miniature rally of sorts, less than 90 days out from this November election. So we're following it all very closely here on Live and Now from Fox, as of course, He will take the stage, expected to be beginning at 4 o'clock Eastern. So people still awaiting, not necessarily all in their seats as of yet, but we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here in full on Live Now from Fox as soon as he steps up to the podium. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. And of course, we did see the former president get on the plane on his way to North Carolina, the motorcade, the grouping of security vehicles there en route to speak in Asheville, North Carolina, on all things about the economy. And this comes as we're learning more about new inflation numbers, as it may be a good sign as inflation continues to cool. We heard some strong comments from current President Joe Biden earlier on today about this. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and discuss this. Jerry Willis has the latest report on inflation and which direction it's going.
Higher prices are still stalking Americans, but there's progress. The Consumer Price Index rose 0.2% in July. For the year ending in July, the CPI nudged under 3% for the first time since March of 2021. The core annual reading, excluding food and energy, was up 3.2%, also the tamest inflation in 3 years.
I know that there's some subtlety to the report, the details, the fact that there's still a lot of pain out there for consumers, and the market's trying to sort that out, but the headline number is pretty darn good.
But prices at the store are still going up, just not as fast, and Americans are still feeling it.
I feel like everything that you purchase at the store now has gone up substantially.
The cost of food rose 0.2 in July, including a 0.1% increase in groceries.
Prices aren't going to go down. Inflation is coming down. Prices are going up. And I think that's very hard to digest.
All told, the CPI report shows inflation is loosening its stranglehold on the economy, though prices still remain above the Fed's 2% target. The slightly softer than expected report comes as Fed policymakers contemplate when to start cutting interest rates amid signs the economy is cooling.
That's the big question the Fed's wrestling with, is where are we going?
Fed Chair Jerome Powell has said a September reduction is, quote, on the table. In New York, Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
All right, thank you so much for that latest report. Of course, we're going to be talking about the economy. Former President Donald Trump will be in Asheville, North Carolina. He is expected to speak in the coming minutes. You can see people on hand in this venue for this. We'll take you out to it as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there in Washington, D.C. as we continue on. And don't forget to tune in next week. The DNC in Chicago starting on Monday through Thursday. We'll have live, unfiltered, uninterrupted coverage from the Windy City. All right, right now, let's shift gears just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox as we do see a press conference taking place right now out of Galveston as they discuss a off-duty police officer that attacked people, accused of attacking people at a pool party back on June the 25th. Let's listen to some of these officials, these lawyers there on hand for some of those maybe victims. Let's listen in to what they have to say.
But also as a sworn member of the Galveston Police Department, Officer Rivas abused his authority in a manner that is both indefensible and alarming. Without any justification or prior warning, Officer Rivas aggressively entered the pool area where these youth and their families were peacefully gathered.
All right, you're just listening into this here on Live Now from Fox out of Galveston. But we do see another must-see event, a big press conference, an update on a story we've been following since early this morning as a North Carolina convicted killer, convicted murderer on the loose, a manhunt underway. Let's listen into this press conference right now from officials on the ground in that state on an update on this manhunt.
We want to continue to encourage that. If you've seen something, if you notice something, please come forward and share that information. That would be a great help in helping us get Senator Alston back into custody. We're very thankful to Sheriff Blackwood and all of the other agencies that have supported over the past 48 hours. The Department of Adult Correction will be taking the lead on the search. From here on, other agencies will continue to provide support, provide investigative support, but we're going to allow Sheriff Blackwood and his team to get back to their more day-to-day duties. And I'll leave it at that. Sheriff?
So Kirby Saunders,
Emergency Services Director. As Keith just mentioned, we are in the process of transitioning from a unified command approach into a single command with the Department of Adult Corrections taking the lead from here on. This is always...
If you can ask any questions, come by.
And we surged up a lot of resources to support them and support law enforcement and to assure the safety of our own community. We're at a point, we've already mentioned, the tactical phase of ground searching is coming to a conclusion, and we're transitioning the coordination to Department of Adult Corrections from here on out. We will continue to stay in a posture of support, provide any resources that we can in Orange County, and support our local law enforcement agencies and officers of the Department of Adult Corrections to ensure that our community remains safe. I want to give a couple highlights, just a summary of what we did accomplish since yesterday morning from a tactical ground perspective. Since yesterday morning, there were a total of 335 personnel on the ground involved in both tactical search, ground search, as well as investigative role. That incorporated, as of 2 p.m., 33 hours of continuous searching. There are 19 agencies involved. We covered 1,335 acres as of 2 p.m. this afternoon. I feel pretty comfortable from a search standpoint that Thunder Austin is not in the immediate vicinity. We feel comfortable in saying that the community is not at an imminent danger or risk right now. And I will leave the sheriff to talk through what our recommendations are for the next few hours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Earlier today, I was asked about a timeline. I made a promise to you to bring that to you. 3:56 a.m. on the day in question, Austin was transported to the Blue Housing, from the Blue Housing Unit to intake. That's at 3:56 a.m. At 4:07 a.m., he was placed in a vehicle in the Sally Port, secured in the transport vehicle, and proceeded to the facility, from the facility to UNC Hospital. At 6:50 a.m., they arrived at the hospital. They were provided with appointment instructions as per protocol. 6:59, they escorted the offender to the back of the building, and as they were preparing to open the door to let him out of the vehicle, he took off and run, and that was at 7 a.m. and at 7:01 a.m. When we were notified of the escape. I'll go over that timeline one more time. 3:56 a.m., taken to intake. 4:07, placed in the vehicle. 6:50, en route. 6:50, they arrived at the hospital. 6:59, escorted to the back of the building. 7 a.m., they opened the door. At 7:01, escape occurred. I want to reiterate the tip line, 919-324-1082. Also reiterate the $35,000 reward that's being offered. Want to reiterate the fact that we're asking people to check their ring cams, specifically with respect to changing posture. There's a couple things I want to talk about. One is the amazing hospitality offered to all of us by the Durham Tech campus and staff. President Buxton, J.B. Buxton, my gratitude goes out to he and his staff for allowing us to absolutely own that building for the last couple of days. They treated us like kings and queens and made it very comfortable for all the law enforcement agencies to work together in a partnership that everyone there in the law enforcement leadership role has said is something that they've never experienced before. And when I speak to that, I'm talking about, you always hear about the FBI or the SBI pushing back on local law enforcement or local law enforcement pushing back. That has absolutely not been the case here. Everyone has worked in a partnership, played nice in the sandbox, as everybody says. And I'm